And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, DeCal Works, coming at you. It's Monday, February 6th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching on Facebook, YouTube. Thanks for listening if you can as well. Thanks to check out the archives, man. We got a lot of those shows lined up, and really appreciate you guys listening. We got a great show lined up. The kids say it would be a banger. Aaron Plessinger will call in. Ran podium speed for a while in Houston. Ended up fourth. Ricky Carmichael, perhaps you heard of him as well. He will be calling in. Chris Blose. Zombie will be calling in. Pro Circuit rider now. Maybe Wil Hahn later on. Sean Murdock from DeCal Works will drop by as well. Lives here in Vegas. Good buddy of mine. Works for DeCal Works. He'll come in also. So looking forward to the show. Should be a great time. 702-586-7857 if you want to call and talk about Houston, talk about Supercross in general, or anything else. Give us a call. Why don't you? 702-586-PULP. We are going to give away, courtesy of the folks at Works Connection, a Pro Launch start device tonight to a random listener, because those guys are absolutely crushing it with the results right now. 250s, 450s, they are sweeping the podiums with the Pro Launch start device. And doing a really good job with those guys. So we're going to give one away in honor of them just crushing it. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, DeCal Works, X-Brand goggles. Perhaps you noticed Hunter Lawrence's goggles. This past weekend, they had the Alpine Star strap. Looked very similar to an X-Brand Lucid. Race Tech, suspension and engines, Renthal, Michelin motorcycle tires, Firepower batteries and chains, Maxima USA, Acherbys, Pro Filter, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, PulpMX 20, code to save with Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Get Data, now on the Honda 250s. For Honda to use Get ECUs is a big deal. So thanks to the folks at Get for coming on the show. If you want a discount, you can simply email us using the contact form. Intense Cycle, Suspension Direct, Ride Engineering, EVS, and Wiseco Piston all on board with us, as are you people. My guest in studio here, he's from RacerX, he's from PulpMX, he's from KeeferInkTesting.com. He's got his foot in a lot of different things. Kris Keefer, what's up, man? How are you?
Great to be here, and my mic's not on. And we're here. All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you for turning my mic on, and it's going to be a fun show.
Thank you for coming up. It's been a while.
Yep.
Race Tech Rant tonight.
Oh, shocking. It's going to be about me.
Might be about you.
Shit.
We have big problems with Life Swap.
No.
Big problems.
Not big.
Yeah, big problems. We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Our listeners been waiting for this moment, and you screwed it up. So we're going to talk about that and more later on. Maybe some Keefer After Dark if we get some time. We got voicemails as well.
We have time because I'm not leaving the night.
That's right. You are staying up here to go dirt bike riding.
Yes.
Which I am hoping to join you on Wednesday. So lots to get into tonight on the show. And again, 702-586-7857. If you want to chat, go ahead and do that. Good show. Plessinger, RC, Zombie Blose, Sean coming in. Yeah.
It's going to be good.
Going to be good. I guess let's start with let's start with these guys, shall we?
Yeah, give him a shout out.
Taking your calls over there in the corner, holding things down. He's got a new job. Things are looking up. Tallon Taylor, what's up?
And I got introduced first. I think that's the
Yeah.
biggest news.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Rarely. A few
Yeah,
times.
it's usually
Yeah.
Mark's
Yeah,
first.
it is, but maybe I'm a little mad at Mark's.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little mad at Mark's.
From last week, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, maybe Mark's
maybe the app.
maybe Mark's has to pay the ultimate price.
And Tallon's getting ready to enter the Velvet Zone soon, so that's cool.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Yep.
What's up, Lone Wolf? How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I can't wait for those 2 weeks to come up so we can go riding.
I'm
asked him
done
to
with
ride-
training after this week.
I asked him to ride.
Talon?
Yeah, he said 2 weeks. I said, dude, it's raining. Let's go riding. He's like 2 weeks.
Why is it?
I'm
Why
in
is 2
training
weeks?
right now. I can't with
Oh.
motorsport. I'm stuck at home for now.
But your hours that you told me you can ride after that.
But right now for training it's like 8 to 4. So
Oh, so you're SOL.
yeah.
All right, and working the cameras over there, working on a PulpMX app, answering PulpMX fantasy questions.
Pissing off the boss.
Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Like, what did I do? I don't understand. I'm a star employee
I'm a.
here at PulpMX. I do everything you ask.
What about anal bleaching?
I do
Right.
that too. Mm-hmm. What did I do?
What'd I say?
That shirt last week was a big time HR violation.
Did they actually sell though? Or did you have it made?
No, they sell it,
That's so
and it
awesome.
was worth every penny, even if I only wear it one time. So maybe if the Leafs make it to the playoffs this year, I'll wear it again. Like when
They're in the playoffs.
We need to make a
they're
shirt that says "Fuck Wil Hahn."
They're gonna. They're gonna.
And this week I wore my sketchy shirt because someone got very sketchy multiple times this weekend.
We have enough time to talk about that. This
Oh
week?
yeah,
Okay.
we'll get into that. Although, like, I feel bad for the guy. Like, he got some shitty DMs from people because
Yeah.
fantasy and stuff that sucks, and I think he feels kind of bad. And he was getting penalized anyways.
Yeah,
Our
so he'd
guy.
have been screwed, right?
He would have been screwed.
Yeah.
So, but we'll talk about it because
Yeah,
a
let's
lot
talk,
happened
Let's
there.
talk about it.
I want to break it down because I'm kind of on his side.
Okay,
All
a lot happened there.
Yeah.
Marks, by the way, 4 people or 3 people, Marks?
4.
Four?
It was 4.
4 people in PulpMX Fantasy picked A-Ray, Chiz, and Freddie.
Oh my god.
They had all 3 on their teams.
I have the usernames.
So
And in the last turn,
oh my god.
all 3
So
went out.
I didn't even have those guys at all.
Yeah.
And I freaked out in my living room.
Right.
I can imagine what those 4 people were doing in their homes, just f-bombing everywhere.
Yeah, just
Oh, my
unbelievable.
gosh.
Yeah. That's a tough beat.
All we did in our house is scream, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
We were in the press box, same thing. We were freaking on the press
Yeah.
box. It's amazing.
it was unbelievable.
Yeah, the LCQs almost always deliver.
The chat on the site for fantasy, fastest it's ever moved. I mean, people were just losing their minds over this whole
LCQs
thing.
are great.
Yeah.
Not just A-Ray,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
the LCQ thing.
So lots to get into tonight. Look, props to Eli Tomac. So he takes the win. He gets his doors blown off in the heat. Like, Sexton catches him,
Yep.
passes him, doesn't just beat him, drops him, right?
Bad.
And Sexton was fastest all day long. He won the Triple Crown last week. Like, you can't blame Eli for being like, I don't have anything. I can't do anything against this guy. I talked to someone close to the situation. They said Eli was like, no, I'll figure it out. Like, I don't want to change the bike. It wasn't a bike issue. It wasn't a bike problem, anything like that. And he made it work. Like it. And you know what? He got the start. Mm-hmm. And then those guys were all over him. Red flag came up for Ferrandis. Sounds like he'll be all right after a few weeks off. And then I thought before the red flag came out, they were kind of on him and pressuring him. And I thought once the restart happened, he just kept it steady. Like, Sexton got into second, and really, I mean, between the sand and the rhythm after the bridge,
Yep.
Sexton couldn't make it work. The whoops weren't as good for him as they were in the heat.
Yep.
And I just got props to Eli Tomac, man. That's a veteran win.
It's funny how, do you remember us just talking, not shit on Eli, but like just a few years ago, we didn't know which guy was going to show up, right? You'd have this Eli that would just kill everybody, and then
75% of the time you got good Eli.
Right.
25% of the time you got
like that guy's gone.
yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And for me, if I can relate it into normal guy terms that listen to the show, that's like you going to a race, right? And you go to practice, you're on the line, and you go practice, and some guy just works you and pulls away. And then you line up for Moto 1, and that same guy just yards you, gaps you, and it's 12 seconds, and you go back to your truck, and you're like, well, I guess I'm getting second today.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's mentally draining, right? You line up for your second moto, and you're like, well, I don't know how to mentally get past this and try to beat this guy unless he has a problem. So for Eli to come back and just lay it down,
Yeah.
and when Chase was in his ass, right, like he was all up in it, and Eli just stuck to the plan. He stuck to the plan, and what I think helped him a lot, and I wrote this in daytime, is he was using that outside in the sand.
Yeah.
Okay, I think there was more of a base, or maybe because of the tough blocks that were around that outside, it stayed together for the whole main event better than that inside. The inside was faster for a portion of the main event.
Barsha was making that inside work really good.
Yeah, but I think there was nothing to hold it, and it was getting pushed, so it started moving around too much. So that line kind of screwed Chase towards the end.
Yeah.
And then Eli was just doing the old Cortez, Colorado, sweeping around the outside, ripping, and that's what he would gain, right?
It's impressive to
It's insane.
to find the speed, hold the kid off.
And when people say racing isn't mental, like that whole day, I feel like was a mental battle for him. Like he said, don't touch my bike. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You got all this weight on your shoulders for himself, not
Yeah.
the team.
The guy won the last race. The guy was fastest all day.
Right.
He blew your doors off in the heat.
And you somehow put it together.
Yeah.
And on the flip side of that, maybe Chase, even though this was asked in the post-race press conference, did you expect to win? He said, no, of course I didn't expect to win, even after I waxed his ass, right? But he might have put a lot of pressure on himself when you do something like that, and you have people, man, you smoked them, that's great, that's awesome. And then he kind of expects it, and there's more pressure on you. There's all these little internal mental battles that us as fans don't really understand. So maybe that got to him a little bit, or he just simply just made some mistakes and couldn't catch him.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty good battle.
But you are right. Those whoops, there's a shot at towards the end of the race where they show it from the backside, and they are like screwed up.
Yeah, Sexton was going far right and crushing it. And then I guess they just got beat up, switched lines, and I mean they were giving Coop a lot. They were giving a lot of guys a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But they were built nicely, you know. But yeah, it's impressive to watch that. Like you, that's the stuff that I love to watch. Those small little mental things.
Yep.
Because you know what's going on with these guys, and you know Tomac's this older champion, and the young buck with the speed is Chase Sexton.
Yep.
And he made it work. You know,
I can relate a lot to obviously we're all way slower watching these guys, right? But for me, I relate to going up to Mike Brown. Like Mike Brown's going to kill me at Loretta's, right?
Yeah.
Imagine me putting it back together in one of those motos and then beating Brownie. Like that is so insane to think about how to mentally do that. It's just crazy that he can just be like, nope, I don't care if I got beat by 8 seconds. I'm going to lay it down here.
Yeah. No, pretty great race. Are we seeing some separation? Do you think? Are we seeing Anderson? You know, tonight.
We're going back to what we did last year, right? In outdoors. We have Eli and Chase.
Are we going to see that, though, going forward?
I think we're already starting to see snippets of it, right?
Yeah.
Jason's like that third-place guy that I think is separated from fourth a little bit. I don't want to say the third-place separation yet because I think Coop and some other guys are in that stage. But for sure, for me, I feel like Chase and Eli are going back to 22 outdoors where they're going to gap themselves, and there's going to be a gap between second and third.
Yeah, Coop mentioned after the race the track wasn't tight enough for him. He's really good on the tight stuff. This was more open. The berms were, this was a bigger, open, more open track.
Yeah.
And he couldn't quite, find the rhythm that he needed. He wasn't good in the whoops. AP, our guest tonight, might be the fastest guy without a podium so far this year. I said Barsha in the review show. I skipped over Barsha getting a podium at San Diego. AP might be the quickest guy this year without a podium.
To not get a podium.
Yeah, to not get a podium. So, yeah, there's –
I don't know, man. I think Roxon's in there too.
Roxon got a podium.
Oh, he got in the Triple Crown. You're right.
Last week, yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I think Roxon had an average night.
Yeah, I didn't look
He
great.
didn't have gut. Justin Cooper caught and passed him late in the race. Props to Justin Cooper, 7th. So
who was your biggest surprise and your biggest disappointment from Houston? And you can go 250, 450, whatever.
Biggest disappointment was probably Roxon because I thought coming off Anaheim that he had found something. Like he had suspension set a little bit better. He jumped that on, which tells me he's got a lot of confidence and was feeling it. And did I think he was going to win Houston? No, but I thought he'd be way more competitive than getting 8th and getting caught by Justin Cooper late in the race. You know, so he tweeted or he Instagrammed that it was just unacceptable, right? And
so he put it on himself.
He did. So I would say that would be the biggest disappointment. Biggest surprise, I think, is Hayden Deegan, and we're going to talk about him. Obviously, a lot of hype with Hayden Deegan, Chance Hymas, Tallon Hawkins, Colin Braswell.
Yeah.
Caden Braswell.
Yeah.
All turned pro. So a lot of rookies. Deegan was really good. J Mart made a mistake on the last lap. He got him for 4th. J Mart probably was going to get 4th unless he was sending it to get Jordan and screwed up after the whoops.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah.
He was that close?
He was that close, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was that close. But, I think that Hayden was fast, 7th quickest overall. He looked really good, but he was loose. I think
if you asked all of the media and most of the fans, you would say he's going to be fast, but he's going to crash, right? And he didn't do that in the main. He held it together. He had a moment. I don't know if you guys saw it where you guys were, but on the broadcast, he sent it in the whoops, and his feet came off a
Yeah,
little bit, and
yeah.
he hit his head on the bars.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to get whiskey and go straight by the tunnel, right?
Right.
But he saved it, got in it,
Yeah.
and then salvaged the whole rest of the race. Like, and another surprise for me, and I guess maybe it shouldn't be because I know Brian's strong mentally and physically, but Hayden, man, like, strong the whole race.
Dude,
Didn't-
all of it. Yep.
didn't fade.
His endurance was really impressive.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk to Ricky about it because he reminds me of Ricky a little bit. I'm not saying he's going to be Ricky Carmichael. Calm down. But I saw Ricky when he was number 70 on a KX125.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
And this kid is blazing fast and loose and feet coming off. He almost landed on the back of J. Martin practice. He almost had some big ones, like you said. And then, but in the main, when it counted,
Yeah.
he just turned into this steady rock moving forward. It was really impressive. So, the speed, no doubt, is there. And so if he can, and his endurance so far looks
good.
great. So I think Hayden was better than I thought,
I agree. Like, Aiden and I went back and forth, like, who's going to be better, Chance or Hayden? And Aiden was on Hayden. I was like, Chance will be better because I just felt like Chance was more of a solid guy in
Chance
the main.
did 3 futures and, won that and never really had any moments. Hayden just last week crashed his way back to 5th.
Correct.
Or up to 5th. He didn't go back. But, so I would have picked Hymas too. And then when Hymas got second off the start, I would have thought.
So at A2, I was sitting with a couple industry guys. I won't name their names, but they're watching Hayden in the futures. And one of them, which you'll know and I'll tell you later on the show, but he says he wins a race this year. And I'm like, there's no freaking way. And he was like, you watch. He wins a race. I'm like, there's no way. But now that I've seen how he rides with a little bit of luck, I wouldn't put it past it.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I don't like that odds. But sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, with a little bit of luck, he was impressive.
Yeah.
So that was maybe my biggest disappointment and surprise getting into that.
My biggest disappointment, real quick before we move on, was Mosman.
Yeah, he was just
like what I know he worked his way back from pretty far in the main, but like I just thought in the heat,
but he
was kind of blah. In the main was blah.
He wasn't on the board in practice. He wasn't like Mosman's got speed. We've seen it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
He can
like
lay it down.
He's a podium guy all day long.
Yeah, he was just okay. He just was okay.
Is there an injury that we don't know about?
Maybe we'll call Wil Hahn. I don't really want to talk to Wil Hahn right now.
4-0.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's bullshit. It's
4-0.
bullshit. Two of those wins are bullshit wins.
Or do you call it crafty?
I call them bullshit.
Okay.
Big news, by the way, too. Later on, we'll discuss this. Honda is giving you and I an opportunity for big things.
Do I know about this?
Yeah. Yeah, we were texting about it today.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big things.
Yes, big things.
We'll talk about that as well.
Yes, okay.
So we're going to be a big part of the Team Honda.
Do we get pit shirts? Do we get a jacket? I mean, I know you're Blue Crew.
Yeah, no, I can't. I don't want any of that. I'm Blue Crew. Yeah.
I'm happy to run it. I'll run it.
Yeah, you'll run it.
Yeah.
Free swag.
Yeah.
By the way, congrats on your podium.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to say yes.
Well, I mean, you got a podium hat on, so I don't.
Oh, it's not a podium hat. The podium hat is the yellow one. This is not a podium hat.
Okay.
Yellow.
Yeah.
I have one of those at home.
The 70s called. They want their hat back.
You don't like this hat?
No.
Really?
I don't care about the Dunlop. Dunlop's fine.
You don't like this part right here?
Yeah,
I like
dude.
that.
No, the 70s called. They want their hat back.
Brock Glover, bro.
Well, no problem. Our buddy FMIP, I'm sure he's stoked right now. So I love how you could just stab him in the back like that. Does it feel good to stab him? Your friend in the
I
back?
asked you before the show.
It doesn't have anything to do with me.
I'm just saying. I asked you, is it okay to wear? And you said yes.
It's fine with me. But what about your friend that you're stabbing in the back?
I wear
right now?
senior citizen stickers on my helmet.
But right now on this show, you're stabbing him in the back.
No,
so
I'm not.
that's cool. If you're cool with that, hey, whatever.
I feel like he's cool with that.
Just mental note. Don't turn your back on Kris Keefer, everybody.
Jab, jab.
We got live shows in Indianapolis coming up. The tickets are available on PulpMX.com and Denver as well.
Am I going?
Denver, yes.
India said, fuck me. Who cares?
Indy, you're out.
Okay.
Denver show as well coming up. So 100% chance the Denver live show will have the winner of the Yamaha LCQ Challenge on it. So we're going to bring that gentleman on. But tickets are available for that as well on PulpMX.com. 100% of the money goes to the riders in that race, and we're keeping track all year, just like we did last year. Thanks to Feld for letting us do that. AMA as well, but we're going to have a race on Friday night, and we're raffling off a YZ450 Bike of the Year, and also 19 other great prizes from Fly to FXR to Renthal, DeCal Works, on and on and on. Thank you to those guys.
Have you thought about any more rules? because you know that all this shit's going to pop up the last minute.
The only rules I thought of was last week. Someone told me, why don't you do the top 17 be the gate picks, and then nobody's selling their clothespins. But then I kind of didn't mind the controversy of selling your clothespins. That was also, pretty funny. So,
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Right. So maybe we won't do that. Harrison gave us $19.99 on YouTube. Thanks, Harrison. And the bench racing question. We'll get to that later. Can we get to that later? We don't.
What's $19.99 Prince?
No, money.
$20.
$20.
$19.99.
And Patrick gave us 449 euros. And and he asks, can we get Steve or Chris to get an Alpine Stars hookup for Cade?
Look it.
Yeah.
This before the season started, it was questionable, and he is not budging on his boot choice. He is sole rider, and I can't hate on it. It's not proper for a professional to do this, but he's claiming sole, so he's on your guys' side now.
Firepowerparts.com. Max Anstey, we'll talk more about him later, but Firepower Honda. Max Anstey making the podium in a really impressive debut in the 250 East there. Mad Max using Firepower parts, whether it's batteries, whether it's chains. They have a bunch of parts available. Firepowerparts.com on the show. And thanks to those guys, man. Go to your local dealer. Go to motorsport.com. Check out all of the line at firepowerparts.com. Great product and great pricing as well. And the batteries are very, very popular, still used by a lot of privateers and race teams out there. So congrats to the Firepower Honda guys, Yariv, and everybody there. Crushing it with Max.
No big bores.
No big bores. Yeah, no big bores that we know of. All right, let's get some phone calls, shall we? Brandon's on 5. Brandon, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was just wanting to know, where has Evan Ferry been at lately? He joined that NSA Yamaha team a while back after he left Rockstar.
Yeah, he had 2 surgeries back to back. So he's been out of action for a little bit. I understand he's going to make the last 2 futures.
Okay.
But yeah, he had some injuries going on.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, he's just been quiet, and I was just wondering where he's been at.
I saw him at A2, and he's starting to ride a little bit now. So he's back in it.
Get ready for the Insta Bangers. They're coming.
Yeah.
Is he still going to be on Yamaha?
Yeah, still Yamaha.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Ryan, what's going on, man?
Ryan?
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Hey.
The re-raceables you just did, the 1984 Hangtown.
Mm-hmm.
You forgot to mention something that Racer X actually did an article on in 2006. Alan King's mechanic.
Okay.
Which happened to be another Jim Anderson.
It was another Jim Anderson. Okay. Yeah.
It was Jimmy Ray Anderson, and he walked out from Team Tam that day.
Oh, on that day. Okay.
On that day, yeah, he
probably wasn't getting paid.
He wasn't getting paid, and there was a fight over the box trucks. So each mechanic had a budget and could do what they wanted to their trucks, and he opted to add extra water instead of fuel, and all the other mechanics stole his water.
Yeah,
because they couldn't get the vans out the day before because of how muddy it was.
Right. Wow.
So they took all his water. He couldn't wash Alan's bike, and then he hadn't been paid in a month.
Yeah, Team Tam seemed like a disaster behind the scenes, right? From everybody I talked to.
Yeah. Well, I've heard a lot about it because it's my uncle that was his mechanic.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Alan King won a national as a full privateer. That's pretty cool accomplishment for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the call, man. Thanks for the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's re-raceables. Everybody did one this week with Kit Palmer, about 84 Hangtown. Privateer rider 1, Alan King. Coleman's on 1. Coleman, what's happening, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? I just want to thank Keefer, man. I follow all your setup tips, man, and I gotta say, man, I eat it all the time. I'm as fast as Chase Sexton because of you, man. And
well, you need to teach me something then if you're as fast as him.
Yeah.
Man, if I could teach you something, I'd be right there with you now. Everything I know is because of you, man. I just can't stop eating it.
Well, we appreciate it. We work hard to try to provide you guys with some shortcuts.
I thought this was like an oral sex thing where he said eating it. I'm like, maybe Keefer, I'm confused.
It's Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So something to do with your
It
shows?
is Weird Al,
Okay.
and I got to thank you and Rhino, man. It's all because of you guys.
There we
All
go.
the time.
Oh, boy.
Shit,
Put me in with
every day.
Rhino. Well, we need to back it up a little bit then. Let's
Well,
back
I
the
mean,
train up.
I got to be honest, man.
Thanks,
Man.
Coleman. Thanks.
199s, man. That's what it's all about.
Hey, oh, wow. Not for me. I did that once, and it didn't end well for me.
Thanks, Coleman. Thank you, man.
No problem.
Thanks,
guys.
Coleman.
I love you.
All right, see you.
See you, brother.
Riley's on too. Riley, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Good.
I just want to say thank you for putting that pop-up on the PulpMX Fantasy for not choosing A-Ray.
You still did it?
I did too.
Yeah.
I did choose to do it.
You know what? Even guys that are like boozers, you fall off the wagon once in a while. So it happens, you know?
I remember you guys talking about it before the season started. I was like, I don't think I'm going to end up in that position. But there I was. The handicap was enticing, and here I am.
Yep.
What was his handicap?
14.
11, wasn't it? 14, yeah.
Yeah, it was good. So, yeah, you got the warning, and you still did it. It happens. It happens to the best of us, man. I did.
Yep. It's on me.
Look at how many times have you done something questionable when you're out with your boys and you got a chick and you're like, I don't know if I should do this, but you do it anyway.
You know what? Yep.
There you go. That's
right.
A-Ray.
Thanks for playing, man.
You guys.
Thank
you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, a lot of
Coleman.
questions.
Is Coleman a proper name for you? Is that okay?
Andrew's on 5.
All right.
Andrew, you got a question for Kris Keefer?
Yeah, I do. Hey, everybody. My name's Andrew. I'm a big Kawasaki fan, and I guess the rumor is that a new generation's coming out next year, and I was just wondering if Keefer or Steve, if you had any information on that.
I probably know about as much as you do from what I've seen on the internet, but it's actually a year late. This was supposed to happen last year, but obviously with everything that we've been dealing with the pandemic in the last couple of years, that was a year behind. So I think we'll get a little bit of a different chassis, kind of what I was diagnosing over on Vital. So, yeah, I don't know too much about it, but most likely we'll be able to ride one here, from what I hear, in late August and September.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, the current generation bike's so planted that I hope they just refine and update and maybe get a map switch on that thing.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, man. The Kawasaki itself is the most stable 450 there is, and it'd be nice just to get a little bit more front-end steering on that thing and keep that stability. That'd be great.
Andrew, have you tried a new Yamaha? They have a map switch on the handlebar. They have a map switch on the handlebar. Bike of the year.
If they only had hours on an app,
What?
An hours on the app?
You can check your hours on the app.
They got that too.
I know.
Oh,
He's just busting your
Oh,
balls.
you're busting
dude.
my balls.
Yeah, just relax,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Chill down.
Yeah, payback.
Yeah.
I appreciate the question.
Thanks, Andrew.
Later, Andrew.
Thanks, man. Nick's on 4. Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey, you hear me?
Yep.
Blah.
Hey, so we have guys flying through the air on Supercross. I have a question about just general bike transmission, and maybe this is crazy, but it just seems like the magnitude that these guys are jumping, the distances, the speed, everything, yet we still have neutral between first and second gear. I know this kind of sounds stupid, but if you hear like Jet talk last week, he's like, oh, it's so hard to find, but I actually found it the one time I didn't want to find it. And Mookie, I think, hit false neutral that first big one he had, right? Is it ridiculous to say if we have factory Supercross bikes, can we make neutral like a mechanism on the handlebar to where you can't go into it unless you do something on the handlebar? Like we have maps, right?
Well, we have.
Something like that. Is that ridiculous to ask?
It's not ridiculous, but there's rules. There's production rules. They want the bike to remain somewhat like the one you can buy, which has neutral in it. You need neutral, right? You got to have neutral. It makes the bike start. It makes the bike work easier, like all of that.
Correct.
But you have to, so I guess.
Why can't we make neutral between 4th and 5th?
That's a great question. Yeah, I don't know why you can't do that.
Right.
Why? Maybe something to do with the way you shift and the speeds you're at of the of the transmissions as you're going, because if it was 4th and 5th,
even if you go all the way up and have to hit a button on the handlebar or something. I mean, some 4-wheelers have that, right?
Well, the button would be a little bit more elaborate, but I think mechanical-wise, I don't think there should be a big deal just putting in between 4th and 5th. Like the button would have to be some kind of electronics that would raise the cost of the bike.
Yes. Yeah, you couldn't really do the button unless you do it production, and then now you're getting into the whole electronic transmission stuff, which would be pretty gnarly.
But being it, just a standard transmission mechanically and moving that neutral to later in the gears would prevent that, because you're not in fourth and fifth as much as we think they are anymore. Like, a lot of the whoop sections are third gear now. Of course, they're in fourth at times.
Yeah.
But a lot of these guys are in third.
There has to be a reason that you can't put neutral between fourth and
Yeah,
fifth.
there has to be, right? They would have done it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like with what they're doing, I mean, it's like, and those are the worst wrecks. Like, when those happen, they're so sudden, and it just seems like there's got to be something different, something better. But anyway, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know the answer to that. I mean, I think about the teams make neutral harder to find on the bikes to stay out of it. But you think about how many times guys are shifting and nobody – I mean, the number of times you hit neutral is very low to how many shifts are going on out there on a motocross track or supercross track on a Saturday night, right? If there's 20,000 shifts through the gears on the night show through everybody.
Right, and there's
two neutrals,
yeah.
whatever. Like, who knows? I mean,
there's a lot less neutrals than there used to be back in the day. I'm gonna tell you that much.
Yeah. Oh, definitely with that. Yes, especially with the factory
because
teams,
they
right?
can make it where, just like you said, it's very, very difficult to find it, even when you're in the pits trying to get it in neutral. Like, sometimes it's a pain in the ass.
Thanks to the folks at Renthal. A fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. More titles than all the other brands combined. They have a ton of these things, and they started way back in 1969 making products. And whether it's the sprockets or the bars, the grips, Fat Bar 36 to the 7/8 bar, Renthal.com. They got a really informative website as well on there, so please check out Renthal and all that they have. Renthal. Speaking of Renthal, they're bringing you our next guest of the night. The rider who is running up front this weekend, just off the podium, got a fourth, and he's always a good time on here. Aaron Plessinger, what's up, man?
Oh, not much, Steve. How you doing?
We're good, man. Thank you. Hey, so we gave you the title of fastest rider without a podium through 4 rounds. So congratulations on that.
It's like a dig and a compliment at the same time. I can appreciate it.
No, I think, like I remember Anaheim 1, you were moving forward. I don't know if you would have got a podium, but you were moving forward. It tipped over, right? A couple of bad starts this weekend just off of it. Like, I feel like your speed's been better. Just, not quite there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, these bad starts have been really really hindering my my ability to ride fast, I would say. But yeah, I was talking to Alden last week, and he said if I don't get a good start this weekend or this past weekend, I have to start weed eating. So
oh shit,
I don't want to weed eat. So we had to make it happen on the start, but. No, I felt good. I felt good running up front, and I should be there more often because I can run up there with them boys. It just you can't come through a bunch of champions through the back with a bad start.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about this on our review pod. Like, it felt like the first start takes off, and I felt like Eli was kind of holding you guys up. It was a real good battle going on behind you guys, and it was like, okay, shit, we're in for. Maybe a special night here for yourself and maybe even Jason. And then the Ferrandis happens. There's a staggered start, restart. And then I felt like you guys couldn't get to him. Now, I don't know whether it was you guys, including Sexton, that dropped off or if Eli just needed the break a little bit. But do you agree? Like, the staggered start, I thought, ruined some momentum you had.
Yeah. It was weird, honestly. Like, I felt so good. And I felt so calm right there with Eli, and I felt like I was pressuring him pretty good.
Yep.
And then, unfortunately, Dylan went down, and then red flag happened, and it almost felt like it lagged me down a little bit. And I think for Jason too, I could be wrong, but it seemed like me and him were on the same page of like we could go fast, but like as fast as we went is about as fast as we could go. And,
sure.
And yeah, I mean, Chase was obviously a little bit faster, and then Eli turned it up like to another level. And I think he figured out the whoops quite a bit. So he was killing it for sure.
You were crushing the whoops too. How good did you feel in those things?
Oh, dude, I felt unreal, like that first half or that first 3 laps, I should say. And then I did feel pretty good when I was close to Anderson, and then when the track kind of broke down a little bit. I felt like I struggled, lost my mojo in them a little bit. But no, overall that was probably the best race I've hit the whoops so far.
Yeah, so we were talking too, like Sexton was so good in the heat, right? And then his advantage in the whoops went away. And then you said too, like as they got beat up. So yeah, it was funny. Like I guess they're getting cupped out, they're getting hammered, and any advantage you guys had went away, which that's a suck for you guys. And then when they got beat up, Eli figured them out. It was a yo-yo effect for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. And it was crazy how the track broke down, man. It was like hard on top, and then once you broke that surface, it was soft, but the parts of the track that didn't break the surface, I felt like unreal in. And then when we did get to that surface, like the whoops per se, I felt a little off.
So like for us idiots at home that are watching you and we see that you kill it the first 4 or 5 laps, right? Is it a matter of just finding little areas 8 inches, 10 inches over to find the non-cupped out areas? Is it as simple as that, or is it just like, all right, my setup is going away because they're getting cupped out?
I would honestly say it's kind of finding that line, finding that, like moving over and finding that line, because usually for me, I find a line and I try to stick to it unless somebody's in front of me. And like my bike setup was awesome during this weekend, and then so I don't think it's bike setup. I just think it's just, I don't know, experience with track breakdown and just finding that right line.
Because do you like running the sides? Because obviously that's a big reward and a huge loss if you screw up, because those are the smoothest areas. Are you that kind of guy, like find the edges? Or are you just guy like, okay, I was here for 5 laps, I need to move over a foot?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like riding the edge, especially in the whoops, because I'm not one that holds onto the clutch in the whoops.
Oh, so you're on a full bar. You're on full grip bar?
Yeah. So if anything goes wrong, I'm leaning back and I'm going wide open. So usually on the sides of the track, that doesn't really work out for me because I'll end up riding hay bales. So I'm usually trying to find a good line in the middle of the track.
Okay.
What was the staggered start like for you? I see they're using the 30 board now, which is kind of new. What's that like? Is it any different, or is it? I mean, yeah. What's it like?
Dude, it's crazy because I think I've only done like 2 in my pro career, and one was in, I think, Phoenix in 2019, and then this one this weekend. So it was a little weird, especially because the U-turn. I think that kind of threw me off a little bit because we didn't have whole shot devices in, and we had to do a U-turn on flat, and it was just
weird. It
was just a little weird. Yeah, and I ended up sliding a little bit, which made me go left, and then Jason kind of ran it down the inside. But it was a cool experience.
That's right, Jason. You guys came close there, right?
Yeah. It wasn't too close.
Yeah.
But it was like he saw the opportunity of me going left outside, and he was like, all right, I'm going for it.
Right. Yeah, he's not scared, so he's putting it in there. So through 4 rounds, like we said, like we think you're the fastest guy without a podium, but have you been happy with your results? Have you been okay with this, or has it been a source of frustration for you after the races a little bit?
No, yeah, I mean, it's been weird because I've been happy with my riding, but I haven't been happy with the results. Like, I've been okay with how I've came through the pack and stuff, who I've been battling with, and obviously I was happy with the start and a couple laps running up front with Kenny, and I can't remember who else was up there. But it was cool running up there with them at A2, and then obviously went down. But yeah, I haven't been really too happy with the results. This was kind of a sigh of relief for me, getting up there and riding like that for the whole race and not really dropping off. But yeah, I think for myself, I need to get these starts and I need to run up there with those guys. I told a couple people this weekend if I can keep doing that and keep pacing with these guys, and I think I can really get up on the podium and try to go for one of these wins.
On the starts, like when you say I need to get better starts, is it something that you're doing wrong, or is it just, there's 22 guys that are insanely good on starting, right? And like you could nail it and still come around ninth. Like that's what I don't understand. Like what is it that you can pinpoint it to?
I looked at some video of my starts and just tried to pick apart the pieces that weren't really good. And it was all on me, really. Like
Okay.
The bike's good, everything's good. My reaction time's good. It was just me having my elbows too far down and like tucked in almost. And I couldn't really control the bars after I let go of the clutch. So I was coming out and my bars would be turned to the left or to the right. And this weekend I kind of raised them about 4 or 5 inches, and that helped me keep the bar straight. And I think that ultimately helped with a lot of stuff.
Have you looked at Steve's starting procedure? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, stop it.
I did. I studied it pretty good, and that was one thing I really noticed that he did, and I tried to implement
Thank you.
it this weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Listen, I really who filmed that? Was that Darkside?
I don't fucking know, but it was bad.
Yeah, that gentleman needs to be banned from my life. I can't believe I went to a race for the first time in 7 years without practicing any starts. It was really a bad choice by
Aaron,
me.
his legs are so far out. They're not locked in at all. Like they're out. Like the guy, if there's guys next to him, he's basically on their foot pegs. That's how far out he is.
Can we talk about my starts this year? They were good.
They were better.
That could be an advantage, though.
Can we
That could
lock
be an
them in a little bit?
advantage,
Yeah.
Just lock in.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm not a pro, guys. Sorry. Aaron Plessinger brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for AP7, give us a call. Why don't you? And we'll see if we can get Aaron to answer the question. Aaron, contract here for you a little bit. You feeling that? I mean, look, you laugh. We make fun of your attitude. Not fun of. We like your attitude because you are a lighthearted guy.
Yeah.
And whenever we ask you questions, you laugh first. You have a great attitude about really everything, right? But it's a contract year. Like, is this something you think about a lot, or how's that like for a professional athlete?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely in the back of my mind, but I don't really see it as like added pressure. I know a lot of people think that it's like, oh, contract year, I have to do this, I have to do that. Really, it's like, to me, it's if I can keep riding like I did over the past weekend and keep battling with these top dudes, I think I could really re-sign with KTM, or somebody's going to notice me riding like I am and pick me up. But no, I really think if I just do that, I'll turn some heads and get a couple podiums, if not a win, and hopefully lock down another contract pretty soon.
It's interesting. You made a comment about you can't get a start and move up through these champions, and I was talking to an industry guy this week about Christian, and he's off to a bit of a slow start. And this person was like, "Yeah, but he just won the title." Like, and I'm like, "Yeah, but everyone has won titles
Exactly.
that he's racing. Like everyone in the class in the top 10 have titles. Like they're all bad dudes, So nothing against Christian, but yeah, like I
think that's what makes what Eli's doing is so special, because there's a lot of good dudes and he's consistently up there, right? So it's crazy to think about, like guys like Aaron, how fast he is, and sometimes it's a struggle going through the pack.
Yeah. AP, we had Alden on a few weeks ago, and he told us that, maybe it was just all trainer bullshit, but he was like, honestly, he said the attitude is fantastic. I mean, this is your second year there. He said the addition of Craig over there, and Mookie last year, and yourself, and Coop came back, but he said Coop's got a new attitude. He said it's been really good. He said everybody's been really, really good. Do you agree?
Yeah, man, it's been a fun group down there, with myself, Mookie, Christian, RJ, Coop. everybody down there. It's been really fun, really lighthearted. There hasn't been any really drama.
Right.
And it was a cool off season. It's been a cool season. And yeah, I mean, I go to the track every day, looking forward to ride with these guys and hanging out with these guys. So it's fun.
Who's the best cyclist?
Brownie.
Brownie.
I mean, if you're looking at it stats wise, I would say Brownie, but you know, I kind of have a bias towards myself. You know, you don't see the mullet flapping in the wind every day, and I'd like to give it to myself, honestly.
Okay, we can do that. Yeah, AP gives the title to himself. I was talking to Cochran after the Futures.
Yeah.
I don't know how old is that Cochran kid? Is he 16, 17? I don't even know.
Yeah, around there.
He, you know, obviously he's too young to remember Mike Brown, but he was just telling me, he's like, he's an animal.
Yeah.
He and I'm like, dude, yeah, you don't even know like when he raced. You know what I mean? Like you don't like. He was just saying
still races. We mean raced.
Well, but like when he was, you know, a top rider, like
right.
Like this kid was just in awe of Brownie's everyday animalistic training and work ethic.
Yep.
You know, so.
Yeah, Mike Brown. I mean, he still is he's a legend, but he still is an animal. I mean, my dude, when he gets out in the front and in the cycles, we go at least 27, 28 miles an hour, and he's looking back like, what are you guys doing? You guys tired?
Yeah. Do you? I mean, I know he does the 250 side, so. Do you talk much to Mike Brown? Do you like either bench race about old races, or do you ask him questions, or like do you pick his brain, or is it more like he's on the 250 side, we cycle with him, but we don't have conversations?
No, I try to talk to Brownie a little bit, but ultimately he's more spending time over there on the 250 side. It's hard to really get to like pick his brain. He comes over a couple times, but I haven't really had time to really pick his brain about any of the old races.
Okay, all right, yeah. I didn't know if you do you have any Mike.
I would love to though,
dude. He's got a lot, and ones that he really can't tell publicly, like some pretty gnarly shit like went down with Brownie a few times out there.
I asked Coop this, and I want to ask Aaron this.
All right.
So when I interviewed Coop about his bike, and we talked about his bike and bullshitted, I asked him, I go, is there one thing on your bike that you think is cool, or that you like to look at, or, you know, every time you come out and, you know, see your practice mechanic look, you know, shining up your bike? He's like, honestly, I don't give a shit about anything on my bike. I just want my bike to work good. And I'm like, okay. So is there, are you like Coop, or do you actually look at your bike and like, dude, that looks sick?
I mean, I think my bike, I think everything about my bike looks sick. I do like looking at my bike, and honestly, I'm bad with numbers. I'm bad with anything on my bike. Like when it comes to what's on my bike, what I'm running, I really couldn't tell you anything.
Okay.
And but the way we set my bike up, how I look down at my bars, and there's a little space in between, like the front number plate and the triple clamps that I can see.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, but it just looks so sick to me. Like my bars are back a little bit. I don't know. It looks sick.
I appreciate that shit. That stuff's awesome because, like, you know how you sit on a bike, you just have that cozy feel, and it kind of looks like, oh, this is home. This is like where I belong, you know?
Yeah, and I found that this off season, and I was pretty stoked on it.
We have some phone calls for you, AP, but that brings me to one of my questions. You've come on this show and you admitted that you were not a good test rider last year, and I've heard from people who've worked with you. Yep, AP doesn't know what's going on with his bike that much, and you know the feel, but as far as what you need to do or what's going on, are you any better? Do you feel like you're getting the hang of it a little bit? Like, is it coming together for you?
I feel like I do. Like I feel like I'm getting better. Like I said, I'm not good with numbers. I'm not good with like, hey, do this on the low speed, do this on the high speed, do this on the shock and the forks, and it'll be good. I'm just like, hey, can we lower the rear and lift the front a little bit? I want this thing like a freaking chopper. But I feel like I am getting better with testing a little bit.
Okay, all right. I don't blame the star guys, but a lot of guys that come from star, they just get setups thrown at them without a lot of info, I think. And I think it's a star thing with like, this is the package, try this, but they're not telling the guys what they're doing.
You got to think about it too. Like the star program, they don't have a lot of seniority riders. Like Tomac is the guy, right?
Yeah.
Cooper's new to this 450, so they don't have a lot of guys that know how to.
Yeah, I guess I exclude Eli. I mean the star 250 team,
right?
Those guys that came up through the ranks. Like I think the star guys are like, here's a package and here's a package and pick and then.
But there's more guys like Aaron than there is like someone that like a Nick Way, right? Like you, in order to be really good, Phil says it the best. You got to be kind of stupid, like to go fast.
Yeah, I could definitely
because
see that.
the less fucks you give, the better you'll be.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that is a true thing.
Right. Yeah. Stop thinking about your bike out there and just pin it.
Exactly.
Right. No, that is true. All right, we got some questions for you, AP PulpMX Show. Aaron Plessinger brought to you by Renthal. First up, it's Tim. Tim, what's going on? What's your question for Aaron Plessinger?
What's up, guys? Plessinger, dude, we were in Houston, and you were killing it before the restart. But I had a serious question. What was up with Barsha looking like Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber coming into the Houston Stadium this weekend?
Oh, man, I think I think he was just trying to pull off the cowboy look, and I give it to him, man. He had the Texas flag shirt on, and he had the cowboy hat, but I told him the pants need to be over the boots. That was one thing that I think made you think he looked like Jim Carrey. The pants inside the boots just doesn't work. But no, I give it to him. He definitely went to the stores and got the right look on.
So you weren't upset about him stealing your thunder?
No,
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hard to steal this thunder, man.
Okay, all right, fair.
Have you noticed since you changed, like, because you weren't always deep country like you are now? I feel like it's been deep the last couple 2-3 years, right? And have you seen like the change in your fan base since you've done this?
A little bit. I've noticed a lot more cowboy hats around the paddock. But as far as like fan base, I feel like I've always had that, redneck side of the fans that I love and that I'm kind of in with. I think. But I mean, I think they're just coming out of the woodwork.
GNCC fans, love them. Oh, that's his group.
Yeah,
that's his group. I'm surprised we
you
don't
see
have
like you're
good old boys.
Deep in the forest, you see some smoldering smoke, and you see some fucking dudes come out of a tent. Those are AP
Those
fans.
are AP guys. Yep. That's his crowd. We got Brandon's on 3. Brandon, what's going on? What's your question for Aaron Plessinger?
Hey, AP. I had a question around altitude. Tomac lives at altitude, cycling. Background with his dad. Alden has a background in cycling. Why aren't more pros living at altitude? Because the benefits in any sport, including yours, seem like they'd be pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, they got to move to Colorado Springs like the Olympians, right? Like, I don't think people want to do that, huh, AP?
Yeah.
Well, you got altitude tents.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do the altitude tents, but I like Steve said, I think a lot of people don't really want to live out that way and just be in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why a lot more people don't. I mean, they're definitely expensive. The altitude tents are, but
for sure.
I don't know. I've tried the altitude stuff and it really it's kind of a little bit of an edge, but I don't know. I'm drawing a blank, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you live there like the Olympians do, or like Eli and John, they grew up there. I mean, it definitely helps. There's no doubt. It's science, right? But
the bad news with elevation is cold, right? And you can't ride year round.
Yeah, but all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Brandon. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, I see riders with those
people won't talk about it, dude. That's going around.
They won't talk about it?
No. Like the competition is not going to say, "Here's what I'm doing. I'm in an altitude tent, fucking, or in the night." You know, they're doing that.
Are they doing it with their
Yeah,
chicks?
yeah.
Like they have chicks and they're still
No,
in
they
this tent?
crawl in there by themselves with
Yeah,
whatever
that's what
they
I
got.
mean. So they have chicks, but they're in this tent by
Yeah,
themselves?
dude. Riders are selfish. You don't know this already?
I do know that, but Jesus, if you're married and you're going to like, hey, honey, I'm crawling into an altitude tent.
Sorry, honey, I got to make money. I'm crawling in my tent. I'm going to do the one-handed jack tonight. Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah.
I know Barsha used to have one over his whole bed.
Yep,
I'm
they have
pretty
those.
Sure.
Oh, it covers the whole bed.
Chick's getting in shape too. Sorry, honey, you're getting in shape too.
I could be giving away secrets here, but I know that he used to have one.
Yeah, he's right, because when Ricky Brayback used to go to Dakar,
Yeah.
before he went to Dakar, he would sleep, and it would go over his bed.
Oh, okay.
So that is available.
Yeah, so they make them.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I just knew the little solo ones or whatever.
Right.
And then, like, for injury stuff, they help too, right? You know,
Yeah,
when
everything.
when you have an injury, you crawl into
More
one
red
and
blood
do all
cells.
that. Right. I don't know, man.
I think you should get in there.
You think I should get in there?
Yeah, get
would
a
it
tent.
help my e-biking?
Yeah, just get a tent. And
It definitely could help. The
yeah,
e-biking.
so when you take these dudes Monday, you know, pre-show,
Yeah.
just hammer down.
I like that.
Well, dude, I got a question for you guys.
Yep.
Well, it's not really a question. It's a did you see? And did you see A-Ray this weekend?
Dude.
Who didn't, dude?
Dude.
Oh, I was screaming.
Dude,
at
we
my
were
truck.
we were dying in the press box, dying. AP, we're just like, I don't know where to begin. First of all, poor Freddie, because Chiz just obliterates him. But now AP,
both of them, both of them, because Chiz, I think if he would have had electric start, I think he could have got in.
no, I tweeted, Chiz fucks Freddie. Chiz got fucked. Freddie got fucked by Chiz.
Fuck Freddie. Soundbite.
Chiz, Freddie got fucked by Chiz. Chiz got fucked by his Kickstarter.
Right.
A-Ray gets fucked by himself.
So this is what I want to know, AP.
By Freddie's handguard.
But now, AP, did you know? So a little twist to this story, though. A-Ray was getting docked 2 spots for pinning it on the concrete.
I figured that.
Yeah.
I saw that and I figured it, but
So when guys like the factory guys like AP, they see this shit go down, right? They see the LCQ. They see A-Ray going ape shit. Do you sit back and go, yeah, I get it? Or do you go, what in the holy hell of mother of God is going on out there?
Well, sometimes, right? Sometimes I am like, okay, like that happened, whatever. It's LCQ. And then this weekend, I was like, oh my God, hit the brakes, go around him.
Dude.
Hey, Bales, no.
It's just he was. I talked to somebody who was at the Yamaha track, and Tomac was behind him doing motos.
Oh, boy.
behind
That's
A-Ray.
dangerous for Tomac.
A-Ray asked, or Tomac said, "Hey, let's jump in, do motos." So A-Ray was all excited.
Yeah.
And he just wads up in front of Tomac. AP. Eli must have been like, "What am I doing with this guy out here?" Because he just pinned it, right, and just so. God, we love A-Ray. He
yeah, I love A-Ray. I love him like a brother.
I don't know what he was thinking there, though.
I have his back, AP, Steve. Like, that was kind of a weird situation. He has some guy in his ass. He's going around the side. He didn't expect him to pick up the bike, and just it clipped him. Like, it so happened so fast.
Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely easier, like, looking down on it. But man, I was like, get in there, because I'm cheering for A-Ray every weekend. I'm cheering.
Right.
I'm right there with him, and man, that was tough to watch.
Yeah, you say that now. He's not in A practice yet. Wait till he's in A practice.
I was telling him to get behind me.
So that's why AP, and I'm sure you have ridden some LCQs, just get the hell out of there, dude. Like, just sprint away from these dudes, because do not get involved with these animals. This is what happens.
It's almost better to get a good start in the LCQ than it is to get a good start in the main.
Yeah.
It's almost like
I would say
prisoners getting rec time. Like, these prisoners are just trapped for 4 days, right? And they get out for rec time for 15 minutes, and they're going ape shit.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And that's why I've been saying, like, put the LCQs in the Triple Crowns to start the night. Start the night off with, like, ladies and gentlemen, 4.
Are you ready?
Are you ready for 4 of these guys only? There's 22 guys on the line. 4 are getting in, and drop the flag. Yes.
So I'd like some Limp Biscuit before the fucking LCQ.
So do you know, AP, for PulpMX Fantasy, we have, if you pick A-Ray as your guy, a warning pops up. It's the only rider we have.
No.
Yes, the only rider in the whole listing we have. If you select A-Ray, a pop-up comes up and says, are you sure that you want A-Ray? Because he does tend to get sketchy. And you have to double-click that and be like, yes, I'm sure. Because we don't want you to not realize what you're getting into when you get A-Ray. So
I think it's also awesome. Antonovich took a shot of A-Ray's patch that he left on the concrete when he went down the concrete.
Yeah.
And it's a rubber mark all the way down, like he's on it.
Yeah, I know. He was getting docked 2 spots. Before we let you go, AP, we got a question asking if a fan can get the Red Bull KTM cowboy hats, and I'm guessing they cannot, right?
Ooh, yeah, dude. Well, I had 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 of them, and I don't know if somebody snuck in there and stole one of mine, but there's only one now. There's only one in existence now with the stitched-on Red Bull KTM. I got a couple here with the Red Bull stitching, but unfortunately, until more come around, I got a deal coming that I'm gonna present at Dallas, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty exclusive, and
AP cowboy hats.
Deal that maybe get us some cowboy hats coming out.
All right,
so stay tuned, and I'm gonna plug right now. DBK just restocked all of their Stash Mullet Moto tees and all of my clothing. So head on over and get you some before it's sold out. It sold out pretty quick last time, and that was my plug.
Can older guys wear DBK? Is that allowed? Like we're 45. Is that cool?
Kenny Taco Bell does.
Well, hell yeah.
Okay, I didn't know.
It makes you that much. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would go as far as the regular DBK merch, but my merch for sure.
Okay.
I would definitely.
I was thinking about DBV, Dirtbag Vets.
My idol is Kenny Taco Bell, and he runs DBK.
Yeah, who cares then?
So I feel like if Kenny Taco Bell can do it, why can't I?
A compliment before AP gets off the phone.
Okay.
I'm going to try to give a compliment to each guest tonight.
Okay.
And AP's riding. He's a tall sumbitch, right?
Mm-hmm, yep.
People don't understand how hard it is to get off of your seat to soak up either a rhythm, the first part of the rhythm, or a triple, or whatever you're trying to get up out of the seat as you accelerate out of the berm. I watched AP a lot over the weekend. He stands up before the face of the jump. He's not seat bouncing A-Ray style. He's not coming out of the bowl seat bouncing, right? He gets off of his ass and stands up, which is extremely difficult because you're a tall dude. So that's a lot of push to get up. So kudos to AP for doing that, man. That is
how
impressive.
you go fast, right?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And one thing comes to mind when I hear that is that double before the finish line this weekend.
Yes.
Was kicking my ass because I had to do that.
And it's tough because you have G-forces, right? Like holding you down on the seat.
Yep.
Yeah. It was definitely not easy to do that every lap.
No, I bet. Thanks for calling in, Aaron. Good job. Congrats on the title of a fastest rider without a podium this year. Maybe that streak will end this Saturday in Tampa. So
yeah, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best to end that streak as soon as possible. But I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. It's always a great time to get on here and bullshit. And we'll see you guys Saturday.
Sounds good. Thanks, AP. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That's Aaron Plessinger, Red Bull KTM, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. And this next gentleman knows a thing or two about that LCQ2. He called the action from the booth. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Wiseco's been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. Performance partner of Factory Honda HRC. Both the 250 and 450 programs have Wiseco as well. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, you name it. Let's welcome in Ricky Carmichael. What's up, RC? How are you, man?
I'm great. Just that was a good little segment there with AP, and glad to be invited on. Hopefully everybody's having a awesome Monday, and I'm glad I'm on. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, Kris, Ricky, you guys
Yeah.
know each other. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah,
That's right.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, good. Hey, so that LCQ RC, like, I don't even know where to start, but like when you call these things, are you just rubbing your hands together? Because they're 8 out of 10 times they are so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's like when I watch an LCQ, like that's what I'm wanting. Like the worst thing for me in the booth is like if the LCQ lays an egg.
Yeah.
So I mean, I love the chaos. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. It's hard to call races like that actually, because to your point, you're so entrenched in watching. Like as a fan, you're like, what's going to happen, and it's so unpredictable. Like when you're watching a main or you're watching a pass for the top 5, you can really predict and see what those guys are doing. You can see the pass coming. Those last chance qualifiers, I mean, you just know, like in that situation when they're nose to tail, it's going to get your popcorn ready.
Yeah.
And a lot of fun. And you know what? Hey, I even said on the broadcast when it's the last corner, last lap for transfer position, all bets are off.
Even mild-mannered Chiz, who he's 80 years old,
Right.
and he just cleans Freddie out.
Just loses it.
Just loses it. So I'm here for that. Yeah, I'm here for all of that.
I mean, dude, you think about it. I mean, financially, just pride, and I just go back to so that happened. You're like, oh man, okay, well now this guy's in the catbird, and then A-Ray comes around and. Doesn't think about Noren's handlebar there, and he goes off, and it was crazy.
It's great. Yeah, poor A-Ray too. Just poor A-Ray.
You know what I feel bad for A-Ray is clearly he's riding better. Like when I watch him, he looks like he has better control on the bike, and but he's still in the wrong place at the wrong time all the time. And I feel bad for him because I do feel like he's taking it more serious this year, and the results aren't matching that effort.
No, I agree for sure. Ricky Carmichael on the show, 702-586-PULP if you want to give us a call and talk to RC. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. So we spent the first 10 minutes of the show, Ricky, and you've been in this position, I imagine, and I probably should have prepped you, but maybe you can think of one off the top of your head, or you can think of an instance like this. Like we spent the first 10 minutes just praising Eli Tomac. I mean, he got smoked in that heat, and Sexton was fastest all day, and he blows his doors off in the heat, and then he comes back and wins the main. Like, this is the stuff, and I saw this with Chad a lot, like in the test track, where he was off all day or off of the test track, and guys like you and guys like Chad and guys like Eli.
Not very many of them.
No, Coop.
Right.
When the pressure's on and you got to make it happen. He didn't make any bike changes really. It's just so impressive. It's just so impressive because it's such a mental game.
Exactly. You are absolutely spot on. Chad Reed, in my opinion, was one of the best guys to do that. And the reason that I say that is because he was in a spot so many times, whether it was with me or whether it was against James Stewart, where I swear, used to talk himself into winning. And he just had this mental fortitude or mental ability to overcome not being the fastest. And James and I were talking about it one time. It's like whenever we thought we had him covered, that was the worst thought that we could ever have, because the dude would be right up our ass and beat us in the main event. And that's where I was trying to explain on the broadcast over the weekend. It's like, hey, I'll be straight up. I'm like, there's no shot that anyone is beating Sexton tonight. He has over a second time gap. He absolutely decimated Eli in that heat race. And to overcome that, to your point, Steve, it is so hard to do that mentally, and damn if he didn't. I mean, I'm just like, okay, I'm waiting, and dude, Sexton couldn't answer it, and Eli did, and that was a huge battle of the minds. And even Eli said it on his post-race interview on the podium. And yes, so to your point, it's really, really hard to do that, and I hope that everyone can appreciate just how hard it is to do that. I've been on the opposite end. I mean, Reed used to get me all the time, especially, you go back to 03. It just, I couldn't overcome him just taking it to me. Like if he whipped me in the heat race, it was I would certainly try to beat him, but they're in the back of my mind, and it's like it's going to take some luck. And I don't think that was the case in the main event this weekend.
Well, I was going to ask you if you have any specific examples. I mean, look, you won a lot. So do you have any examples of getting beat in practice or whatever? I guess you were sick a few times and you still won. I remember one of those.
Yeah. Well, when I was sick, like especially in 07, towards the end and outdoors, but I just go back to 03. Those are the ones where, I mean, I got beat consistently. I wasn't even close. And honestly, I just knew that it was, unless something happened to Chad or if the whoops were small, I knew that it was going to be really, really hard for me to win. I never gave up, but I knew I was going to have some help. I knew I was going to need some help. So, yeah, I mean, all those instances, Steve, like all those weekends, the latter half of the 03 season, my back was against the wall, but I knew I couldn't give up. And but I just was never ever able to overtake him. I just couldn't. He had me completely covered, and I mean that ride was. I mean, to turn that around. I mean, I don't think words can justify just how impressive that was. I mean, you guys, Kris, Steve, you know how impressive that is just because you guys have been in situations and you've ridden at a high level, been around people that ride at a high level, and how hard it is to do that. And I'm sitting here trying to parallel what that would be like, and something that people who watch Supercross that don't ride at that level, a certain sport that everyone can basically do, and it's just I can't think of a parallel.
So, like with that, RC, do you think this is something mentally that you have when you're born? Is this something that normal people, like guys listening to the show, can learn? How does that go about?
Great. Absolutely. This is a great question. I think there are things that you just can't teach. I really, truly believe that. Yeah. And when I say that, without naming names, I like guys that I've worked with or guys that my mentors have worked with, and I'm like, man, didn't you tell this guy like the same shit you used to tell me? Right. And like, dude, yeah, like it's the same playbook. And yeah, some things you can't teach, and that's really, really, really hard. It's a tough pill to swallow, because you're giving these riders all the insight that used to work for you and that has worked for others. And Kris, to your point, there's just things you can't teach. And what Eli Tomac did, and he has that special something. There's other. I mean, I think Chase Sexton is special. Cooper Webb is special in instances like that. They just, especially Cooper and Eli, in the current day, they have shown what they can do when their back is against the wall, and that stuff. Yeah, to your point, you just can't. I'm sure you can teach it to some aspect, but it's really, really hard.
It's funny because you say that, and I believe that. I feel like I never had that, right? Like I only went to a certain level, and that's what it got me. I didn't have the mental capacity of you, Chad, James, or the ability. But for me, on the mental side of things, I think, as we all know as racers, that is a huge part of the whole puzzle. Is having the mental capacity and strength to not only tell yourself, "Hey, I'm going to smoke this dude," but to actually be able to act upon it. And when I look back at myself at a young age, how I was raised and just things that, I was brought up, I just wasn't raised that way. I was raised different, so I'm wired different. I think that has a lot to do with what we see now.
100%. And another thing too, you touched on this a little bit, is we've all been around guys that they say, man, I know I can beat this guy. I know I can beat this guy. Like they're almost talking themselves into beating the guy. Right. And I almost feel like that's worse. Because if you can't beat that person that you're sitting here telling me, yeah, I'm better than this guy, I can beat him, and I'm in the background thinking like, man, you might be able to beat this guy, but he's going to have to get like a 18th place start, and he's going to have to get jammed up with some other guys, and you're going to have to get the whole shot and put in some 5 good sprint laps. But there are guys that try to talk themselves into winning, every single weekend, almost as they're discrediting their competition.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fine line. I appreciate those guys, those riders trying to believe in themselves. I certainly do. But at what point do you have to be real? And I'm not trying to be negative. Like, I have conversations with people. It's like, here is my motto. I expect the worst and hope for the best. And some people say, "Oh, you're just negative." I'm like, "No, I want the best outcome."
Right.
But I'm building myself. I'm preparing for the worst. That way, if it happens, then I'm not completely gutted, and I can get on with it after I get beat or whatever it might be. It can be real life situations.
Talking about, I think I could beat that guy. I remember one time we were watching video of Stu in the Yamaha truck, and Timmy, all three guys are in there, and Timmy's like, "Man, we just got to hope he crashes."
Straight up.
That's awesome.
It was so funny.
Yeah.
Like Chad probably was like, I can beat him. And
right.
Jimmy's like, we just got to hope he crashes, man. He looks pretty crazy. He looks pretty loose out there.
Dude, hey, I was the same as Red in that situation. Like, I knew, I'm like, well, I know I can't beat the dude. Like, he's got to get a bad start, and I have to get the whole shot, and he's got to get hung up behind the guys. I need at least 5 laps of shitty riding from him, or some dude's jamming him up. Otherwise, I'm screwed. And if I would have said, "Oh, dude, I can beat that guy," I'm almost faking myself, right? Because I know, there's just no shot. If he gets second on the start behind me, dude, he's gonna be all up my business and just giving it to me, right? I can't. If I go faster, he's just gonna go faster. He's just that good, and I'm just like, well, I'm gonna have to win on a technicality here.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Wiseco Pistons bringing you Ricky Carmichael here. Check them out, Racer Elite line of pistons and rods. Visit your local online dealer, or motorsport.com or wiseco.com to find products for your machine. 702. The lines are full, but
shocking.
702-586-PULP. If you want to talk to Ricky Carmichael, we'll get you on in a second here. RC also, Hayden Deegan. Like, I'm not comparing him to.
Oh boy!
No. Listen, I saw the number 70 Pro Circuit 125 guy come up. Right, his first year of Supercross. I was there, and I'm not saying he's you. That's a long way to go, but honestly, he reminds me of you in that he was really fast in practice, 7th quickest. I thought by the eye test, I could have sworn he would have been better than 7th quickest, by the way.
Yes.
But he's loose. Loose. Feet are off. He's railing the turns. He's landing on the back of guys almost. He held it together in the main event, and full props to him. That 4th is awesome. Honestly, I thought, this dude is fast and loose.
Yes. So here's my analysis on Hayden. Okay, let's first go now. Think about the futures race at Anaheim. Okay, and just try to get a visual. Everyone listening right now, just think of where he was. I know he fell down, but just think about his lap times and riding and what he looked like. Now, fast forward and let's think about how he was riding at Houston. Okay, and just how much more comfortable he looked. And the reason that I think that is because he thought about what he did wrong. He had that feeling. He knew what to expect, leaving one race, going to the next. And that learning curve was really steep, right? He probably only rode 2 or 3 days last week, I'm guessing. 3 max, 2 probably on an average. Think about the adjustment that he made and how much better of a rider that he was from 1 week to the next, just being able to make that adjustment. He was loose, for sure. There were moments, I will also say, like going through the whoops, he really kept his composure. Of course, he had some moments. All of those guys did. But he was willing to take the risks. They were calculated risks. And, dude, he was there at the right time, and it was impressive. He came from behind to get to where he was. Yes, he got a couple breaks. When you really dig into it and you look at, okay, well, how did he get the place that he got? Well, a couple guys fell, but I thought I was really, really impressed. He stepped up when he needed to, and it's pretty impressive. Really, really cool to see that. And, people can throw shade and whatever, but when guys like that, when kids like that are able to handle the pressure and rise to the occasion, you've got to give them respect. Don't have to like them, but you got to respect them.
Turning down every jump too. I was bugging him in the post race. He's just turn down.
Hey, you know what was crazy too, or not crazy, but was impressive, is just how he never gassed out. Gassed out, but he was able to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to maintain. He was vulnerable. I thought, it's getting towards the end, like the last 5 laps. To be expected, his age, he's young, very young, and I'm like, oh man, he's gonna gas out, and and those are the real touchy moments when you're a rookie, and you guys know this because you've been around forever. Is you're trying to ride the same speed, you're either pumped up or you're fatigued.
Mm-hmm.
The track is getting gnarlier, and that's when stuff goes wrong. And by goodness, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
You cannot like the vlogs, and you can't, you can. Yeah. And I've told Brian this. Brian called me one time because I said on the show, like, I would never do that to my family, just my personal choice and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we discussed that like adults did and whatever. And you can not like all that, but the kid is doing the work because you don't do what he did without doing motos and putting in time. And so that's not fake.
And Brian's not built that way anyway.
No. So, you don't fake that. I
was watching practice. I don't know if you guys saw it, and you were there, RC. He scrubbed the triple and then came around this bowl turn. And it was, of course, you got good dirt in Houston, but he bar dragged the bowl, insane corner speed. Like, I stopped and I go, holy shit, that was impressive.
It's unbelievable just how well he does. How I saw that particular lap in that corner that you're talking about, and I'm like, oh my goodness, but that's the young generation. I mean, you see Chase Sexton does it. Out of all the 450 guys, I feel like he's one of the guys. Ferrandis is really good at it too. They just rail those ruts really, really fast, and then you saw what Hayden was able to do that lap, that practice. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But that's the future of the sport. I mean, it really is. I think moving forward, and I don't want to jump ahead of what you guys had to go, but I think the biggest thing that going into Tampa is, like, if you're Hayden, assuming guys don't have the issues that they had this weekend, I would hate for him not to get, like, say he gets 7th, to not get discouraged. Still look at the big picture and realize what he's learning and keep progressing. That's where I feel like guys that make it in the long run. And when I say make it, like multiple championships at the elite level, the guys that are able to manage mentally those bad finishes and look deep into the reason why, okay, this weekend I got 5th. Or why did I get 5th? Well, this guy didn't fall, this guy didn't fall, this guy didn't fall. Because really, he wasn't going to catch Wil, right? And then I think there's one other guy that maybe he was behind. So that would have put him in 6th. So, and I think Brian is super smart, and he looks at stuff like that, and that's kind of how I look at it, just because of my position in the booth. It's like, okay, this guy got this, and how did he do it? Was it straight up? Did he get a gift? What happened? Blah, blah, blah. I'm kind of hardcore when it goes to stuff like that, and so that's the biggest thing. He can't get discouraged if he doesn't get better than 4th next weekend.
To piggyback off Steve's question, is there one guy that you can look at nowadays that reminds you of yourself?
I think that from a mental standpoint, I think Cooper Webb is that guy. I feel like riding style after this weekend, I feel that Hayden was very similar, willing to risk it, willing to get a little sideways. That was really, really cool to see. Before this generation, Kris, I think that I saw a lot of Villapoto in myself. We kind of had the same stature. He was probably a bit smoother than I was, but still willing to do whatever he had to do to get the job done. And when I say willing to do whatever he needed to do, I'm not saying go out there and put yourself at risk, but take a calculated risk And so yeah, Villapoto. I think Hayden is that guy. And but mad props also to the other rookies. I mean, Hymas did great. I really did.
Yep.
I didn't expect him to fall back as far as he did.
Right.
But everyone needs to keep their eye on him, and I think Tallon will continue to get better. Hawkins will get better. Some guys just take a little bit longer to get going and figure it out. And the cool thing is we get to watch them and see the progression. So.
All right, let's take some phone calls, shall we? From some listeners of ours. First up, it's Mason on 3. Mason, go ahead. What's your question for RC?
Oh man, I could ask you a million questions, man. I'll give you a choice. You want to talk about J-Mart, Tomac, or satellite teams?
Nah, you pick. It's your barbecue, man. You go.
All right, Mason, you pick.
Go for it.
All right. Originally I was going to talk about satellite teams. You ran a team, and Star, I think originally was a satellite team, and then they got the factory effort from Yamaha. The way that a lot of these other teams are trending up that are satellite teams, is it possible we get like an era where the freedom of having a satellite team is actually an advantage over what some of the other, like a team like Factory Honda is right now?
Yeah, Mason, great question, and I would love to hear Kris and Steve's thoughts on this. I feel in this day and age, with how well that the OE bikes, the bikes are just stock, that certainly helps teams, B teams and C teams, and I feel like there's less influence from the Japanese than there once was. I feel like there's really good aftermarket companies, from suspension to engine. So to your point, I feel like we are at a time, yes, where it's not that bad to be a satellite team. I really truly believe that. I mean, when we had RCH, there were times, we were doing most of our own development. And I feel as though this is if you have a manufacturer that is pushing the envelope and you have a lot of support, I feel like that's an added bonus for sure. But the nice thing about the satellite teams is when you're not governed by the factory, you can go out and try the best things. And there are good aftermarket products out there. So that's the beauty of it. It's just finding that right balance, in my opinion. Kris and Steve, what do you think?
Well, there's no doubt that Star got better with less factory Yamaha interference, right? Mm-hmm. One of the reasons was they were letting John and Eli and Gilmore try anything they wanted, right? So I think that's a good point. But I also think I also lean so what you need to do is, maybe, I don't know, RC, if you guys had this at RCH, but to me, and I've seen it being on a couple factory teams, there's nothing more valuable than calling the guy in Austria or Japan who designed the frames and finding out stress points and weak points and thickness and knowing what to do. And if you're a satellite team, you can't necessarily do that. But if you're a factory team, you can. But maybe RCH, maybe you guys had a good enough relationship with Suzuki where you could do that, right?
Yeah, we did. I think, obviously we were plugged in, you know what I mean? But we had freedom to do what we wanted and try things that we wanted, per Japan's approval. So yes. And then obviously I think, my relationship with Suzuki and my past with Suzuki, I was able to call the decision makers and ask for requests and when we needed to get stuff done. So that's a great point. I didn't really think about that.
Also remember when, sorry Kris, but Kenny, so Kenny went from Showa to KYB at RCH and the factory team would not have been able to do that because the Suzuki cell came stock with Showas. Yep. And to me, it's ridiculous. But there's an example of an RCA satellite team being like, you know what? Our rider wants to try KYBs. Let's do it. So there's the benefit of a satellite team. And a factory team is not letting you do that for the most part.
For me, I haven't been a part of a lot of race teams, right? But I work with a lot with the production side of things since I was in the early 2000s. And for me, I'm a firm believer you're only as good as the people that surround you, right? So some of the best ideas and parts that arrive on these bikes are from people within the team that you're in. It doesn't necessarily have to come from the Japanese or the factory or Austrian or whatever team you're on or the factory. I think some of these teams have great people around them, and you need to have guys that are very smart, but also the ego has to be really down, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why RCH worked really good, because you have RC, which has been at a high level, is a very smart IQ with dirt bikes, but also his ego is not going to bite him in the ass when he's within the team. If someone has a better idea or if it works, he's not going to sit there and say, no, I don't want that. We're going to go my way. So I think that has a lot to do with having successes within satellite teams, is the people within those teams. Star is a great example of this. They were being successful before they got the factory effort, and that is because of the people around them.
Yep.
That's a really great point. You are only as good as the people that you have surrounding you. And it's funny. It's like, I mean, you talk about kids. I mean, Keefer, myself, like I tell my kids, listen, if you want to be winners, hang out with winners, because your chances of being successful are probably going to be a lot greater than if you're not hanging out with people that are successful. And the same with the race team. Same with any kind of sports team, anything in life. If you have a business, like I got a great friend that owns a plumbing company here in town, and I'm like, did you send me the A crew today, or did you send me the B crew today? I mean, his company is riding on his employees, and it's the same as Kris. To your point, it's the same as the manufacturers. It's the same as whether you're Pro Circuit, whether you're FMF, whether you're Star Yamaha. It doesn't matter. You are only as good as the people that you have, and absolutely, you talk about ego. You can't always think that your way is the right way. What I think is that he's like, hey, this worked for me when I had the feeling that you're feeling. You can try it. Might not work for you, but it worked for me. Just give it a whirl. Yeah. And if it doesn't work, dude, you ain't hurt me. You're the dude riding the damn thing. If it didn't work, I'm just trying to help you get the feel that you want to get. If you need to, if you need to widen the fork lugs, if you need to thin the fork lugs out or whatever, like do it. Go for it. So,
Mason, good question. Do you have a bike, Mason? Do you
got a bike?
Got a bike, Mason?
Unfortunately not.
All
Sorry,
right.
was.
No
I
problem.
wish.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mason.
Tyler's got a question that I was going to ask you, Ricky, so let's just let him ask it. Tyler, go ahead and ask Ricky your question.
Hey, Ricky. We've been going to Daytona for, a while now, and we got the track maps, I think this past week. And it looks very similar to last year's setup, and I was just wondering if that's a picture or
Okay,
what?
great question, and I knew that I was going to have to answer some critics and face the music at some point. But so as we were throwing down the layout, we had a couple different sketches, and just so everyone knows, and I know like you're going to have some people that are going to say, that's BS, but I've always wanted to, and I tried to get Feld to do this when we were doing the residencies. I'm like, dude, run the same track 2 times in a row, and let's see which riders and which teams can make the adjustments. Like let's see the improvement. So anyhow, as we're throwing the layouts down, I'm like, man, this is okay and this is okay. But in the back of my mind, I've always wanted to run the same design. Just especially if you stumbled across one that worked really well. And obviously last year, it was incredible. Yeah, the split lane right before the finish line, which I'm like, I've always wanted to do that, because my dream when I was making a track, and this was like 10, 12 years ago, I'm like, man, could you imagine if it came down to like the last corner or the last lap, and there was a split lane, and the suspense and watching this, whether you're live or on TV, it would be so cool to see that. And so we just couldn't figure out something or a layout that was going to be as good as what we had, what we saw last year. So I'm just like, at the end, I'm like, man, I wasn't feeling it. I had all kinds of sketches and laid out, and I couldn't get there. And I knew media-wise I was going to get beat up if it was very similar to last year, but I was willing to take the risk of like, I just want it to race good and it be safe and it put on a good show and the riders be amped on it. And so that I'll take the responsibility for the decision that we came to, and I think it's going to be a damn good track. I think people are going to be amped on the racing just like they were last year. You can't deny the racing and how good it was, and hopefully it'll be the same this year.
There you go, Tyler.
Great question.
Yeah.
How's that?
I never thought about that, but thank you. I mean, I hope we get to see Tomac and Coop and all the guys. It was great last year.
You're also limited,
Right?
You're also limited, Ricky, right? From the certain distance from the corrals, and you got sprinkler heads. You got a limited patch of grass from what you used to have. Like, there's a lot of things that you have to adapt to.
And you're exactly right, Steve. Thanks for mentioning that. And I just didn't want to, really get into the weeds with that. But then also, if you're going to if they're running the flat track before, sometimes they like to lay the hard base down before they put the Supercross track on top of the flat track, which you want to have least amount of track on the flat track as you do possible, because it just gets so hard and crusty there. So there's a lot of things you can't go. There's certain widths that you have to abide by as far as getting on pit road. And obviously the tri-oval, you can't get too close from a safety perspective, which that's first and foremost what we're worried about. And hey, listen, if there's any track design that you wanted to be this very similar to the year previous, it'd be this year, because last year was awesome. And you think of all other forms of racing, whether it's MotoGP, whether it's motocross or MXGPs, a lot of the tracks are the same.
Yeah.
So it's just funny to watch the reaction. I'm like, well, wait a minute. What about F1? They go to the same tracks all the time. Only thing they got to worry about is the weather, right? So it's going to be good.
Thanks, Tyler. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Before we let you go, Ricky, we'll bring in our next guest here. Someone you're familiar with, Fly Racing Zone, Jason Thomas, new to the TV booth this year.
Yes.
So,
yes. Doing a great job, by the way.
Good.
Yeah, he is.
There you go, JT. Doing a great job.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm working on it, man. This weekend, it's weird to say it's the first time I enjoyed it, because that's not really fair. But I think I allowed myself to actually have fun and relax and not be so stressed out and nervous. So I enjoyed it more this weekend. How about that?
RC,
you did a great job.
RC, do you have to, so whether it's Daniel, whether it's Lee, last question for you. Daniel, Lee, Will, JT, do you change your questions, technique, tone, anything, but for the different people?
100%. That is a great question. And JT, you, not working with Daniel as much as you have, just within the industry, working with Lee. I don't know that you've worked with Todd, but obviously you've worked with Weed, so you're getting the feel. And each play-by-play guy has their own design. How they announce, how they call a race, how they set up everything, and how they toss it to the analyst position, which I see a lot of keyboard warriors on here, is they don't know the difference in position between what the difference between a play-by-play
right.
position is and an analyst is. It's completely different. And so when I see these people commenting and they're like, "Oh, this guy's way better," I'm like, "Okay, well, you're talking about two different job positions." So right there, you already lost me for a conversation about who's better and who's not. So yeah, I have to change my tone, or not my tone, but I would say rhythm.
Okay.
Lee paints a great picture from 30,000 foot view. He tells a fabulous story while he's calling the race, and then I tell the how and the why. And it's been fun for me it's been a huge challenge. There's no doubt about it, having 4 different play-by-play guys since I've taken this job. Was it 4 years ago? But it's been great, and I think that I'll benefit from it long term. So JT, Steve, that's a great question. It's tough, but it's a great challenge, and I can always be better. Like I'll be the first one to admit I screwed up segment 1 this weekend. Just how we came on the air and the questions that we were asked and all that stuff. I could have done a bit better, based on how Daniel tossed it to me. But that falls on me. That falls on me. Sometimes I get used to other styles and other tempos, and I'll do a better job. But at the end of the day, if I do what I'm supposed to do, and what an analyst job is supposed to do, outside of the stand-ups, it should come across the same for the most part.
JT, can you maybe are you working this weekend, JT, Tampa, or when are you back?
I'm not. No,
Okay.
I'll be back for Oakland though.
At Oakland, maybe I'd love to see you throw it to Ricky and be like, "Hey, RC, this bowl turn here kind of reminds me of Dade. Dade, that one year we did the Winter Ams, '94. Ricky, remember Bogard was there and Kenneth Jones. Just throw that out there, JT.
Yeah,
you can do that, JT. You're an extension, right? You're so in depth. I wish you would
throw it to Dade City.
I know, but nobody's gonna know, right? It's like we want references that people actually know about. But yeah, I haven't obviously been listening to the entire conversation. But Ricky, you're talking about you could be better and the different cadences of all the guys. I would be remiss if I didn't say how much better you've gotten.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you guys have already kind of covered that, Steve. If you didn't tell them that,
we covered this last year. Last year was it was a huge your year to year. Well, getting you off of trackside was the best thing for sure.
Oh, dude, hey, I'm glad that you said that, because when they put me in there 5-6 years ago, I absolutely hated going to the races. I'm like, dude, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm like, you guys want me to get fired. I think you're sabotaging me. I hated it. I don't have the tempo for that. I don't have the tempo for that. You got to be quick with your words, and I'm not that guy.
Speaking of not having the tempo, I had to race against you for a very long time. So if anybody doesn't have tempo, I know all about that.
You know who was there this weekend that did race Ricky, and the stories are pretty epic. Bogard was there.
Shut up, really?
Yeah.
Dude, I saw Bogey last year at Arlington.
Maybe the only guy to beat you?
Dude, he was flagging. And he bumped into me on purpose.
What?
And I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah.
what are you doing? What was he doing this
He was
weekend?
flagging again. He was
Shut
working
up,
again.
really?
Yeah, he's track
Dude,
crew.
that guy, we had some unbelievable battles. He was a warrior.
I hear he was one of the only guys to straight up beat you a few times.
Oh,
yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of guys along the way that beat me straight up in the amateurs, and he definitely. Dude, I was sweating him a lot. Him, Jason Partridge, Greg Rand beat me multiple times. Robbie Horton would beat me, straight up. There's a bunch of guys.
I texted you about a guy. JT, maybe you know this guy. I was looking through an old Cycle News. I've never heard of this guy, and he worked you. It sounds like he worked you at Florida Winter Am in the 80s, on the 80 CCs. What was his name?
Chris Considine?
That's it, Chris Considine.
Oh, yeah.
JT, you know that name?
Considine, yeah, he won.
Dude.
He won Loretta's in 1991, 65-7-11. My first time there, he was 65-7-11, 1991 champion.
Yeah, so
he was just unbelievably fast.
Yeah, this Cycle News was saying Carmichael couldn't stop Chris Constantine on this day or something, and I'm just like, what? So yeah,
no, yeah, it was that. Oh, absolutely. And then, hey, I will tell you what took the cake and it still rings out. I can remember like it was yesterday. It was at Fulton County Stadium. I want to say 1990, maybe. I was racing a KX60 or KX80, and this dude with a California raisin on top of his helmet, Shea Bentley, absolutely took it to me, dude. And I just I'm supposed to be some badass little amateur kid, 10-year-old, 11-year-old. And I'm just leaving there. You want to talk about an ego reducer? I left there. I'm like, dude, I got beat by a dude that had a California raisin glued to his helmet.
That's awesome.
Oh man, yeah,
it was good. But going back to the TV stuff, and I'm glad that that JT has been a part of it. Just getting to work with different guys, with Daniel and Lee, and I mean, he has countless times with Weege, and eventually he'll get to work with Todd as well. But just seeing the difference, even off air, how each guy works with the production crew, and there's a value to that. There's a value to that they bring to the table that makes the broadcast better.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks
Before he leaves,
okay.
compliment.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Kiefer has this thing tonight where he wants to compliment each guest. Okay.
Something that I see.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
RC, I haven't been around him at all. You know how they say, like,
not at all.
No, what they say, like,
Well, we had a good time. We really got to get to know each other a few months ago. Which was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Chris said. Not at all.
No, let me finish the damn sentence,
right.
Steve.
Yeah.
They say don't meet your heroes because you might be disappointed.
Right.
So when I did get to meet RC and hang out with him, very, very humble dude. Looks you in the eye, shakes your hand, talks to you like you're the only one in the room. Like, you would not expect that from someone that you put on a pedestal really high growing up watching racing, right? So for me, being around that and how he speaks to people, you can hear it tonight on the show. He's genuinely interested in what you have to say. He calls you by your name. Just things that I appreciate as a human being. For me, I see that in RC, and I didn't really expect that coming from RC, watching his post-race interviews, how he was, through the media and just things like that. Right. And I think it's a whole different side that I've never got to see. And I just want to say I appreciate it.
Oh, dude, I appreciate it. And at the end of the day, it's like a lot of people, don't get to see the side that some of you guys have seen of me, like when in a much more relaxed situation. And man, I know one thing, that I put my pants on the same way as everyone else does, and I just, I try to treat everyone the same way. And until it's time for me to go home, then it's a little bit different. But yeah, man, hey, we're all the same, and I think the older you get, the more you appreciate things. That certainly has helped me, and but I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And
thanks for calling in.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thanks very much. We'll see you this weekend in Tampa. Thanks for calling in.
Absolutely. Thanks to all the viewers and all the supporters and everyone who tunes into Pulp each week. You do a great job, Steve. Proud of you. Keep up the good work. And we'll see you guys in Tampa.
Sounds good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's Ricky Carmichael. Brought
Could
to you
you
by
imagine
Wesco.
him saying that shit to you like 3 years ago?
No, I can't.
Dude.
Hey, he was gnarly back in the day, though. Like,
he was.
He has really undergone like a personality shift for the better.
Yeah, I mean, JT, you've been around him when he was racing, right?
Yeah, known him since we were little kids, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And I went through phases where we were really good friends, and then we didn't even look at each other because we just didn't like each other. And I can tell you that it's genuine. Like, I think a lot of it's just you remove all the pressure and expectation, and he can now be comfortable in his own skin more.
Well, it's kind of like RV. Like, I feel like RV was different when he was racing. Now he's just kind of like RC, chill, relaxed, normal. And
yeah, but RV was, yes, but he was also like really cool away from the track too. Like, Ricky was just, man, he was so hell-bent on winning. If you were not on Team RC, you were the enemy. Like, there was no gray area. There was no neutrality. And I've been on both sides, man, and he was dead serious about it. And I think it drove him a lot.
I've been on the other side also. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
All right, JT, we have a Fly Racing Zone Oakley endorser, Rocky Mountain fantasy endorser, Jason Thomas on the line to join us, everybody. Hey, Marks, you think you know a guy, hey?
I'm quite upset about this.
Hey.
You just think you know.
I don't like it.
I'm saying.
I don't like it.
JT, so whenever you did the Oakley thing last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, I'm in the living room. And I just go, holy shit! And Heather comes around, what's wrong? And I start laughing. She's like, what the hell is wrong with you? I go, look at JT's wearing Oakleys. I go, a little piece of him just died inside. I know he fucking hates this right now.
It's part of it, man. I'm becoming more well-rounded human by facing my demons.
Maybe you're comfortable in your own skin now, too. You get a little older, you know?
Yeah, Marks, you think you know a guy.
Well, when I watched the broadcast back and saw myself in those goggles, I became less comfortable in my own skin.
I mean, do you know when you put those goggles on, memes are just generated right then? Just bam.
Fine. Everybody wants to talk crap and whatever, man. You sign up for those positions and put yourself on TV, you're asking for it.
Yeah.
So I just I just had to come to accept that. Me, 5 years ago, I start freaking out and yelling at people on social media, but I've really tried to just accept it, and it's just part of it, man.
I don't even know who you are anymore.
Yeah.
Where's the anger at now? Damn.
I know, but like, you have to just know that it's coming. Like, if you're going to put yourself out there, it's coming. People are going to take shots at you. That's just how it's going to go.
So Ricky went a bit long, so we don't have a ton of time. We've got the X-Brand Gogoterovs coming up with JT as well. But here's something I probably should have prepped both of you at. I just thought of it like 15 minutes ago. So it's early in the East Coast, right? We just saw one round.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the power rankings for 250 Supercross? Like, okay, Jet's number one, right? We're all like, Jet's the best? Better than Hunter?
Yeah. Deegan
250, everyone.
I want both coast power rankings. Like, is Hunter better than RJ and McAdoo? And where does Jordan Smith fall? And where's Enzo Lopes?
In the sand.
Where are we at? What's the top five? Is it all jumbled? Like, I would go Jet. I think I'd go Hunter because this was pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go
But
RJ.
you look at last year too. Like, he was really good last year.
I'd go RJ. I'd probably go. Jordan looked good, but I might go McAdoo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jordan. Am I out on Anstie? I don't know.
I only have two. I only have two guys, and then it's just a free for all. I think RJ is third.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure RJ's third.
And
but then after that,
Jet Hunter.
Just throw them all in there.
Okay.
I'm going to say Hunter Jet.
No.
Stop it.
Hold on. Okay.
Stop
hold
it.
on. Let me explain. Everyone's going to freak out. Jet has more
It's a
speed.
bad take. That's why.
No. Jet has more speed. Okay. Fine. I feel like Hunter this year. I'm talking this year.
Yeah.
Not talking about
I'm
past
talking
years.
This year also, yes.
This year, I feel like Hunter. I mean, it's only one race. I've only seen one race.
Yeah.
But he's very well put together. Better starts. We've seen Jet have some problems. Not the greatest starts. Have hole shots back and forth. I just feel like through the whole day, practice starts, heat races, mains, Hunter was more put together than I've ever seen him. Hunter had the mistakes last year. Hunter didn't look great starting last year. I'm not saying more speed. I'm just saying racing-wise, I think we're going to see when they come together, I think people are going to be surprised how good Hunter really is.
Hunter's great, but you can't make a case that he's better than Jet. Like, he doesn't beat Jet. He hasn't beat Jet. Like, that is just not a thing. And I know when they practice, Jet is usually the faster guy. Not always, but usually. Like, I just don't think you can make that case.
I'm just stating my opinion here. Just an opinion.
I understand, but show me a time where Hunter's just been straight up better than Jet. That's really all.
When we're talking about 2023, I don't have a time.
I understand, but Jet looks amazing.
Yes.
As he always does.
Yes.
And you go back through the course of their life of racing, like, find a time where Hunter's been the better guy. It's just really hard to find.
But
if you can.
There's always a time when things change, correct?
So you think that as Jet matures and gets better from here at 19, that somehow Hunter's going to get better faster than Jet does? Like, that's where I think it gets really problematic to say that is Jet's got so much runway left at 19 where Hunter's a little bit older, and I don't think he's going to just ramp up as quickly as I think Jet is going to here. Like, you look at Jet, what he did on a 450, his first race ever at Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, I agree.
The sky's the limit here, you know?
But again, we're talking about last year. I'm talking about this year. You said 2023 power rankings right now, right now. I'm not saying if we're talking the whole grand scheme of things, I would say Jet, but you're just talking about right now.
We are, and we just got one race from the East, but okay.
So that's it.
Okay, fair enough.
You happy now? You happy now? What you started? Are you happy, Steve?
I just see what people.
No, this is debate. We're supposed to compare.
Embrace debate.
Embrace
Say
debate.
this,
Yes.
Like, tell me this: how does Jet do if he was racing Houston? Like, you don't think he would have ran away from?
No, I do not think he runs away. No, I don't think he pulls a chase over Eli. I think Jet and Hunter would be really close.
No, I'm saying 250 class. Jet Lawrence racing 250 class at Houston
with Hunter.
You don't think he would have just ran away from Max Anstie also?
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, I agree with that. But I'm saying you put Jet and Hunter in the same race. Does he run away from Hunter?
No, but I think he beats him just like he has every time they've raced for the most part.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see when East-West comes around.
Yeah, it's coming up. Dallas, right?
Yep.
Dallas is a shootout?
Hunter was great at Atlanta, right? Hunter beat him in Atlanta, so maybe he does again.
What is it a shootout in Dallas, or is it a Triple Crown? It's something.
It's Triple Crown, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna look.
All right. Max Anstie opened some eyes as well. That was really, really good. Like, is this a one-race thing, do we think? Or is this Firepower Honda? Can he win a race? Like, if he does
Not according to Keefer, because Hunter's going undefeated.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Here we go. I mean, Anstey, yeah.
Looks good.
Is this for real?
I think it is.
Yeah?
JT, go.
Anstey is for real, yes. But I don't think that this class is all that deep. Thrasher crashing twice changed the look of it a little bit. But, I mean, if you've got to beat a bunch of rookie guys that have zero Supercross experience that are all, battling for top 5, 6, like, it gets a little easier for these guys. So I think Max is set up nicely in this class to be a top 5 guy the whole time. Now, I don't know if he can win or not. Like, Hunter is the best guy. But, yeah, I do think he's for real, if that's the question.
The first East-West is Rutherford, I think.
Oh, wow. So not for a while. Okay.
Yeah, there's only 2 of them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, East Rutherford and then Salt Lake.
Oh, okay. We got a ways to go.
For me, Anstey, I think, is a real deal. One, I think he has the confidence knowing that these guys that he's racing, kind of what JT said, the field isn't as deep as he's raced against. He knows he's won GPs. I still think he knows what he can do in the 450 class. And now that he's down the 250 class, it gives him some more confidence. And as you know, confidence is everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if his bike...
He's not intimidated by those guys
right.
at all, like is what you're saying.
Yes.
Also, right.
Yeah, and I feel like if he has a fast enough bike, which we have seen, people think it's a big bore, so obviously it's fast enough. And it hauls his big ass around off the starts. And he's really good in whoops. He's a bigger dude. He can get through the whoops pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he'll be podium guy throughout the whole season.
Yeah. Jordan Smith.
When you think about he was racing 250 Supercross in 2010.
Yeah. When they said that on the broadcast, I was like, wow.
He's got a little experience here.
Yeah, just a tad. All right, everybody. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Big win for X-Brand this past weekend not with Hunter Lawrence. There was a win there, too, with the Alpine Star goggle, but Grant Baylor taking the win in Enduro, National Enduro Series. Yeah, X-Brand goggles.
Did you actually find that, or did someone text you that?
It was on X-Brand's Instagram.
Oh, okay, that's why.
All right, Grant Baylor, everybody. Brother of Stu. X-Brand goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Take a look at the FXR Factory Ride goggle. Take a look at the Alpine Star goggle. They look familiar. That's all I'm saying. Championship brands choose championship goggles.
What's with the hands? Why are you doing that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Leave me alone.
Right.
EKSbrand.com. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. Get some Lucid goggles. If you wear the X Brands, you will not lose. It's obvious. So thank you to the folks at X Brand. All right. These questions submitted by Corey Moser.
I don't know.
Okay.
Steve.
Yep.
If you got forced to be a mechanic again, but got to pick the team, what team would you work for, and would the catering options come into play?
Catering options would not come into play. I would go, I don't know if it's still the same, but the Cowie guys used to get paid hourly, and then they got overtime. So if the rider didn't get hurt, they crushed it.
Yeah.
So I'll go Cowie if they're still using that pay schedule.
JT, if fans could pay you to change your haircut /style /colors for each race you will be on TV, what is the price? It's a new VIP program.
I would like it to be some sort of crowdsourced funding where there is no ceiling, and then I would really lean into it, because if we could really ramp the number up, then it's something I could get behind.
All right.
Keefer,
yep.
Who has the best looking bike this season?
Ooh, let me think. Factory teams. Damn. I think Suzuki's look really damn good when you go in the pit. Suzuki's really, really good, but it's hard to beat. Not a white Honda, just the standard red, clean Honda. I think that's the best looking bike.
I agree. I think Hondas, they always just look. They got no energy drink logo on them, right? They just.
Yep, they look good. The new Monster branding logos. I like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big M-Claw guy, but I mean, it looks nice.
Yeah. All right.
Steve, which race are you most looking forward to this season?
Not Daytona. I don't know. Coliseum? The SMX race?
Not Seattle.
Something cool, right?
Not Atlanta.
Yeah, life swap's off, JT.
No, it's not, JT.
It's off, JT.
It's
Yep.
not off.
Yes, it is.
He's trying to build this shit
No,
up.
I'm not trying to build nothing up. You screwed it. You screwed life swap.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
How? Are we getting in this now?
No, we're not.
Save it
Okay,
for later.
then let's just keep it going.
You've ruined everything.
Nope.
Okay.
JT, what's your favorite Super Bowl snack and drink?
Jesus.
What is these questions?
I don't know, man.
Do you pull it out of the cooler?
Drink would be vodka water, but snack, I don't really snack. So, yeah, I just kind of stand there and drink and worry about when my next gym session is.
Sounds gay.
All right. I like the Pookie has made it a few Super Bowls now.
Mm-hmm.
The 5-layer taco dip. You know what this is?
7-layer bean dip.
It's beans, cheese, sour
Chipotle.
cream.
Chipotle in it?
I don't know what that means.
Like
Like
Ortega's
the
and
restaurant?
no, like the sauce. The Chipotle sauce.
I don't know. But I like that taco dip on a Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah. Sour cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of chip?
Doesn't
Preferred to
matter.
dip?
Doesn't matter.
Like tortilla or like a Dorito?
No, a tortilla.
You don't want Dorito in there?
No, don't be an animal. Nobody puts a Dorito
Cool
in there.
Ranch Dorito?
No, nobody does that.
That's the move.
Lime Tostitos would be a good move there.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
lime.
would go down.
Lime chips are blech.
Oh, so good.
All right. I guess we're getting back into it now. Keefer, what are you most excited about with Wife Swap, and what are you nervous about or not looking forward to?
Well, it's not happening.
Yes, it's happening. You just agreed to it. We got the dates already.
What are the rules here?
I got to check with Pookie.
How
Pookie's
far down
already
this
talked to
road
her.
Are you guys going?
Look, here's the deal. What most looking forward to is proving that I can do Steve's job, right? That's what I'm most looking forward to. Because, yes, I understand. Unlike Steve, I understand that he does do a lot of shit. I get it. I understand it. I'm going to do it. Least looking forward to is riding the shitty trails that he has here in his backyard in Vegas.
Wait till you get some arguments with me going on text message.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I don't have to live that life.
Yeah, you got to live that life
No,
too.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
I'm not involved in
Absolutely.
those.
You're going to have my phone. I'm going to
I
take
don't
your
want to
phone.
sit here and waste my fucking time talking about Hunter and Jet Lawrence shit all day.
I'm going to be coming in hot, too. I'm going to give you my best stuff.
Fuck you, you're fired.
All right.
Steve, what demo or product do you want to watch JT promote on the Supercross broadcast?
I mean, could it get any worse at this point?
What other fantasy game
could it get any lower?
Get him to hawk out there.
Yeah. You know what? I'd like them to promote an internet radio show on Monday nights. That's not PulpMX. It'd be great if you could be like, hey, everybody, the DMXS guys coming at you Wednesdays. Like, you know, check out the Gypsy. You know, like, yeah, like that. That might be the final straw for me. Yeah. So.
JT, who's the best rider mechanic combo right now?
Ooh. Like faster, or what does that mean?
No idea.
Okay.
Rider mechanic. I'm gonna alter the question a bit. I'm gonna go Gilly and Tomac. I think their chemistry and their trust in each other right now is making a really big difference on the racetrack.
All right.
Keefer, last one. What do you think Roxon needs to improve on his bike?
Here we go. I know what the.
In
Should I
30
nibble?
seconds.
Should I nibble that? Improve on his bike. I would say, obviously, the engine, I know that it is plenty good enough for him because I was told that he had to detune his ECU setting a little bit, so that is controlled. So that is better. So I will say chassis.
All right.
He didn't look comfortable this weekend.
No, not good.
Did not.
But 1 week after looking very comfortable. So
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah.
I'm just diagnosing the problem.
When you guys sit there and you say these things, right? Like, it makes me wonder. He got what? You're granted, he got 8th. He wasn't a podium guy. Do you look at how far back he was? Is that what you determined he wasn't comfortable?
I just he didn't look comfortable all day.
Yeah, he was never on the board, really. Justin Cooper caught and passed him late in the race.
Yeah, he didn't look aggressive. Like, you can tell when somebody looks aggressive and they're kind of quote-unquote feeling it.
Yep.
He was not that guy. He was at Anaheim, too. He was. Wanted to be at the front all the time in qualifying practice. Like, there's a lot of, like, body language things that can tell you if they're, kind of everything's clicking. He just didn't have any of those things going on Saturday.
So that's what I'm asking. So, like, I feel like that maybe isn't a bike thing. If he's not doing these things in practice, and maybe it's a body thing,
right,
or a mental thing, right?
No,
I don't know
knows.
why.
Right.
You can just see it.
Okay.
That's the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Choice of champions everywhere. Factory Ride Goggles, Phil Nicoletti, Hunter Lawrence, and, of course, Freddie Noren. Poor Freddie. All right, before I let JT go, Chris Blose coming up too, by the way. Do I hit the panic button on Christian Craig? Am I hitting the panic? Am I looking for it in the drawer? Am I opening the drawer and finding it?
Not yet.
Nah.
No.
Okay.
He wasn't. He's not. If he was a championship contender going in, if like we're like, man, I don't know, Christian could win the title this year, then yes, you should be rummaging around. You probably already would have been rummaging around. But I think, given the situation, he is a rookie. You know, like I know we argue about that or whatever. He looks pretty good when he's riding. It's at some point the results are going to show up. Like you can't look great all the time and then never get a result. It's just he had a few bumps in the road here.
Start 21. He was on 21st, right?
Well,
he crashed.
That doesn't count.
He crashed up the over-under, right?
Right.
So he worked his way up to 11th. So I feel like that is a decent ride. That's not like a panic button ride. Like, okay, sure, he's in the back of the pack as factory guys go, right? He caught up. But I feel like in practice, we text with him during the day. He feels better. He looks better. Obviously, you were there. You said, oh, you did the quad. He looks froggy.
Yeah, he looks spicy. Start the day.
Right.
Yep.
So I feel like it's not panic button time.
Okay, I'm not saying it is. I'm asking.
Right.
Yeah.
I say no.
And neither one of you, seem to think it is.
It'll come around. And I think when it comes around, when it comes around, where is that finish? Like you're okay. Okay, that is good.
6.
JT?
Yeah, 5 to 7. If he looked awful on the motorcycle, I would say yes, get out the button. But when I watch him ride, he still looks like Christian. So I'm not super concerned.
But wouldn't he look the same if he was riding a Vespa?
I'm just saying, right? I when I watch him ride, I'm like that guy can be battling up there. Like he's good enough. So he just things haven't worked out so far.
Okay. All right. No panic button.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. JT, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Check it out at motorsport.com. Get it at your local dealer. I mean, God knows what you're going to endorse in Oakland, so we better get the Fly Racing plugs in there.
I'm just glad that there are only so many series sponsors that
conflict
could be in there. Like we're running out of conflicts for me quickly.
Right. Yeah.
God forbid.
And I also have a lot of questions about this wife swap thing. Wife swap, whatever it is. I have
life swap.
Can I submit?
Yeah.
I want to submit.
There's going to be a special segment tonight called Live Swap Questions Tear-Off segment. So if you want those questions, we'll answer them.
It's going to be tonight? Oh, I'm not going to be awake in 10 minutes from now. So.
But it's not happening. We don't know if it's happening.
It's happening.
We don't know.
Pookie said yes.
You ruined the first one.
Stop. Can we go to commercial? Because I don't want to get into this unless you want to get into it.
No, we got to go to commercial. Okay. All right. Okay, JT, thanks, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you this weekend, your hometown Supercross, Tampa.
Yep. See you guys.
All right. See you later. All right, everybody, go to commercial break. Zombie Blose will be joining us shortly, and Sean Murdock as well from DeCal Works. Maybe Wil Hahn will be calling in.
4-0. 4 and F&O.
And we got much more to talk about when it comes to Houston. We'll break down that LCQ a little bit more as well. We got a big statement about the Honda catering coming up. So, yeah, you guys want to stay tuned for that. Live swap questions.
You blew it.
Huh?
You didn't say that earlier. You just said Honda news. You blew it.
All right. Well, Ricky almost blew it.
Blew it.
Ricky almost did.
Nope. Bye-bye. Commercial break. Thank you for joining us.
Yep, we'll be right back after this commercial, everybody.
Don't eat that dick.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company.
All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires. This added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, DeCal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit DeCalMX.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DeCal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, DeCal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit DeCalMX.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DeCal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Thanks for watching. Ricky Carmichael was on. The great interview there. And Plessinger as well. And Kris Keefer, of course, in studio.
Can I say something?
Yep.
Know what I miss?
Yep.
Our lead-in songs that we used to choose.
Yeah, YouTube.
Can we sing something like we're leading in? Can we lead in with the song?
Just don't make it too good to where YouTube thinks it's the real song.
Okay.
We'll
trust me.
It's just it's a huge pain in the ass to cut it out and put it back up on YouTube and all that.
It was always fun to listen to what people would pick for their songs.
It was. I agree. As music people, we always were into that, right?
What song would you have on right now?
Creed.
Creed?
Yeah.
Which one?
And I would mute it.
My sacrifice.
Dude.
That one?
That one's so good.
Can you take me?
New Peter Gabriel song. Really enjoy. Like that. Just dropped last week. So that's pretty good. And then I don't even want to. I got into
New Third Eye Blind album. Really good.
I got into Phil Collins.
Ooh, yeah.
I got a Phil Collins thing going, so I got some songs for Phil.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I just got clipped from YouTube because Kris was doing it too good.
I was
I'm just kidding.
Jesus.
I was going down the Heart bandwagon today on the way here. That was good.
Solid. Thanks to the folks at motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. It is the number one source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates looking for employment opportunities. And if you're a company out there looking to hire some people, go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com and get them on board to find some people for your company. I know it's not the easiest right now to get guys, and motorcycleindustryjobs.com is doing a good job. Job of the week, Kris, 6D. You're
shit.
a 6D guy.
I am.
Operations and purchasing, Brea, California, full-time job. Purchasing, supply chain, logistics, warehouse, and operations. So they're looking for that. They're looking for that person. It's a multifaceted position with a high level of responsibility and reward. And they got an opening for a unique individual that will be involved in many aspects of the day-to-day operations of the business.
Good people there, too, by the way.
Sounds like a really good job.
Only 2 helmets that I would wear. If I was purchasing my own helmets, there's only 2 brands that I would purchase, and that is a 6D and a Fly Formula.
Thanks to the folks at OGO for bringing you Kris Keefer as well. OGO Power Sports, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com if you want a discount from the folks at OGO. And, whether it's a 9800, I mean, look, if you're leaving for 2 days, nothing says that. Nothing says the ability to handle that than a 9800.
I took the 9800 to the FXR dealer meeting for 2 days, 9800.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You didn't learn anything?
I did, but I thought I would need more clothes because it was so cold, so I packed a shit ton of 9800.
Okay.
For sure, I thought Darkside would have took a picture and sent it to you, but he didn't.
Layover bag is really good. The rig bag is what I use for my moto gear, and I just used the Camelback the other day on a mountain bike ride.
Really?
Yeah, they got some Camelbacks. Yeah.
It's not even hot.
I know, but the bike I had did not even have a water bottle holder.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. So I had to use that. So thanks to folks at OGO Power Sports for bringing us Kris Keefer here. He's an OGO guy, and check him out on the website, man. They got lots of bags, lots of things going on with them, backpacks.
I still got my 10-year-old OGO backpack that I use. People talk shit on.
People talk shit on it?
RV was like, how old's that fucking bag? I'm like, it's pretty old. Yeah, I used to have that when I was on 85s.
Check it out, OGO Power Sports. Thank you to those guys. Let's get to our next guest here. We're calling on Audible. We're getting him on. He's a friend of the show. Everybody loves him. Well, not me, but everybody else. Wil Hahn.
How's it going?
4-0.
Fuck you.
4-0. I was there for, did you guys talk about this last week, how we did it?
No.
So I was there for the one that we were deep in the WPS area, the Fan Fest. We're just hanging out, talking with a group of Steve's friends and his mom. And then all of a sudden pops Will with the middle finger and Steve is immediately pissed, and he just keeps going, walks, and it was unbelievable. Like out a sea of people, just normal people going to the races, and then there's Wil Hahn in a pit shirt.
Who told you, Will?
I'll never tell.
Complete BS.
Can you say this? Did someone tip you off, or
Yes.
did you just? Were you just? There's no way you were over there.
Someone tipped him off. He just said he won't tell.
Okay.
Industry or fan?
Just say the wrong answer. That way.
Middle ground.
Middle ground. Okay.
Yeah. Not really either or.
That doesn't make sense.
This week, I got to the track a bit late. Track walk was 10:30. I got there about 9:40, and I usually try to get there for 9. And I knew Will was already there, so I was scoping it out. I had a plan to wait. Well, I don't want to give it away because maybe this plan will come into effect again. So I'm
Okay.
just gonna. I had a plan.
Can I ask you this?
I had a plan.
Out of the 4 so far, how many of those did you genuinely forget that you were doing
2
it?
of the 4.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 of the 4. And so I had a plan, and I was going to stage that plan. Everything was looking good. We were smooth sailing along. I walked into the pits, saw Benny Blose, saw the TLD rig, and knew that he was in there. And so I was talking to Benny, but one eye on the TLD rig the whole time. But if I'd seen him, it was going to screw my plan up because I had a plan. But I was like, well, track walk's coming up. Maybe he'll walk out that way.
Yep.
Talking to Benny. It's getting close to track walk time. I don't see him. Tap on the shoulder. There he is.
And just with the finger?
He came from the rental car lot because he was late.
Silence is golden.
Will?
I mean, when it's your day, all I can say it's fucking your day. Because when I walked in, it was like this golden aura around him, and I'm like, there's no fucking way he's staring at our truck, and I'm behind him right now. He's going to snap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's what's funny. If you people don't know, like Mark's wanted to record this. There is a 10-minute conversation going down between Steve and Will before the show about this whole fucking thing. So like to listen to these two guys talk about Will's in the zone, it's like, you get a flow on the track. This is what Will's saying to Steve. Like it is unbelievable how much
I
fun it
wanted
is.
to record it because they were so serious. Like it was just a very serious conversation.
It's a serious
I wanted people
game.
to see how serious they take this.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to record it, but I got shut
The
down.
streak ends. The streak ends in Tampa, everyone.
That's a big claim.
I'm here to tell you.
It's a big claim.
Yep. But I will engage my plan.
You're too close to missiles. You're switching to guns now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's honestly, like, at this point, we have to start talking and just going undefeated. Like, I feel like I'm so harnessed into this at this point that it's literally, I can do no wrong.
Bogle and Nichols seem to be really enjoying this.
Yeah, they like it too. Everyone, honestly, like, I feel like are really enjoying it. Like, on track walk the one time, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, check this out, and everyone's like, yes.
Yeah.
He called his shot,
Yeah.
dude. That's like a guy stepping up to the plate, pointing out there.
And I got distracted. I was looking for him, couldn't find him.
Yeah.
But see, the fucking guys.
He hides well.
Well, he hides well, and also he's working with Nichols. So I got to look at the Honda shirts.
Yeah.
I got to look at TLD shirts. Like, I got a lot going on now.
Okay.
He's in the mix now, right, with different people.
He's like a chameleon. He's
Yeah.
blending in.
And when the photo came out on Verb of you getting me,
was
I was looking everywhere for you and got distracted, and my guard went down speaking to a fan of the show, and that cost me. That cost me. And this week, he was late to the race. That cost me. There's no way, Will, that's a normal time for you to arrive. There's no way.
No, it's not. No,
Right.
It's a bit late.
Yes.
A
Yes.
bit later than normal for sure. Than I normally get to the truck. I normally go with the crew.
Right.
When they go, but
I've
yeah.
gotten you driving into the parking lot, walking into the pits a few times. You
That's
know?
legal?
That's legal. Yeah.
I thought you have to be in the pit.
No.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No.
No, it's honestly, I feel like the morning of, it's like, oh no, remember the one time you got me in the Starbucks drive-thru, like in the middle of nowhere?
Did you get out of the car and do it?
No, I'm sitting in the drive-thru at Starbucks at Budds Creek, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And like Marcellus Wallace walking in front of Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Will comes out of Starbucks while I'm waiting for my drink.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, honestly, and I can relate to Will's satisfaction this weekend.
Yes.
The satisfaction I had of knowing that he didn't see me, and I just went beep. I mean, there's no better rush, Will.
Oh my God.
That one hurt incredibly bad because not only is it early as fuck, it's like on the East Coast, so it's like 3 a.m. at home, so you're like barely operating anyway.
Yeah.
And I come out and I hear this honk, and I look over and I'm like, "You're kidding me!" And we weren't even on a normal path to the track.
No, it was great.
We stayed like way out in BFE, and I'm like, "There's no way anybody moto could be at this Starbucks. I could let my guard down." No, but this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about earlier on the phone, like. When you get in that flow, you just, I mean, like I say, like it's like I can do no wrong. It's like I'm hitting the whoops perfect right now. Like everything is just, I don't know. You can't explain.
Well,
it's just too easy.
Some things are bigger than you and I, Steve.
The streak is stopping this weekend in Tampa, everybody.
We'll see.
It was funny, a quick story about Will. So we were at Glen Helen a lot, Aiden and I.
Yep.
And Aiden trains with Budman. Aiden's training, rides with Liam Aloff, Joe's kid, and they're pretty close in speed. And Aiden comes up to me, and I'm testing, doing something different. He's like, "Dad," I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I saw Will," and I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." He basically said, "I'm not trying hard enough." He says, "You need to fucking dig in more. What the fuck's wrong with you today?" And I go, "This is awesome. This is why I like Will."
Jeez, Will.
He said, "You don't want it bad enough," and I was like, "Hell yeah, rip his ass, Will." I love it.
I actually felt bad because then later on I felt like he took it like really to heart.
He did because he came to me. He's like, "Dude," he says, "I wasn't trying." I go, "Maybe you weren't. Maybe you need to dig in harder."
Well, dude, I'll be honest. In our little whoop group, he kind of talks smack really well. So sometimes he kind of puts me in my spot. So like when he pulled off, I said, "Dude, just quit making Liam pull you around everywhere."
That's so good. That's awesome.
Like he just work a little harder. Fuck. And I walked off.
Wilbur, let's talk Houston a little bit, if you don't mind. And before we get going, fuck you. But Mosman wasn't good. I don't know. Michael Mosman can go really fast. He worked his way up from a bad start, or maybe he crashed early, but definitely not where he and the team wanted. Was there anything going on that was it just an off night for him?
No, it's just essentially, bad start turned into like riding a bit too defensive in the opening laps, probably trying to stay out of trouble, and they're not getting going, taking a long time to get moving. And then in the end, it's too late. Once we got in the flow, it's, how the separation is, and everyone was gapped and just didn't put it together.
He didn't seem like on the board as much as I would think during the day.
No, I would agree.
Yeah, because he can lay a heater down. Mosman can. We know this, so.
No, the day went pretty well other than that final qualifier, and then just starts weren't there, and honestly just didn't execute the first couple laps.
Right. Yep. I agree. I'm sure he'll be better this weekend in
the start.
In
14th off the start.
Well, that's the end of the first lap, so that's not the start.
Also, he could have been back.
The AMA just fucks us.
So they say start, but it's not the start.
It's not the start. It's the end of the first lap.
Copy that.
Yep. So.
Oh, it's at the finish line.
Yeah. It's a joke. Wil Hahn here on the show. By the way, I'm just gonna do this because I'm a little upset about being down 0-4. Wil Hahn brought to you by Troll Training. Troll Training, an online training program for riders of all skill and fitness levels looking to get fit and go fast. Will, have you heard of Troll Training? Is it something that might want to pick up?
It's not offensive at all. I actually have a really good relationship with Alex and John, and we've shared stuff, and those are I recommend them highly.
Well, that didn't go the way you wanted it.
It didn't. No, that went sideways.
Yep.
I love that backfired. I'm glad to be presented by them.
All of Alex's training and racing mistakes are your gains. Alex and his longtime trainer and fitness expert John Wessling share similar passions for health and fitness, and created TrollTraining.com with the goal of providing the resources you'll need to prepare for your next race. Whether you're a vet rider trying to beat your buddies, whether you're an off-road racer, whether you're an up-and-coming amateur racer, Whether you're preparing a 3-hour race as an off-road guy, whatever it is, Alex Martin and John Westling at Troll Training will prepare you for the best season yet. All aboard the Troll Train. Thank you, Troll Training. Check it out. Wil Hahn on the show. Wilbur, Barsha was really good. What am I talking about, Barsha? I guess TLD. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fun. He was great.
So he was good. I know you don't work with him anymore. I brain farted there, but he was solid in the heat, dug deep in the main. He crashed, so that kind of skewed his finish, but I think he had a really good Houston.
I agree. When he got back to the truck, just being honest, he looked like bummed, and I went to him like, dude, you rode good.
Yeah.
I mean, he did. There was no taking away from it. I mean, he even had a spill in the whoops and got back up and still finished there.
Yeah, no, he was strong. Your other rider, Colt Nichols, him and Dean Wilson have just they've seen a lot of each other through 4 rounds.
Yeah, there's been some decent battles there. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
Seem to find each other no matter what in the main events. Going one way forward or back, one of them. And it's been a little bit. Obviously, Colt's been. I think he's been since Anaheim a little bit bummed on the results for himself and also just in general. I mean, it's not where he wants to be, and unfortunately, haven't really been able to do a whole lot during the week since Anaheim. For him, like riding wise, has been very minimal since the opener. So I think now, from this race forward, now getting back on a schedule where he can actually ride during the week, I think was going to help him quickly. As you guys know, the more you can kind of work on weaknesses, the better you get, and not being able to address those since Anaheim has been a little bit tough.
Yeah, he said he has been battling a groin injury, right?
He twisted it pretty good, and it's been it's been a really it's one of those things like that. Nothing you can really do for your groin other than rest, and it's not a lot of movement, not a lot of exercising you can do as well. So it's a little bit tough.
You pull it in a crash, or just yank it off in a turn, or something, or what?
No, just popped it, and it's one of those weird ones.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
No, and you can't do much other than
you can't squeeze, you can't do nothing.
No.
You don't realize how much you rely on that until I remember I did it like 2 weeks before Glen Helen, I think in 08, and I was still suffering so bad at the opener, and I couldn't ride, man. Like to engage your hip to lift it or anything, it was just impossible.
Ugh. That's what people don't really understand. I think we ride, so we relate, but the casual fan doesn't understand of all the things they don't know what's going on in a rider's body and what it takes within the body to do what those guys do. And if it's something little off, it's tough, man. That could be from 5th to the 13th, like you say. You just don't know.
And especially rookie year, and you're working on not only a new class, new bike, new everything, right? And you're trying to get the most out of yourself, and it's frustrating because he started off with, I think Anaheim was a really, really good result quietly.
Yeah, it was.
I would have loved to get 6th at my first 450 race. I think that's badass. And not being able to work on that since, I think, has been also tough for him to swallow, because it's like now there was an expectation, even though coming in it was like let's just go get our best, right? Like he's happy and thankful for this opportunity. He's going to go make the most out of it, but he was also kind of like, I'm coming off a pretty brutal injury, missing the whole season, and now, I'm on a 1-year contract. I got to figure this out, and I think he handled it really well at the opener, and then he was then an expectation changed to that's where he wanted to be, like top 6, top 5. That was the new expectation from not really having any. And then not being able to, since then really work on it, I think it's been a little bit frustrating, but he's resilient as hell, as you guys all know from what he's been through in his career. So he'll be back.
What'd you think of Hayden Deegan and J. Coop and their debuts?
Both fantastic. I mean, dude, J. Coop absolutely crushed it. Like to come in, round 4, 5, while the ball's rolling in that class, and especially rookie race, I thought it was fantastic, and he was really strong at the end of the race. Fitness was really good. Mm-hmm. That was cool. And then Hayden, I think a lot of people, just because of the hype, I think want to see it fail, which is a shame because, he rode fantastic. And it could have went the other way. I mean, I saw some stuff in practice that you're just like, man,
we were
pretty on the edge.
We were talking about that. Yeah, he looked loose.
Yeah, and I mean that's 16. I mean that's how I imagine I would have liked to felt on Supercross at 16.
Yeah.
And when it came down to it, when the money was on the line, I mean, he's fourth at an open under 250 and a pretty, I would say, fairly deeply field. At this point, everyone's healthy.
Yeah.
And, other than Joe, I know Joe and Seth are out, but still, even with that, I mean, it's a really good result.
Yeah, absolutely. No.
I know who this guy is. This Smole. Heather actually texted me, and it's a great take. The guy who
Will's
tipped.
Mole.
Yes,
Yeah.
Will's Mole. Dark side, because he's that gray area guy, right? Media and fan kind of dude. I think it was Dark
You
side.
think Mr. Side would do that?
He'd fuck you, yeah. All the times you fucked him over, yeah, of course.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he would.
Will, would you like to address this?
No, because it wasn't him.
That was a pause. It was a pause,
yeah.
And then it was like a nonchalant. No, it wasn't him.
Yeah, it could be Mr. Side.
Yeah, I think it could be because he was there.
He was there.
He was there.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Heather. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucked up Bradshaw's butt. Is that pretty good?
Yeah, that's not
That
bad.
was pretty good.
Yeah. Wow. Mr.
That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
I think it could have been Mr. Side.
Yeah.
But if it was, why wouldn't he just claim it? Disclaim it. I'd be like, yeah, I got him. I texted Will.
He might. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't remember when you guys were on the show. You didn't bring it up last week, right?
Huh.
He'll call in later and watch.
Wilbur, how's PulpMX Fantasy going for you?
Dude, terrible. Like, absolutely fucking horrendous.
How many did you? Who burned you this week? Was it A-Ray?
I honestly, when I just looked at my points, and once I looked at my points, I locked my phone and closed it and threw it. And so I don't even remember who I picked, to be honest.
Wow, it's you're off the rails.
It was that bad. I just looked at it in disgust and then locked my phone and tossed it down.
Fantasy wasn't around when Will was racing, no?
No, it wasn't. No. Wow. Well,
yeah,
but
that's good. I would have gotten surely very angry people at me plenty of times.
Oh, look at this. We have your team right here in front of us. Jace Kessler, 0. Josiah Notsky, 0. Chisholm, 0. Bloss, 11. Yeah. This is a rough team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took some obvious Hail Marys on some of those, but yeah.
Notsky wasn't a bad pick, I feel like.
He led the LCQ and then dropped back.
He's had a mechanical.
Did he have like a bike problem or something?
Yeah. It looked like he had to have something going on.
Yeah.
Was it mechanical?
Yeah.
Because it looked like he was like then he started just casually doubling stuff, and I'm like, what?
You did take Jay Coop, which was a good one, 46 points, but yeah, everything else was garbage. What's your reaction to that 450 LCQ?
Well, I mean, as dick as this is, awesome was my first one. That was my initial reaction was yes. That's what the crowd wants, and that's what I wanted. But damn it for Chiz for having to kick that thing at his age.
Damn it for Freddie for getting submarine.
Dude, absolutely torpedoed. And then A-Ray for just being A-Ray, I suppose. That one honestly was funnier for me because the other one you kind of expect. It's the LCQ. I mean, that's like all the rules are out the window and they're just torn to shreds. It's like everyone takes their polo off and then puts a T-shirt on for this one, and we'll just watch everybody for the bloodbath.
I think you could stab a guy and you'd still be fine.
No, I don't think anything would happen.
No.
By the way, you stabbed a guy.
Speaking of fantasy, your Anaheim 1 team, Mark's just pulled it up.
It's embarrassing.
What do you
Please
got?
don't even talk about it.
Freeze, 0. Caden Amorine, 0. Pierce Brown, 0. Chiz, 0. Oh, bam. Dude, 4 zeros out of 8 riders is a tough look. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much how the flip-off season for you's gone. That's how my fantasy's gone.
And this is not a shit on Suzuki thing, okay? But do you think Chiz would be where he's at right now if he's on a Yamaha?
I think he'd be better. He's still not totally stoked on the bike's performance.
Right.
Like, he needs to ride more and get it working a little better.
He just, and I watch him ride, he doesn't look the same.
Yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, he's 30. Is he 35?
It doesn't matter. He had a good year last year.
No, but At some point, you lose it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's now.
Okay, I'm not saying it is. I'm just at some point you lose it,
Yeah.
right? We got a call on 3 about fantasy. Tom, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What's your nightmare?
I woke up on Saturday morning, and I dreamt that I only had 4 guys total on my team, and then I scored 31 points for the night, and I woke up panicking.
That's what this game does to
See,
you.
this is bullshit. You're fucking up people's sleep.
Evolved into that.
Wow.
You played fantasy. We got our own little secondary fantasy
but
league
I
going.
don't think our fantasy is as serious as this. Like, you don't even talk about this, our fantasy. You don't even mention it. You don't even mention our fantasy at all.
We're gonna calculate the points. We kept track of them. I put them up
This
yesterday.
sounds like a very this sounds like a very intense male to male sexual conversation when you're
Sounds
like
gay.
Keeper's offended that you don't even talk about our fantasy.
Yeah, Tom, that's a tough deal. But also, Will, I know you're busy at these races, but Chiz at Anaheim 1 literally Instagrammed a photo of him sitting on the toilet saying, "Don't pick me."
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not on my phone all day.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's understandable. Sure.
Like on Instagram and stuff. Like I know it sounds like I don't have like a lot to do there, but I don't ever check it. And then then stuff like that happens. Unless I'm like paying attention to stuff, sometimes if I get a little spare time, I'll check qualifying just to double check, and then that's what.
Maybe just have Darkside text you what's going on, since he does other things. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah, no, I'm not too happy with Mr. Side right now. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. Thanks for the call. We got Anthony on 4. Anthony, you want to ask about Maine, like Maine, the state?
Yeah, I knew that you were a fellow Canadian over there, and I just didn't know if you had ever spent any time over here or if you had ever raced over here. It's beautiful.
It is a nice state. As anybody, I've only driven through it, like from Quebec. I went down the East Coast. I think I went through Maine to go through Quebec, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Quebec.
Yeah, I live in Bar Harbor, so you can take like the Cat Ferry right here.
Right. So I didn't take a ferry, but Will, you ever been to Maine?
I have not.
Kiefer?
Yeah, I've been.
Oh, you've been to Maine?
I spent 4th of July there in 1 year, and it was awesome.
Oh, wow, look at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you what city I was in because I forgot. It's been so long.
I heard, Anthony, there was like JSR told me there was a track up there that was really good. There's a big money race with like all the NESC guys and some track. Is that in Maine?
I mean, in Maine, there's not a lot of tracks anymore.
Okay.
Like I used to race when I was in middle school. I'm 29 now. I really want to get back into racing. But over here, it's mostly snowcross. Like if you have a sled, you can race that. But MX 207 down in Portland, Maine, Scarborough area, that's a really good track.
Danny Stew?
Amateur.
Yeah, that's Danny Stew.
Yeah.
That's our guy, Danny Stew. Good dude.
Yep. That track is like probably the only thing that we have here. And I also think there is Hemmons MX. I believe that's what it's called.
I thought there was one called Bullfrog or Bullhead or Bull Run or...
Bull Run, yeah, that got closed down. I think it was the power company. They bought the land.
Okay, so JSR told me that was a really cool track and big money race back in the day there. So.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I used to race in Skowhegan, Maine. It was called Eden Mountain. That was awesome.
All I think of when I think of Maine is Stephen King books.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen King is about an hour away from us. You know, I saw him at a Dropkick Murphy show last year.
Oh,
he's a local for sure.
Right. Cool. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thanks for
You
listening.
too. Take care, and I just love the show, Keeper. You guys are awesome. Like
Thank you.
Tallon, you guys are awesome. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, he didn't say Marks. He just said Tallon.
We know who the star is here, and it's Tallon.
Yeah.
Velvet.
Gets introduced first.
Velvet.
Yep.
All right, Will. We got Zombie coming up. How cool is Zombie getting a PC ride? That's awesome.
I love it, dude.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I hope he snags a podium here or something. Like it's just cool to see him back and obviously get that opportunity. It's pretty.
So how old are you, Will?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Somebody on Twitter said it would be awesome to see Ivan get a chance. And I'm like, what?
Ivan Tedesco?
Ivan Tedesco.
Jesus.
He doesn't want a chance.
No, he's good. He's all set.
Yeah, he'd be like, please no.
Right. I'd be like, Will, you say the same thing. No, I'm good.
How old are you, Will, right now?
33.
Yeah, so Blose is 35. Imagine racing right now.
No, Will can't.
No.
Will's not racing.
No, I remember there was one season where all the guys got hurt on Star, and I remember the guys calling me and being like, you're filling in. And I'm like, what? No, please no. And I was riding a lot at the time.
Yeah, this guy on Twitter was like, I'd love to see Ivan get a shot. He doesn't.
No. That's
I guarantee you.
He's all good.
Right. Love to see if Jim Pomeroy could get that.
Jim Pomeroy.
Love to see if Tony D would get the call.
Tony D.
Right? Like, isn't that the same thing?
Oh, my God.
Dude, call the Hurricane. See what he's doing now.
Where's Kenny Zard at? Let's get him out there.
Right.
Let's get Kent Howerton rolling.
Right.
The Legends race.
All right, Wilbur. Well,
4-0, Wilbur.
You've been on a good run. It ends now.
We will see. I will be prepared. When do you get in?
Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know?
Upgrade list. Don't worry.
I know, Will. Text me later.
Are you United?
Yep.
Are you United?
I can't tell you now.
Oh, I got the upgrade list too, Will. I'll look at it too. Don't you?
You'll forget. Just like you always do. That's why I always get you in the airport.
Yeah, the early mornings. I'm not all there.
How many
So-
people
Yeah, you
flip
gotta
you
shut
off that's not Steve during the day?
Oh, I get.
Yeah. Dude, this is no joke, and I can't remember if I've called you since. I think I called Steve and told him, but I went to Home Depot. Literally, I moved last month, and I'm in Home Depot, and I'm shopping. This guy comes up to me and he goes, "Hey," and they just flips me off.
That's so awesome.
So then, dude, it gets better. So my neighbor, he's like, "Hey," one day he comes over, he's talking to me, and he doesn't know who I am, and I tell him, and not into motocross, so nothing clicked or anything. And his buddies, I guess, are, and they told him to come, flip me off.
That's so good.
And so he comes over and he's like, "Hey, I don't even want to do this, but my buddies and I feel like they're setting me up. But they told me to flip you off." So he flips me off, and I was like, I started laughing because I'm like, "What the fuck?" And Bill
Dude,
comes
yeah.
to like, "This is normal now."
Yeah, I get 4 or 5 a weekend.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So you get them?
I get them.
Okay.
Will gets them.
All right.
This is from Wil Hahn. Fuck you, Mathis.
So you can know who Team Will is out there.
Yeah.
There's Team Will guys. Yeah.
I bet you there's guys that are
Yeah.
doing it to both of us. So yeah, probably.
I feel like I'm getting 20 a night, so I don't know why I'm getting way more. Than
You got a team shirt on. You're people recognize you more. You're like a yeah. So
I mean, everyone laughs at least. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for jumping on, man. Appreciate it. We haven't had you on for a while, but appreciate you picking up the phone, buddy.
No worries. Yeah, you guys have a good night. Take care.
All right, see you.
Bye,
man.
Will.
All right, that's Wil Hahn, everybody. The streak ends this coming Saturday. The 7 o'clock hour. Well, it's 8 o'clock now. 8 o'clock brought to you by Suspension Direct. Suspension Direct guys, they're specializing in hard-to-find one-stop shop for suspension parts. Working with WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB. They've got the E-Click shocks for UTVs. They're actually doing a lot of things for UTVs. If you are a UTV guy, check out Suspension Direct. E-Click shocks. Marks has these on his Raptor. And Jeep models, Tundra, Toyotas, UTVs, and more. Made and developed in the USA. The code is PulpMX to save at suspensiondirect.com. Thank you to those guys. Also, our next guest brought to you by the folks at...
Do we have scary music to lead him in or no?
No, we probably should, though.
That would have been nice.
Renegade Racing Fuels, bringing you our next guest on here. The Firepower Honda team with Max Anstey, running Renegade Racing Fuels. Wil Hahn, speaking of that guy, he won a championship with Renegade Racing Fuel. Justin Brayton as well. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. RenegadeRacingFuels.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors as well. So if you want to check them out at RenegadeRacingFuels.com and then see what you think. And, real good product. They've been around a long time in our sport. Won a lot of races. Bringing you our next guest here on the show. The man has a factory Pro Circuit Kawasaki ride. Came off of the couch out there in Arizona and raced this weekend in Houston.
Yeah.
And he's going to continue on with it. Zombie Blose. What's up, Kris? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling in. Just done with film study there at Pro Circuit. It's a Monday night thing they do all the time. How was Mitch in film study?
Mitch was he was good. He was pretty easy on me considering my 10th place finish. So,
okay.
Maybe if I had a full prep time, I don't think he would have been so easy on me. But
okay.
What goes on in those things? Like, what does he say? Does he give you, here's what you should do, or what? Or you just sit back and watch, or what happens?
Yeah, you watch everything They obviously film me during the heat race and main event, so we watched that, and then we'll watch the Peacock, broadcast as well, and kind of see what other people are doing. So yeah, just little inputs and stuff that I could be better at, and not getting a really bad start was one of them.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Mitch a little bit about the situation, and he said you actually kind of turned him down the first time he called, and you were like, don't know or whatever, and then you called him back and was like, you know what? Yeah, I want the chance.
Yeah, I actually did. We were driving to the arena cross up in Prescott Valley, and Mitch had called me, and my wife, she's like, well, you better answer that one. and so getting to talking to him, and obviously he asked if I was interested and wanted to race, and was like, oh man, like, I don't know, like something like I need to talk to my wife about, and because we got 2 kids and everything else, and there's obviously can't just make a quick decision right then and there. So so getting to talking to the wife and called him back, and it's like, yeah, let's if you're still interested, like, let's put something together if possible. And so the first time it definitely didn't work out, and Carson got the red, and then obviously Seth got hurt, so they needed a fill-in guy for the East Coast, and got the gig.
I get it, like 2 kids, a wife in Arizona. You still just got to say, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, this is a pro circuit ride.
That's what my wife said. She's like, you should have just said yes, and then
we'll figure it out later.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, should have, woulda, coulda moment right there.
No, that's cool. Did you have a prior relationship with him? Did you talk to him, Mitch? Did you know him much?
I knew Mitch a little bit here and there, but never have had that, friendship with him. Back in 2009, like when I was on Troy Lee Designs, like we ran pro circuit everything back when Troy Lee, they were still on Hondas. And I believe it was their second year in 2009 that they had the Supercross team. They were still on all PC everything. So there's obviously that relationship. And Bones, working with Bones prior to this, it was, he's from Tucson, or at least he had a house in Tucson. I can't remember which one it was. So there's a little relationship there with certain people, but not personally with Mitch himself, no.
Right.
Is it something that when he calls, do you even say anything about money, or you just accept it, or you just like, hey, I'm going?
Yeah, you just pretty much accept it and get the opportunity of a lifetime.
Are you making a salary, or do fill-in riders make salary, or no?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a salary.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it a salary, no.
But you make a little bit of something then.
Yeah, you make a little bit of something.
Okay, got it.
Sure.
I'll tell you what he's got.
Okay, tell
He's
me.
got like a per race thing.
Like a show up money?
Maybe like $3,000, $5,000. He has to pay his own travel out of that, most
Okay.
likely. He gets to keep whatever he doesn't have, and then he's probably got a bonus program.
Okay.
Chris?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay.
You're on the right track.
So if you could fly Spirit and catch rides to the track, could maybe do.
No, but definitely don't fly Spirit.
I talked to you after the race. You weren't stoked, but you didn't get a start, and you charged hard. Got a little tiring near the end. Look at your lap times, but you got a top 10. I feel like that's okay. You were maybe a little more upset than I think you should have been. But yeah, looking back on it now, like, are you good with this as a starting point, or were you still pissed?
Yeah, obviously I want always to be the best I can be, and I'm super hard on myself. And I guess you would say I was satisfied with 10th, considering the circumstances, having very little seat time on the bike, and trying to figure everything out. 10th was good. It's a good place, I guess, to be. We were out of there healthy. Terrible start, so obviously we got some stuff to work on, fitness-wise and bike setup-wise. But, no, we're definitely making progress. We had a great day today, and, we'll go into Tampa, which I think I really like Tampa, so looking forward to that one.
How is the bike? Is it everything you thought it would be? Is it just, how cool is it?
Yeah, it's super cool. Kind of every aspect of the whole factory ride thing is super cool. Not only the bike is awesome, but everything from I don't know, watching video to breaking down the track to, I mean, you name it, whether it's food, whether it's, them videotaping you during practice, and kind of every aspect of it is super cool. And it's an experience that I'll never forget.
Is it the fastest bike 250 that you've ridden?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I was thinking too.
It just runs so good. Like they have the thing dialed in.
Right.
Like clean, no misfire, and just clean as shit, and just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just on point all the time.
Did they get your suspension pretty close? You rode the bike 2 or 3 times in Arizona there when you got the call. Did you still testing that, or do you think that you're pretty good with suspension? Did they get it close to where you want it? Because you're a bigger guy, you ride aggressively, you're over, your elbows are up. Like, I don't know, I feel like you might be a hard guy to nail a setting for.
Yeah, I thought I was good, and I felt pretty comfortable going into there. And then kind of like when we got to the races, it was like, okay, I feel like I'm way off now.
Okay.
So yeah, no, we got the suspension dialed in today. I feel super comfortable on it now, and kind of what I was feeling at the races was able to translate it better for everyone. And after watching video and stuff like that, was able to, I think it's a hard part is trying to translate it to tuners, and things can kind of get misconstrued sometimes.
Well,
even though you're trying to say the same thing but in a different way.
Well, Kris knows about that through testing, and then also for people who don't know, Kris Keefer knows that through testing. Kris Blose here on the line has a Race Tech service center in Arizona where he does suspension.
Correct.
So yeah, it's pretty funny, Zombie, because you're like, maybe you could just crack it open in between practices yourself.
Yeah. No, I just want to stick to riding the dirt bike. I don't want to get involved.
Were you on the softer side or stiffer side when you were racing? Which way did you go when you figured it out?
I felt like my forks were a little on the softer side, and then certain aspects of the shock were stiff in certain areas, and then softer in other areas. So yeah, I think we got that figured out today. So which was nice to do.
So World Supercross, we saw you with the Bud Racing guys. No plans to do that again for this year, or do we see you back in World Supercross when this thing's over, or are you back to the couch, back to doing suspension?
No, definitely wanted to do the World Supercross thing again. Just trying to figure everything out on that side of things. So yeah, no full-time couch rider yet.
Okay, all right.
It seems like. I guess I was somewhat retired, and now I'm doing more racing than I thought I was going to be doing, so whatever.
Do it as long as you want to and can make money at it, man.
Right.
Just hold on it forever.
Yeah, no, it's awesome, and especially I'm 35, right? So I'm old, and to get an opportunity like this at 35 is just beyond me. I still can't believe it.
It's a really cool story. Like I've been in this sport a long time, and I don't get impressed by much or whatever at this point.
You're pretty numb.
I'm pretty numb. I've seen a lot. This is a really fucking cool story. When I heard you got it, your first factory ride in forever in your whole career, and Peyton needs you. His team's decimated. You're coming off the couch per se. This is a really cool story. Like if you can get a top 5 or a podium, Kris, this would be amazing. It'd be so cool to see, So.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely the end goal, right? Is the podium and getting top 5 finishes, and I truly believe I can get there. Coming into this, it was like, man, I had a couple days on the bike. Man, we ended up 10th. We came out of Houston healthy. And now we can just build from there. So, yeah, it's just a matter of time, just doing laps now and getting the time on the bike in and going to the races and keep improving. So, and that's a good thing about, obviously, the team is they obviously want the best for the rider and want the best results. And, I mean, he has how many championships? So they obviously know what they're doing.
Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you Kris Blose on the show. Please check them out, the Firepower Honda guys. Max Anstey was good this weekend on the Firepower Honda team using Renegade Racing Fuels. So please check them out on the web.
Go with the theme today.
Oh,
positivity.
Positivity, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Kris has a Keefer is giving every guest tonight. Oh, you didn't say anything to Wil.
That's Wil.
Okay.
It's not a guest.
Fuck Wil?
Yeah, fuck
Okay.
Wil.
So the theme tonight with Kris Blose, I'm all fucked up.
You all right, man?
Is Keefer is giving everybody a positive comment. So here he goes.
Things that I've noticed about the guests that I like. Right.
Yep.
35 years old. When you have been in the sport as long as Blose has, I raced against Blose in 4-stroke nationals. This is how long he's been around, right?
Yeah, he's old as shit.
Right? So he's still competitive. When you have raced at a high level for as many years as he has, usually by this time it kind of dies down, or you've started a family like he has, but it just kind of dies down. I know Kris a little bit. He's super competitive. He's in tune with his motorcycle. He still loves to ride his bike. Like, let's take this away. He still goes out and rides dirt bikes.
He'd be in the desert.
He's out, ACP, riding. So for me, I just think that is really cool on a fan standpoint. Older guys, I think you'll have a lot more vet riders be a fan of yours just because past the factory ride, in which we all think that is very well deserved, is just that you still like to ride dirt bikes. So when this thing is done and over with, Kris will be out riding his dirt bike and having a good time, and he has a business. So for me, that is easy to root for when you have a guy like that.
All right. There we go. Kris, when you were at the shop today, could you go find a pipe for my 1990 bike? Did you go rummage around or no?
No, I didn't go rummage around. I was going to ask you if you followed up with Mitch on that.
I followed up with somebody else at Pro Circuit because Mitch is a busy guy.
Gotcha. They didn't find one.
Hey, so I'm also, on that note of being positive, I'm really happy that Kris is still alive after his Paris crash.
Well, what about when North Carolina, when he ate shit?
North Carolina.
I'm sorry.
What happened in North Carolina?
So, not North Carolina. Atlanta.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the Paris Supercross crash, Kris, in the whoops, I mean, obviously you were crushing those all day. They were big. That had to rank up there in your hardest hits.
Dude, Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, that one definitely didn't feel good. That whole crash, I mean, obviously I was like minutes away from winning the whole weekend, but with that, when I started going over the bars, I'm like, oh, I might be able to save this. And then I was like, I just got to the point where it was just not savable anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, I can't believe this is happening. It was all like slow motion. And I was thinking in my head as I was going over the bars, this is not happening right now. But it did.
Yeah, you were like you said, it was late, right, in the race, and you were going to win the overall. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Did you wear a chesty?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, didn't know if you did, because sometimes it's like one of those things. If you always wear a chest protector, and the minute you don't wear it and try it, it's like, oh my God, it's so nice.
Yeah.
But then you eat shit. You're like, I'm glad I have it. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't a big chest pro guy, but now I am.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just obviously getting older and taking some hard hits, but it's like, man, I like the chest pro now.
Are you on a Fox under protector right now?
Yeah.
Those things are nice. You got the foam on the back, on your backside, that one?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that thing's really nice.
Speaking of Fox, can we get Zombie on the back of your pants? What can we get that?
Kenny will do it. Kenny will get him.
Yeah. Hey, I'm taking butt patch requests, so if you have one, Steve, let me know.
Yeah, it's called Zombie.
It's called Zombie.
Yeah, because
all right.
That's stuck. I feel like that name is really stuck.
Dude, it's kind of fucked when you think about it.
Why is it fucked?
Because you always talk about him dying. Like, oh, he's not dead. Like, he's back from the... I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, why do you want to put that on a dude?
It just happened once.
No, but you say it all the time, like in tweets and stuff. He's back from the dead, people. Oh, my God, I just saw him died. No, he didn't, because he just...
I don't say that.
Oh,
the
my
one
God.
crash. We thought he was dead. He got up with no front number plate. He rose from the dead. The medics were on him. The medics were looking at him.
Oh, my gosh.
You know?
I guess.
I don't feel like... I mean, Kris, if you want, we'll stop it.
No, it's fine. It's stuck all around the
you.
world. People call me Zombie now, so
right.
it is what it is, and I've accepted it.
I did Instagram when you got the ride. I did a little emoji or GIF of a zombie like walking.
That was actually
and I
funny.
said Blose going. And people loved it. Like people just thought it was awesome.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that was a good one. I like that one.
Right. So I don't know. Yeah,
All
Kris
right, well,
Keefer,
fuck
he's
off,
fine
Kris.
with it.
Accepted it at this point. I mean, it is what it is. And
Yeah.
like people in Australia and all over, like Europe, like called me zombie, and it's like, all right, I guess zombie it is.
What's your favorite zombie movie then, Steve?
Oh, there's a ton. Strangely enough, I've never watched that Walking Dead the TV show.
Oh, really?
Never watched it, so that's not coming from that. But no, it was it was Denver, and he went down hard, and he was down for multiple laps, and the medics were over there, and it looked like it was a big one. And then we took our eyes off him, and then the next time we looked up, he's tripling and skimming whoops. We're like, what happened? So that's where we
Zombie's back.
Yeah, the zombie was back. You were like 3 laps down, Blose. You were just like, it didn't matter. You were like, fuck it, I'm going to keep racing. It was great. So
yeah.
Does this is not rolling over to outdoors, obviously.
I mean, who knows?
No.
But I don't think so.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, got it.
No. Hey, if Mitch offers me an outdoor ride, I'm turning it down.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a while for outdoors for you, Blose.
Yeah, it has. I'm good. Listen, I'll sit on the couch at that point.
Yeah. When's the last time you raced outdoors?
Oh God, I think it was 2013.
Wow.
With Alan?
Yeah.
Was that Alan Brown?
Yeah, with AB.
Yeah, you and Phil.
Yeah, me, Phil.
Phil was on here. Well, he's been on here a ton, but one of the last few weeks, Phil brought Blose up. He's like, "Yeah, me and Blose. I like Blose." It's like, "Yeah, no shit. You and Blose would get along.
Exactly,
you're fucking perfect, right?"
Yeah. I like Phil.
I mean, you're a tough dude. Like, I feel like just because it's tough, that's not the reason why you don't go race it. So, what is the reasons why you don't like it or haven't done it since 2013? Besides, I guess the money. It's
It's
one of
hard
them?
work.
Yeah, but he's not scared of that. He's a hardworking dude.
No, it doesn't make sense financially, and I'm not. For how much work you put in, how much driving you got to do, and I'm not going to just go privateer out of a van. Like, I'm past that point in my life where I need to do that. I've been there and I've done that, and it's just how much money you make out of it versus how much work and time and effort you put in. Like, yeah.
So the risk reward isn't where you want it to be.
Yeah, it's definitely not there, and to go sweat and get my ass kicked by some little kid. Yeah, I'm good.
By the way, so if you're in Arizona and you're sending your suspension to Race Tech Service Center run by Zombie, you might want to wait a little bit. You're not going to get great turnaround service these days.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, things got put on pause there.
Yeah.
For a second now.
Just want people to know that.
Are you the only guy doing that? Do you have help or?
Yeah, no, I'm the only guy doing it.
Okay.
So.
We got a phone call for you from Tony. He's on 4. Tony, what's going on? What's your question to Chris Blose?
First off, I'd like to say, hey, Chris, I love the hat, dude. That thing's sick.
Thanks, man.
Kiefer,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And that kind of goes into the 90s a little bit, too, man. I remember McGrath had a similar hat like that, but
yeah, no, if he loves stabbing his friends in the back, so that's what he's doing right here. That's what he's doing with that hat.
I'm running Maxis on my KX 250, so it's all good.
All right,
Steve. But Chris, man, I'm a C-class rider, man. Used to be a B 450 guy, and then as I got older, I'm 31 years old. You're 35. Man, when I had my first kid, I got out of dirt bikes a little bit, and that was my decision. But my wife, of all people, I was sitting there on the couch, just all slumped over. Like, she knew that I wanted to ride a little bit and get back into it. And how does that work on a professional level, though? You know, with you and Brittany, you know, like, I mean, how do you do that with going to the stadiums and 2 kids now? I only got my daughter; she's 3, and I'm curious to see. You know, I mean, obviously you're driven the ride and all that, but I just always looked up to you and followed you all my life, and I just curious to see.
Yeah, man, the kids definitely make it tough when you need to go ride or go travel. So yeah, and having 2 makes it twice as hard.
Yeah.
Luckily, I have a super supportive wife, and yeah, right now, I mean, it's just me going to the races, and my wife, she obviously works a full-time job as well, And so the kids, they go to daycare, and then she's obviously home with them on the weekends. But the times that she does come to the races, yeah, man, it gets pretty hectic with the kids, you know. So it's just it's hard to manage, and I don't know. It's a tough one. You got to use your time wisely, especially when you're at home and you got to go ride or work out. Like there's times where they're napping and you're trying to get a quick, hour cycle in or whatever the case is. So it's definitely pretty hard to manage, but you end up finding a way to get it done.
Cool. Yeah. Right on, man.
Tony,
thanks for the call.
Tony, you want a Works Connection Pro Launch start device?
Got a bike?
For your bike?
Absolutely, dude. I got a 19 KX 250.
All right. That works, man.
Yep.
We'll get you a Works Connection Pro Launch start device. Code PulpMX20 to save. Those guys are crushing it in the industry right now with the podiums and the teams and everything else. So stay on hold, all right?
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Good talking to you, Chris, and hopefully we see you up here in Detroit.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Sounds good. Yeah, Chris should be in Detroit as the series mows along. All right, anything else?
Hey, Keefer.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, did Steve buy your Ulta yet?
Nope. He lined up a guy, but that guy is MIA now.
No, that guy is coming through, and Blose knows that guy.
Okay.
I do.
Yep, Dennis Parker.
Oh, Dennis Parker. Yeah.
You know Dennis. I'm sure you know of him. Yeah. He's buying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Do you not think that Dennis will come through? He will.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
He will. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
I got it done.
Steve didn't buy it.
No, he didn't buy it. Did you hear about the whole thing, Chris?
I did.
So what side do you take on that?
Unfortunately, Keefer, I take Steve's side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blose. Appreciate it.
Because at the end of the day, Steve has the money, and if he doesn't want to buy it, he doesn't have to.
Well, what if he says he's going to and then decides he doesn't?
But
it does. If he backs out, then I guess he just backs out.
You didn't tell it to me when you're ready.
It's called flake job.
All right, Chris. Thanks for coming. Thanks for calling in. Like I said, cool story. I think everyone's kind of rooting for you. Really, really neat for you to get this chance. And 5 years from now, when you're absolutely done, you're gonna be like, God damn, I had a pro circuit ride for half a Supercross season.
Yep.
And that's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, that was definitely one thing. I told myself, if I quit racing a year from now, or if I quit racing now and a year from later, I look back and I didn't take this opportunity, I knew I would have regretted it and kicked myself in the butt for it.
Yep.
So it's yeah, man, you have to. It's Mitch Payton, Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
What are you going to be happy with? What's your goal if you have one?
Goal is podium for sure.
Okay.
I think I can for sure do it. I think it's just a matter of getting seat time in, getting the bike dialed in, and just obviously working on fitness and stuff like that. But I know it's going to take time, but the end goal is still the same.
Got it.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you this weekend in Tampa. Thanks for calling in. Congrats on the ride, and thanks for the time, man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
See you, buddy.
Night.
See you later. That's Chris Blose, everybody. Cool. It's a cool story.
Yep.
It really is. Thanks to the folks at Renegade Racing Fuels for stepping up for that. Also, thank you to the folks at EVS Sports. Code PULP30 to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS-sports.com. Over the last 30 years, EVS Sports has established themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology when it comes to designing protection gear for today's motocross racers. Guys like Hampshire, Chiz, Axel Hodges, Pastrana all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever Travis decides to do that day. PULP30 is the code to save. EVS-sports.com. Use that code. Save it. EVS-sports.com. Thank you to those guys coming up. We got Sean here from DeCal Works, but before we get into him, so you and I have a great opportunity coming up this weekend. We have to figure this out probably tomorrow or the next day. So I was interviewing Lars Lindstrom. A lot of controversy with Lars and I right now. He told me to come over for dinner one time at a race. I went over. It wasn't there. Then I came back, and I was pressed for time, and I had to, one thing I really respect is waiting for all the team members to eat, because I've been that team member when, people took the last.
Let everybody else get their food.
Yeah.
Right.
So then I had to wait for people. The food wasn't, and then I almost missed my appointment for the Fly show. And then Lars never even bothered to text me back this weekend about where to come over to eat, and like lots of ups and downs right now with me and trying to find food for dinner at the races. But I did talk to I caught up with Lars after the race in Houston. Here's the audio of our interview and the opportunity that has been really given to us, Keefer.
Bestowed on
Keefer and I. Here's Lars.
What should we get?
Well, today getting barbecue was pretty predictable. We're in Houston, so I don't know. Like Florida, hold on. You got to go back. I don't like when you guys get buka. You went too far. Go all the way to the start.
That's where it begins.
Huh?
Yeah, he's right. Keep going. They did it right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Tallon, for thinking
like that.
Bad.
Yeah.
I know it's easy for you guys, but
yeah, getting catering is tough. You know, and getting it to the track and everything like that.
You had a little problem in Anaheim or San Diego or whatever. San Diego.
Yeah. But and also we wanted to switch it up from always getting Chipotle. But Chipotle is easy and everybody usually likes it, except for girls. You notice that? No. Girls usually don't like it. Does Pookie like it?
Yeah, Pookie loves Chipotle.
Really?
And
my wife doesn't like it. Colt's, chick doesn't like it. It's a very common thing. Girls don't like Chipotle. You can discuss this on your show.
Yeah, we'll break it down. Kiefer's on Monday, and nothing like Keefer likes better than.
Kiefer should decide what we will have. He could probably think about this for have a 15-minute conversation. Probably sandwiches or something, right? Yeah. He's a big sandwich guy. Well, maybe if you guys decide on Monday night what we should have for catering at Tampa, and then we'll do that.
Yeah. All right. Perfect.
Maybe somebody will call in from Tampa and go, "You got to have this." Okay. Yeah.
Let's figure it out.
This is a good idea.
So thanks to Lars, we are going to get a chance to cater Honda's dinner this Saturday, and I am in favor. So we've been texting a little bit with Lars.
Yep.
I'm in favor of doing a local dish in Florida. So if someone wants to send us some recommendations for catering, we got to cater 45 people.
45, and it has to be about $800.
Okay. Actually, Lars didn't want us to say how much on the air.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know if I just thought it was $800.
Okay. Again, you just said the number again.
Okay.
So that's twice now.
Okay.
Okay. He didn't really want us to talk about the number.
My bad. No one told me this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we got to cater.
Yep.
45 people.
Yep.
Local Tampa, local Florida. Like if it was Houston, I would have went with Papacitos. I love Papacitos. So that would have been my choice.
What is Papacitos?
Oh, it's Papacitos, dude. It's
the Mexican?
It's like Tex-Mex. It's fantastic. Little warm tortillas and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you thinking off the top? Like, what are you kind of going with?
So Heather and I, actually, kudos to Heather because we really deep dived this on Sunday. And we found a couple spots. We had an Italian spot that's local. And then we went to the normal range, like there was a, Moe's, because I know you like Moe's, right?
You can't go.
I know. I'm just saying we have both. So there's options like a standard issue chain, or then we have this local Italian restaurant that had lasagna, salads, pasta, like good race day type of food.
Yeah.
So that is what I think. And as much as I love sandwiches, I feel like that's just too bland for a factory Honda spread. You need something a little bit nicer.
Really?
I do. Like, this is more of a dinner. It's 4:30-ish, right? 4:30, 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
So sandwiches don't fit into 4:30, 5 o'clock for most people. It does for me. Like, for me, no problem.
So what they do at the Nationals is they cater the Jimmy John sandwiches a lot in a box. You get a cookie, you get chips, and you get a sandwich.
To me, that's not catering. That's just like, it's a bento box. Like, who cares, right?
Okay.
Like, let's have a spread with individual pieces. You got pasta, you got the main dish, you got salads, and you got some cheesecake at the end. You got some of that. And I think that fits the range of the people and the pricing. Let's do something like that. And it's local. You like Italian?
Well, it's my theory on Italian.
Okay.
It's whether it's Fazoli's or like what the fuck's the place here on the strip
Italian,
we ate at? Maggiano's.
Maggiano's.
Whether it's Fazoli's or Maggiano's, there ain't much difference between them. You're just paying $30 more. It's noodles and boiled water.
And it's good.
And a red sauce. It's good.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of like, this is awesome,
What's your take? What do you want? What would you like?
I was disappointed by your choices.
Really?
Yeah.
I gave you like 3 different choices.
I mean, I just felt like
you'd
research a local Tampa sandwich shop or something.
I just don't feel like that is what they need. If it was a daytime race and it wasn't at night, then let's do some sandwiches, right?
Yeah.
But we need some Italian flair here. We need something that's local you can get, but with the dinner attitude, not a lunch attitude.
The dinner attitude.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's dinner time. How
Yeah.
many people are going to eat the rest of the night? They're probably done. Like, this is wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up here. It's 5 o'clock. This is what I'm having for dinner. And it's the crew. It's the people around the crew. It's not the racers. So I think most people, you can get away with different types of people. If you have a vegan or if you want someone meat, they can supply all that. So that's what I think.
And okay, so this is not a chain. You found it in Tampa or
Yes.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they cater and everything.
And
yeah.
Heather was very adamant. She was very on it. With
Okay.
this,
So there's a chance that we do this and we get to cater Factory Honda's food.
Yes.
I wonder if Lars will screw me out of eating again.
I feel like you need to be there on time then. And then let the people eat, and then you go.
Yeah, I'm a busy guy. I got fly shows. I got
I know you're flipping people off. I get it.
I got to find Will. I got to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
So.
But you're fine with Italian.
It's a very uninspired choice.
We
It's
found
fine.
some
It's very
barbecue, local barbecue, but that was last week. I didn't want to do the same thing.
They didn't. Yeah, they had barbecue. Yeah.
Right. So
yeah.
I feel that's not 2 weeks in a row. You don't need that. So I feel like this would be a good thing.
Okay. All right. Well.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, get that name and number over to Lars, and we'll
Okay.
see what we can do.
All
you
right.
know.
All right.
But yeah, if it's no good, we'll hear about it.
Oh, it's gonna be.
We're gonna hear
hell
about
to pay.
it. Yeah.
I know.
I just thought you'd do a sandwich shop. Yeah. I thought you'd find a sandwich shop.
Look at any other time.
Doesn't have the right attitude though.
And maybe another team. Maybe.
Oh, but Nichols and Sexton.
I just feel
Jet
like
and Hunter?
American
Yeah.
Honda needs something a little bit better than
Oh.
sandwiches.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at you.
Yeah.
But Yamaha can just fucking have sandwiches.
Yamaha
or-
can
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
Sammy's.
yeah,
like,
yeah.
let's get Jimmy John's. We're good.
But Honda.
Honda, we need to
Yeah,
step it up a little
yeah.
bit. I mean, the best looking bike in the pits.
It is the best looking bike. in the
You don't
pits.
like the white bikes, though.
No, I don't. I don't like the white. That didn't look.
Is
any
that a
good.
problem, too, with Lars? With you and Lars? The white? Is that white getting in the way?
Yeah, I said that to him, and he said nobody cares what I think. And he's got a point. Yeah. Doesn't stop me from ranting and raving, Race Tech rants, but he's probably got a point. But the Red Riders, yeah, give me that look of that bike all day long.
Yeah.
It was really, really good. All right, let's. So we know DeCal Works has been a part of our show for a long time, and they've been a big part of a lot of things that we're doing this year. Expanded to the re-raceables and expanded to Fly Race and Moto 60 as well. And great company, great service over there, great designs at DeCal Works, and we know DeCalMX.com. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. And welcoming to the show, Sean Murdock. What's up, Sean?
What's up? Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming by.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, have you been in before or no?
Just when we went mountain biking, but I've been downstairs.
Oh, I never had you on a show before.
No. Well, I've called in when I lived in Illinois.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, we went e-biking one time. We're gonna go again at some point.
Yeah,
right?
I've been doing my push-ups though, because the first time was pretty
Was it
bad.
rough?
Oh, he schooled me.
Did he go hard?
I don't think he went that hard. I just think I went soft.
I don't think you were.
I go soft sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cody says look up Taco Bus. Taco Bus, Tampa Clearwater area.
Well, I'll mark it down.
Okay.
Nothing's out of the question.
Okay.
I'm just telling
you. But yeah, thanks for coming in, hanging out. You love working at DeCal, and I have to say I've gotten a few emails as well. People stoked on your service, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. Now, ever since we started with PulpMX, we've been super excited. I jumped on the opportunity when I found out we were going to be hooking up with the show. I was like, it was kind of a dream of mine to. I don't know. I've always listened to the show at least as far back as like 2013,
Oh, wow.
and my friends got me hooked on it. And now I'm so busy, I honestly can't listen to all the stuff, but I try to tune in as much as I can, and it's awesome for sure.
Yeah, you're based here in Vegas. How's the hologram stuff going? How's
Killing
that?
it.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like the whole new thing. The whole graphics industry's busting with it, and the chrome is killing it. The matte finish, the silver shimmer. There's just so many more options that exploded in the last 30 days than we've had in like 4 years. It's
I
been
saw
crazy.
the club guys had matte graphics this weekend. I think that was different. I think it was different from what their usual is.
Did they? Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, look at that, matte graphics across their whole bike.
Yeah.
So,
We've had a couple of garage builds at Racer X with shimmer on it. It looks pretty bitchin'.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Keefer's still patenting the real
Die cuts.
Die cut numbers.
Oh, he's got his own custom blend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's die cut with little like background built in.
Yeah.
But
So
what would
instead
we
of it
call that?
being just a number completely contour cut, it's kind of shaped to the back of the side plate, so it's not a full coverage, but we cut it around the number, but
Keefer
still
cut.
Keefer cut.
So can anybody get that?
Yes.
Just ask for the Keefer cut.
Yeah.
So you still got some of that background, but it fades in the back,
right?
And you got the die cut. It's badass.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is he going through his allotment? Do we need to cut back? Because this guy's got a lot of bikes and a lot of shit going on, and Aiden's riding.
No, I check. I'm like, where's Aiden's graphics at? Sometimes I see his IG. I'm like, his bike's bare. What's he doing?
Unbelievable.
Look, I'll be the first to admit, until DeCal Works, I was pretty bad at numbers and backgrounds and graphics.
Well, especially how much you have to put them on. Like, you have so many bikes to put on, and
It's a full-time job in
It
itself.
is. Yeah.
You know, when you're trying to do 3 different bikes and do everything, I get it. It's a task.
My graphics are good. They don't wear much at all.
Wonder why is that?
Yeah. They're fantastic.
Underneath all the dirt. No, I'm just kidding.
DecalMX.com. PulpMX23 is the code to get 20% off your custom graphics. Red Bull KTM, of course. Husqvarna Off-Road as well. And, dude, a shit ton of teams. And
Team Tedder, we did
Team
a cool
Tedder,
one for Team Tedder. Their Supercross, or the San Diego kits.
Yeah.
Because it's usually the military appreciation, and this time it was in Tampa. But he has some, like Team Tedder and Dakota, all them have friends down there. Some of them in, like, Navy SEAL stuff and whatever, and we put some logos on there and did some special camo stuff with silver shimmer, and it was on like CBS San Diego and all that. It was awesome with the Hill Brothers, and I think Brock Glover was in there, just doing like an interview presenting Supercross coming to the town, and it was
cool.
awesome. Some people have bought graphics from those,
from that. Oh, cool. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, it's great. Code's doing well.
Code's killing it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
good to hear. Yeah, Re-Raceables, Moto 60, and the Pulp Show are on DecalMX.com. So, yeah, it's great stuff. It fits really well. So you guys do a good job of that. The Yamahas are hard, even the 22 more than the 23 to put graphics on, but yeah, it fits nice. And then I got all these little Strava Steve stickers and PulpMX. And
yeah, that's what's cool. Like when I get a background or some graphics to have keyfering stuff inside of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
we call those feel goods. Those are intentional. So if somebody has a business and they put their company logo on their bike, we want to give them a few, as samples, because you never know. Maybe they want to order a little bit for their company. So just doing like quick nickname, quick-witted, fun stuff, like I think that's part of the experience with it.
Right. Is it true that you're the best guy at Decal Works to contact? The number one salesman?
Hands down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
I like it.
Nice. Are you going riding here? Or what's the plan? Do we know?
Tomorrow morning. I know you're not because I heard you earlier, but tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it out Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got.
We have
a
like a remote sales type of deal at Decal, and Wednesday wasn't a good day. Otherwise, I would have chose Wednesday.
Oh, okay. All right. And then the company's been around a long time. We bugged JT. Decal used to bring in the SoCal gear.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yes.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. JT was SoCal one year.
Mike Ulrich, SoCal.
Mike Ulrich was SoCal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, was he? He actually.
He actually, when he was in racing Supercross, he was in SoCal gear.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wow.
Oh, I have to make fun of Mike for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not.
He
know
still has some. I always talk
didn't
about
know
it
he's a
with him.
SoCal guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. JT was too, and of course the 3D racing guys forever were SoCal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were SoCal gear forever. So yeah, Decal has been around a long time, doing a lot of things. So, all right, we got some phone calls. Sean, stick around. Why don't you, please? Joey's on one. Is this Joey?
Yeah, how's it going?
What's up, man? You've been on hold for an hour and 8 minutes. What's happening?
Honestly, I've been just doing some other stuff, but
okay.
Hey, I got a quick question for Keefer. I seen a interview that he did with Christian Craig's mechanic.
Yep.
And I was kind of surprised to see how out of the loop he seemed. Any suspension, engine, ECU stuff. I know that those guys are a little bit more out of tune on that stuff nowadays. But when you even asked him about the foot pegs, and he was kind of didn't even know what was going on, and I was kind of surprised to see that,
Yeah.
And
so
then,
go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No. So he was actually pretty nervous before we started shooting. He never really had his an interview. So a lot of these questions that I come with these mechanics, unless they have a lot of time with the rider and the bike, which he didn't.
Right.
Obviously, it was the third round. Actually, the third round. So some of these questions that I just spring on them are just right there. They don't really have any time to look it up or rehearse. So unless they know a lot about it, then it's kind of a surprise to them. So that leads me to try to talk about something else. And with these round of videos, we've done these, the past few years, and I just want to do something a little bit different. So instead of just going from hub to hub and just explaining every little detail, which I have done and which I like, I try to include them a little bit more, why they ride or what they don't ride, and then more about what Christian does or doesn't like, instead of trying to get all the little nuances about them. So
Right. It just seemed like even when you ask, what he does and doesn't like, it seems like I don't know if the mechanics are kind of just pushing this way nowadays, but it seemed like the only thing that he really got to play with was, handlebars and lever height. It wasn't like he was, really doing a whole lot of other things, which, I mean, there's only so much to do.
Did you get the chance to watch the Carlos and Cooper Webb one?
I did not, no.
Well, there's a lot of Steve talk in there, and Carlos says we're just more than grips and graphics, unlike what Steve thinks we do. So maybe go to that one. You'll get a little bit more detail.
Okay. And then another, follow-up question was, do you think a lot of the mechanics nowadays are guys that are coming from chasing the dream, and actually make it as far as, I would say, A to B class, and then they say, hey, I don't have it? Or do you think a lot of these guys are, coming in more of just being able to find an opportunity and, get in there? Because I don't know. Go ahead.
No, so for me, and maybe Steve has a different outlook, but from what I've seen and the guys I've talked to, there's more just average guys that have been an enthusiast and have ridden and not really chasing the dream and being professional. There are guys out there that are like that.
Ben LeMay.
Ben
Working for
LeMay.
Slovakia right now.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah.
He wrenches for Forkner. So there are those guys, but there's more just guys that enjoyed riding their dirt bike and then, wanted to be around the industry. And then those are, to me, the majority of the mechanics out there.
Okay. And then so actually kind of just keep rambling on about the mechanic thing, but there's two other questions I want to know is, one thing is, what do you think these mechanics are making salary-wise? And then the other one to finish off for Steve would be, how much about the bike were you in tune with when you were doing your mechanic days?
The salary ranges are all over the place, right? But most factory guys are around 50 and up.
Okay.
So, I would go up from there. Sometimes, I don't know anything about Craig's guy here, but he might have been told to not say anything somewhere along the line. He was freaking out because, he might have been thought about his job was in trouble, right? It could have just been a general meeting. Hey, guys, don't tell the media anything. And then Chris is there, and he's just panicking because he's not sure what he should say or not, right?
Right. Well, it seemed like they had he was saying they had a different guy for everything.
Right.
A different guy was doing the mapping, different guy was doing the suspension stuff.
Right.
So it seemed like he could get pushed out of the loop.
Yeah.
Well, here's
that's
the thing.
how it is nowadays, more than it was back in my day.
And I don't know much about him personally, but there are guys out there that use it. This is a job, right? Maybe they're not as much of an enthusiast as all of us fans are. Some guys are out there. Here's my job. I'm going to work on the bike, and then that's what they do.
Yeah.
So,
well,
and I don't know much.
I guess in some ways it could be better for the factories.
Guys
enthusiasts because they're not trying to figure out every little nitpick about the bike, that other people don't have.
No, for sure. And as far as me, I knew everything on my bike. I built the transmission. I knew the gear ratios. I did my own motors.
But way back when you guys were doing it, you were a lot more hands-on with everything on the bike.
Yeah, we had no test guy. We had a suspension guy. And then, we would even dyno our motors. And so you'd have to build a motor and then dyno it and then know that it was good to go. We would dyno stuff for testing. We would know what cam we were putting in or what piston or whatever it was. So I knew everything about my bike. Now, I had a motor guy that was smarter than I am and a suspension guy that was smarter than I am. But, yeah, I knew that, hey, man, we're running 17-to-1 compression piston, and maybe we tried 14-to-1 last week, and a rider thought this. And, I'm making notes the whole time. I have my old book over there. I just found it.
You did?
I didn't return it to Yamaha.
That's pretty cool.
So I have my old spec book over there. I was looking at it maybe a month ago.
Should we do some on that?
If you want to.
I would.
Would I get in trouble?
I don't think so. That far back?
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Anyways, that's a good question, though, man. Thanks for the call.
Cool. Appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Later.
Thank you.
Is that blue book over there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go get it.
Yeah, well.
Riley. Riley, is this Riley? Riley?
Hello? Riley?
Ride dog.
Gracias.
Tony, on 3. Tony, what's up, man?
Hey, I got a question for you guys. I'm joining the show late here, so maybe this has been talked about or discussed or asked, but what did you find to be the biggest, surprise to you guys? This is for everybody in the show. Was it perhaps Anstey second, Vial leading for a little bit, ripping a start leading,
Hayden charging back to 4, charging from 4s.
I would say for me,
maybe even Cooper, Jake Coop chasing down and getting rocks in there in the end. Like,
I think
there's
it was
so many things that happened Saturday night.
I think it was Tomac beating Sexton after that whooping in the heat race, right? Like that, like just how good Sexton was all day, and then Tomac to hold him off. That was probably my biggest surprise with Hayden Deegan second. Sean, what about you?
Yeah, to follow up with that, I would think after seeing Sexton dominate the heat race, I thought Tomac may have, just settled for a second or a third place, but he charged up. That was definitely a surprise. And then Deegan shooting up to fourth place and holding strong like a rock. I would say those two are pretty solid.
Kiefer?
I'm going to go, I mean.
Sorry.
For me, obviously, the Tomac situation, we talked about that, how you can overcome and just dominate. But I'm going to go something a little bit maybe less newsworthy, but still for me, I feel like Savacci qualifying as good as he did.
Yeah.
And running up front, beating Adam. And I think his riding is really good right now. And with a little bit more of, maybe some better starts, I think we could see him near that top 5. But for me, that's been surprising.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Joey's been good. Yeah, absolutely. Like he's
one other quick question too is, Craig's been struggling on that Husky, and then Jay Coop just jumps in and Lansbury does. Do you think if Craig was on that YZ 450, his results would be better?
I mean, don't ask this question to Steve right now, please. Don't ask this question. We already know what he's going to say.
Look who!
Of course he is. Yes. Of course he would be. He'd be winning. He'd be winning. Bike of the year.
I got a buddy here in Minnesota who just got one a week ago, and he says he loves it, and he's like, bike of the year.
Thank you. No, listen, Christian crashed and was dead last.
Yeah.
So he had, what did he qualify? Oh, that's a heat race line. He qualified
12th. Oh no, 8th.
No. That's
he qualified 8th.
That's out of the heat. That's not the qualifying.
I meant. Okay, got it.
Chris, you'd think you would know this by now. Christian qualified 7th. So that's where Jay Coop finished 7th. So if Christian had 7th fastest speed, then he's probably right around Jay Coop if he doesn't fall.
Right.
So I'll go to bat here for my buddy Christian. Chris wants to throw him over the.
Me?
Yeah, I'll throw him over the boards, but yeah.
No, I said there's no panic button. No panic button.
All right, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good show.
Thank you. Brandon's on one. Yo, Brandon, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling. What's your question?
I actually have a question for Keefer, and I have a question for you as well, if that's okay.
Shoot.
My question for Keefer is, I have thought about getting a brand new YZ250F, but I've also thought about getting the KTM 300 fuel injected.
Mm-hmm.
As a B rider, like a mid-pack B rider, what would you prefer? I'm more of a weekend warrior type rider. I don't ride too much during the week. It's more of a just for fun type thing.
2 questions. How much you weigh?
About 170, 175.
And what are you coming off of?
A 2020 YZ250F.
So
and it was by far the best bike I've ever ridden, but I've always wanted a fuel-injected 2-stroke.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, I've been very vocal with this. I'm not a 2-stroke guy, and I think the 300 is one of the funnest bikes I have ridden. But there is some things with it, like it's a little bit rich feeling. They have some mapping to figure out in the near future, next year or so. That's a closed box, so you can't mess with the mapping. You can try to help it with some different fuel and doing things, but until an aftermarket engine company comes up with something how to get inside that box to clean it up, for me, if you love your YZ250F,
I do. I truly do.
the thing that I would recommend is maybe you hang tight, right? Because usually what happens is when Yamaha comes out with a 450 that's new, the next year the 250F gets the same changes, right? Yep. So maybe hang tight until next year, look at whatever Yamaha comes out with in 24, and then make that decision. Because then maybe that next year's 300 will have some of those mapping, I wouldn't say issues, but mapping, make it a little bit better for you. So then you really have a decision to make next year.
Okay. See, I was kind of thinking that in a way because I see a lot with brands when they bring out a new model of a bike.
Yep.
It seems to have problems in the first year.
Yep.
And, I mean, that's what I saw with the 2019. I had the crank recall, I believe it was, for the YZ. So I waited until they brought out the 2020, and that's when I purchased one. But
Yeah, I mean, for me, like the YZ250F is to me the best 250F on the market. Has the most torque. Suspension is the best, so very easy to ride as far as a vet guy riding. But also there is a whole new thing with this 300 that I haven't felt ever in a long time, is because it just has a lot of torque for a 2-stroke, and you can lug it around like a 4-stroke. So it's a fun machine. So
that's almost exactly what I'm looking for too. Is I grew up riding 2-strokes. I got on the 4-strokes in 2013, and I mean, I love the fuel injection, but I've always wanted something like that in the 2-stroke. So that's why I'm like stuck in the middle of getting a YZ250F or a KTM 300.
Do you have to have one this year, or can you wait another year?
No, I can absolutely wait. I mean, I have 2 young boys. They're both under 2, and I'm looking to get my oldest his first PW50 before I get my own bike.
Well, hang tight until like August to September. And then hit me up on an email, and then I can kind of guide you a little bit further when those new bikes come out.
Can this guy show up at Glen Helen and just ride one?
Yeah, if you're not a weirdo, I can try to help you out there too.
I mean, I don't think I'm a weirdo, but yeah, I mean,
you sound normal.
I'm out in Connecticut. I'm an NESC rider. Shout out to NESC.
He's good. He's East Coast. He's fine.
Chris will drive it out there.
Yeah, so at Glen, if people don't know,
I'm about an hour from Southwick, so
I put it out there on Twitter to if anybody needed help with the decision. I had the new Honda CRF 450R WE, and then some random Twitter guy hit me up, and I let him ride it and he actually purchased one the next day.
Did he stab you to death or anything?
No, he's really nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon, you got a question?
I definitely want to do that.
You got a question for me?
Yeah, Steve, if you don't mind, I do have a question for you as well. So the rumor is Triumph's coming next year, as we all know.
Yep.
I know that Jalik Swoll is basically a done deal. I mean, I heard it, I believe, from you.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just said the rumor was that. I didn't say the done deal. Yeah.
Allegedly, you said the rumor. Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough. But what about Evan Ferry? I saw some things floating around social media that he may be signing into a pro deal with Triumph.
I heard that too. Yeah, I heard that too. That rumor. The Big 1-5 is being very tight-lipped about that. So I didn't hear. He's not giving it up. But I did hear something about that. Look, I think Bobby Hewitt is going to target his old guys that he's comfy with, right? He's got Scuba over there. He's got Scuba over there. He's got people that he's familiar with. He's running the Triumph team. It's 250F only next year, then a 450. So he'll probably make a run at Anderson at some point. He would look for Jalik. He'd look for Evan Ferry.
Anderson will be riding in 2025, though?
I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea.
I mean,
I don't know.
It seems that his career was rejuvenated with going to Cowie, so
yeah,
I mean, there's a possibility.
Well, I didn't say it's going to happen, but I think he makes a run at it, right?
No, I know you didn't say it, but
yeah, I think the word on the street is that he's going to look for people that he wants to work for or that he knows that he likes, you know. So
totally understand that. And Bobby Hewitt, I mean, he's a great manager and a genius to it. So
we'll see. Yeah.
He knows his way around the pit. So
all right, cool. Thanks for the call, man.
Well, thank you guys so much, and I appreciate taking my call, and huge fan. Listen to all the shows, Steve. Thank you for everything you guys do.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, that's Brandon on one.
Moto 2 crash, DNF once again.
Did I say what I said in my
yes,
notes?
Right in the notes. Moto 1, third place start, finish 6th, bike good. Moto 2, crash, DNF once again.
Is that what year is that? What year is that?
This was at, I think. Can't read your writing.
Yeah.
Tim Ferry though, Butts Creek.
Oh, that's the last race I
June 19th, 05.
Yeah, that's the last race I worked with Red Dog. His knee was popping out, so he was not loving life at that point. Sean, you play PulpMX Fantasy?
Yes.
How'd it go for you?
Shit.
It's going shit?
Does everyone? No one ever says. I have never met one freaking guy that says I had a freaking awesome weekend. I've never heard it.
You know what? He's kind of got a point.
I've been here a long time.
It's a love to hate
when
kind
you
of game.
think about all the times you've been sitting here and people talk, all you hear is people saying, I hate the game. I hate myself.
I woke up in the middle of the night, I have night sweats.
We're going to change that. We're going to change that right now with the next guy.
I had Ferrandis. I had Blose.
Oh, boy.
So I had some guy. I did pick AP. So he was like the most points I got, and everyone. I think I had Hayden as well. But yeah, I did. I think I got 160 points.
All right.
More than these
Seven
two.
Deuce. What's up, buddy?
Shit.
Dude, I had a freaking awesome week.
Stop it. Stop it.
I told you, Keefer. I said we're going to change it right now.
What did you? How many points you get?
No, Deuce, that's not what you did.
It was not that great. I got 225.
Right, thank you.
Deuce,
I came out clean, but it was like it wasn't
Okay.
momentous. But
I was just
came
gonna say
out clean.
225 is not anything great. I had
You know what?
199. I had 199. So.
Oh, so I did get you again this week.
Well, we both had Justin Hill, I saw, and he's been crushing it. Not so much this weekend, though. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not this weekend. I did want to bring up one thing before we talk too much about Pulp, is I do want to let you guys know that it will be catastrophic to the PulpMX legacy if you fuck up this Honda catering thing. I am telling you, dude. Ash wakes up with nightmares from you badgering about a cheese, dude.
Oh, the fixins at her wedding, at the wedding.
Oh, the fixins was a thing, yeah.
Bro, I don't think you guys understand. You guys need to put more time into this, because if you ruin Factory Honda's catering, dude, it's going to stain PulpMX
Right.
for life.
This is why we're not getting Sammy's, Adam.
Dude, no, there's like, I am telling you, like, you need filet. Like, this would be my plan if I was you.
I tried to
okay?
get bonefish. I got turned down.
Okay, look at. If they're putting in 800, you and Steve got to put in another 800. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking 1600 for catering just to, like, pull it out of the hat. I mean, you guys cannot mess this up. I don't think you understand.
I feel like we can do too good of a job, and then me and Steve are fucked for the rest of the year, and we have to put money in for the rest of the catering.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. This is like a one-and-done deal. So you come in and you're like the superhero, and then you're good. You know what I mean? If you mess this up, I mean, it's going to be a lifelong
I'm
thing
just
that
trying to
you
get a
have
Team
live with.
HRC jacket. That's all I want to say.
Well, I mean, if you want an HRC jacket, you know what you got to do.
I do. I got to put it down, yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
you got to double down. Whatever they got, you got to double down on that. And then, you know what I mean? You got to get servers, white coats, the whole 9 yards.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So
Should we have the Pulp Nation come serve?
I mean, I will, because I actually, too, I'm going to be there on Saturday.
Oh, my God. All right, we have the catering coming up next. That's right, we have the catering. Here it comes. 7 dishes.
Girls in from LA, boy.
So J-Bone had a buddy who owned a restaurant in South Carolina or somewhere, Hilton Head or something, and they brought that guy out to like 5 or 6 races.
Really?
And he had the white hat and the apron and cooked for you.
That's badass.
Yeah, it was a high-end restaurant. He brought everything out, brought his truck out, and he was like, "Yeah, what'd you want? Some meat," and like, yeah, it was great.
Huh.
So do we do that?
I mean, I think you have to, like, fly somebody in something big, dude. This isn't Yamaha. This isn't KTM. This ain't Cowie, bro. This is Factory Honda.
Can we get
You know what I mean?
Can we get a taco truck next to the semi?
No, 'cause
I mean,
Phil
you
ain't
got to.
gonna have
I
it.
think if you have a taco truck, that's like the appetizer before dinner, and then you have a main course, and then, like Keefer said, you bring in a cheesecake, like, and a couple desserts after. I mean, this has to be like a full, 3-course, 5-course meal here. Like this, you guys don't understand what's going on right now.
I get it. Like, I understand it.
I don't think
this
Lars-
guy's trying to get Sammy's. I'm saying, no, we can't do that. This is Factory Honda.
No, if you guys get Sammy's,
Yeah.
you guys.
We're going to do some bologna and cheese for the people. Here's some bologna
we
and
got
cheese.
high-end Sammys.
In a box with Lay's potato chips?
No, something
No.
else.
Look
no,
it.
I'm like, yeah.
The Italian
I
place
mean-
is money, dude. I feel like
I
Italian
like
place.
I like the little sandwich bar those places have. You put all your toppings on.
Bro,
You can't have that out.
You can't have that out?
No, you can't have that. It's outdoors. There's flies. It's Tampa. It's humid. Like, you can't have that shit out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more thinking like another level up, like where you tell the guy how you want your steak cooked.
I don't know.
Bro, they don't have time for that.
Dude, like something like you guys need to step it up. Like sandwiches are like that's so low.
What
You know
about
I mean?
what about like a
fresh
Keefer after
cooked.
dark service?
That too.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. Skinny tops.
I'm just trying to emphasize the seriousness of the situation that you guys are in, just
Yeah, you
to
like
kind of
that?
let you know.
Well, I don't feel like Lars is expecting
Right. He's not.
what kind
Yeah,
of.
but dude, Lars is the type of guy too that he's like setting this opportunity on you, and then you're supposed to go
run with it.
perform.
Okay, all right.
You know what I mean? Because like, do you think that he's expecting Hunter Lawrence to come and get 10th? I don't think he has to say that he's expecting him to win. You know?
Sean, you want to come cook on Saturday, or what do you got? You busy?
It's my first job. I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
The bad part, 7 Deuce Deuce, is Steve is not doing anything with this. It's going to be me and Heather. Like,
well, you heard the interview. Lars said that Keefer would be really into this. Lars said that. I didn't say that.
Oh my God.
Lars said, I feel like Keefer would really want to,
Yeah, he said Sammy's. And he did say in the text they never had Jimmy John's. They've never had it.
No, I didn't mean Honda had Jimmy John's. I meant the Nationals had Jimmy John's.
Oh, okay.
Like the media.
Yeah.
MX Sports gets the media Jimmy John's.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if Lars said get sandwiches, it's like your wife telling you when you're not supposed to ride to go ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good point. What Sean? What were you gonna say?
Would it benefit if the catering place was owned by a veteran or something to do with military appreciation because it's that type of race? It's that theme. Would that do anything, Adam?
I mean, absolutely. That's doing something, but the bottom line is,
good.
The food's got to be good.
Right.
The food, it has to be like a quality meal. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have like your vegetable. You got to have like choices of meat, and then Keefer, you better represent the vegetarians because there's some girls over there that are vegetarian.
Right.
There needs to be multiple choices, and then it needs to be hot and fresh. This can't be like, oh, we made it at the restaurant and then we brought it here and then it just sat. This has to be like.
How about Lars's outlandish statements that chicks don't like Chipotle?
I think it's just the Supercross chicks that are in the rig. I think.
Dude, Pookie loves Chipotle.
Heather mows down like a bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean, chicks, Chipotle.
I haven't had one that never liked it. That's rare.
Mark's, where are we at with your hot wife?
She has to be in the mood.
Oh.
But she will eat it.
But when she's in the mood, it's good.
She's
all
Tallon?
I bet she's
always in the mood.
Yeah, she has to be in the mood for anything. It changes daily.
Wow. Tallon's really letting us in on a lot there.
Yeah, thanks, Tallon.
That was a 5 right
there.
there.
That was a 5.
Yeah, that was a 5.
Well, listen, Deuce. So, PulpMX Fantasy.
Yes.
You scored 225. I got 199. Yep. I'm in your janky league. Thanks, Marks, for that. I didn't realize it. Who's Moto 126? They're winning right now.
It's one of my friend's Bill's buddies.
Okay,
I don't really know him, but it's one of his buddies.
I am 33 back of you. 885 to 852.
You're pretty much toast. You're peanut butter and toast, bro. Like, once I get a lead, I'm just gonna tomac you, and then I'm just gonna keep kind of stretching it, one race at a time, type of deal.
Yeah, your Nate Thrasher and Justin Hill picks were tremendous.
Yeah, not good. I really expected Nate to do a lot better, but I had everybody in the main, and I felt like that was a good weekend for those two guys to drop.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't bad. 225 for what those guys did wasn't bad.
No,
and I feel like I had a good option.
It is it is good to get 8 in, like you said, for sure. I only had 7. Jack Chambers.
Who'd you miss?
Jack Chambers missed it by 1 in the heat and the LCQ.
Dude, this was a 3-way battle between Ash, Ty, and I, because we do 3-way phone calls before the races just to talk about okay, who's going up. And Chambers, Ty said, so Chambers has ridden for a year, right? He's done a year had a year under his belt. And I was just I thought Cody Schock would be a better choice. And I picked Cody. And dude, when I saw him flying through the air after he scrubbed into his buddy and launched into the thing, I was like, I'm done, dude.
I thought he died.
It's over. I thought it was over. And then somehow he comes from the outside and pulls it off.
In the LCQ.
And Chambers... Yeah, and Chambers misses it by 1 in both, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, man.
Also, by the way, Schock had to show up with Owen's spring forks. He'd been on air forks. They didn't have any spare forks for him, so they put Owen's spring forks on.
Oh,
so he was lining up for the LCQ with Jace Owen's spring forks, just hoping that they were good. Yeah, and then liked them.
Really?
Yeah, then liked them. Said, don't touch them for the main event. They're good.
Okay. What if he's going to stick with them?
I don't know, but Cody Schock got hit by a car on a Grom, broke his jaw, and tore his knee up and had an infection from that at some point, and then he hits a bridge.
Yeah.
Props to Cody Schock for still being alive.
Right.
Oh my God.
He's a zombie.
Yeah, he's a zombie. Yeah, he's the new zombie.
And to my top highlight, the top highlight of the weekend was I got yelled at by Ash because I told her not to pick a rider in the whites class. And then I'm like, I'm not telling you who to pick in the 450. And she picked Freddie Norn and Kyle Chisholm.
Oh.
And dude, at the end of that LCQ, dude, I don't know if I could have been more happy in my entire life to see the backlash from having to not pick that guy in the lights class to seeing both of her picks on her own just completely get demolished in the last corner. It was just like
that was a tough
an
one.
awakening.
That was a tough one. That PulpMX Fantasy, it's the game that keeps giving, Keefer.
Sounds great. Everyone's so freaking happy when they ask, how'd you do? Shit.
You got a good point.
I lost sleep. I got night sweats. I got to fight with my wife. You know, it's just like breaking down families one by one. Pulp Fantasy. Catch the fever.
The PulpMX Fantasy Positivity PR campaign starts now.
Yeah, we need to.
starts right now.
We really got to turn that around.
Yeah, you got to screen these calls that come in, make sure they did good.
Hey, Keefer, I thought your whole look was positivity, bro. You're all negative. We need
Look
some
it.
positive.
Say one nice
we need
thing
a
about PulpMX
positive
Fantasy,
comment about Pulp Fantasy.
Yeah, say one nice thing.
That's not a human being. Sorry, I can't do it.
But we did. No, I
Oh my
retweeted.
God.
I retweeted today on Twitter the guy who won. He won the overall.
Yeah.
So he won the jersey on the weekend. So
Does he exist?
Yeah, he somebody. Yeah, he said, "Look,
Somebody. It's a bot.
He
Some
said I
bot
won.
that won.
and he won the
It's a
championship
bot.
league. So he was happy. That guy was happy.
Let's get him on the show. I want to hear his. I want to hear his voice.
And then he'll probably almost suicide next week. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just look. Just
PulpMX Fantasy.
no, it's a game that keeps giving.
Oh man.
The joys of Pulp Fantasy.
I can't
Still
wait till
waiting for
live swap.
replies from the two people that. Oh, go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, we got two. DeCal Works has 2 sets of pre-printed backgrounds to give away. And I've contacted them. From the winners, and I'm still waiting for a reply from both of them. I would have thought that would have been an instant reply.
Yeah.
I guess people don't check email. We need their text or phone number or something.
The whole prize thing,
Look at you right now.
No,
this isn't the first time you've heard this.
Marks deals with this more. Like,
oh my God,
these emails from some of our players, it's insane. It's insane. They don't understand computers and emails. And it's one thing. Usernames, logins. None of that is a real thing that they think about. So yeah, it's tough. I really certainly love the game watching Chambers in 10th and 5th in the LCQ and the Heat. That was great. I really love the game.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
Tough one for you, bud. But,
all right,
it'll come back around.
deuce. Well, let's see you next week, buddy. Let's see how you do in Tampa.
Yep, this is. I'm actually, guys. I'm going to see you guys at the race too. I'm going to pull up at the race. I won't be there till like 5 o'clock. So.
Oh well, maybe you're going to miss our catering then. I'll let you know.
Yeah, I probably will, but I might be at the Suzuki tent for catering. But you know, I mean, probably. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let us know when you're there so we can meet up and see you.
Hell yeah.
One nice thing about 7 Deuce Deuce before he gets off the phone.
Yeah, okay.
What you see is what you get in real life. This positivity, this 722 lives after racing. It's still in him.
I seen 7 Deuce Deuce in Boise one time in 2013 or 2012 on the way from Seattle to Salt Lake.
Same guy?
7 Deuce Deuce. And he
before he was 7 Deuce Deuce. Really.
Pre.
Right.
And we stopped at WPS, and it was weird because I ended up going riding at a desert behind there when I was living, and I saw they had all the trucks out. So I went in there and just kind of checked in to see what's up, and I ended up volunteering flagging because they had a track.
Yeah.
And Adam was one of the Trey was there, a bunch of people, but Adam was so cool, man. He was trying to triple out of this corner, and he just sat. I remember Adam, you saw some chicken, and you questioned, you're like, is this chicken good to eat? And he was just a most genuine. Honest, carefree, whatever. Is this chicken good?
I got chicken.
Yeah, it's fine. It's barbecued. It's allowed to be pink a little bit.
Is this chicken or tuna?
Is this chicken good to eat?
Well, dude, they smoked the chicken I'm pretty sure that day. I kind of remember it actually.
Yeah.
And it was like pink. It was like pink still. I'm like looking at this chicken.
Yeah.
And I think I remember even looking at you like, bro, is this good to eat?
Yeah.
Like, is this okay? And he's like, yeah, bro, it's smoked. I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said, man. That left a good impression. Yep.
Oh, that's so freaking awesome.
Thanks for calling in, Deuce, and keep it up. Keep in touch, man.
Hey, if I beat you in fantasy, I'm getting a spot on the Pulp Fantasy podcast. I'm just putting that in. If
We'll
I
get
beat
you on.
overall,
I'll put you on
that's how it's
when
gonna
I host it here.
Yeah, we'll get you on. Don't worry, Deuce. Yeah, for
I
sure.
love you guys.
All right.
Man, it's so good to hear your voices. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Love
Hopefully
you.
I'll see
All
in
right.
Tampa.
See you, buddy.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye. That's Adam Enticknap, everybody. Cherubies Racing, industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. Cooper Webb, Adam Cianciarillo, Aaron Plessinger.
Who's Adam Plessinger? Is his cousin?
That's his brother.
Okay.
Jason Anderson and many others along the way. Cherubies has fine-tuned the products to offer their highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with a full line of replacement replica plastic kits, hand guards, disc guards, frame guards, and more. At Cherubies USA, at CherubysUSA.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Thank you to the folks at Michelin as well. Yeah, Michelin, Keefer.
Yep, they're good tires. No Haycoms.
Great hats over there at Michelin as
Do
well.
they have hats?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. The Starcross 6 is fantastic. What?
It's a nice looking bike.
That's my bike. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range featuring Michelin adaptive design offers up to 16% more traction when new, up to 19% more traction when worn. Check it out. Whether it's street bikes, cruiser bikes, dirt bikes, Michelin's got a tire for you people. Bicycle tires as well. Really good. I got the DH34s on the Taser right now. So please check out Michelin tires for all of your needs. Thank you to Randy and those guys for coming on board with us. We got the Race Tech Rant coming up. Sean Murdock.
Murdock.
Yeah. Sean Murdock. The way you looked at me, I was like, did I say it wrong?
No, you said it perfect.
Sean Murdock from DeCalMX.com here in studio as well. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. The official graphics of Keefer Inc. and Keefer Inc. Testing guys.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here, let's get to our guest here.
Oh, shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Mr. Side, how's Texas?
So good to be home.
Oh, I bet, dude. How's it
Got
feel?
a little ride in yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Put a figure 8 in my backyard.
Yeah, he sends me a picture, or pictures of he built like a little rut track in his backyard. It's like as big as this room in here. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just going to piss off my neighbors. He's just making a little figure 8.
You should buy the Alta.
Right.
Yeah, I would love to have an electric bike, but don't have one right now. But yeah, after riding the figure 8 up there in the desert for like 2 seconds at Keefer's, I was like, you know what? This space in my backyard is almost that big.
Mm-hmm. We got to figure. So usually our routine is Aiden and I will go do some motos at a track, and as we ride back, we have a figure 8 we do before we go home, like a little session.
Mhm.
So I brought Dark there, and he did one for a little bit. So.
Okay. All right. Fantastic.
So now I can ride in my backyard every once in a while. So,
Anything you want to tell us, Dark? Anything you got to tell us?
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I got a text from the two of you. I was at dinner with my daughters. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
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 Do you remember Anaheim 2?
I do vaguely remember Anaheim 2.
Do you remember
yes.
being in the back of the Fan Fest with all of us?
I do.
Do you remember that certain someone that walked by and flipped off Steve Mathis?
I heard the story.
Okay. How did he know Steve Mathis was in the Fan Fest area?
I couldn't tell you. I wasn't there. After I left you guys and I went and do interviews.
So you
Is that what this is
left.
about? You think
you left the Fan Fest to go into the pits where that certain someone is.
Yep.
Huh.
And he wasn't there when certain someone was doing the act.
Yeah.
He was already gone.
Gone. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that's very peculiar, I guess.
Where the
but,
fuck's Scooby-Doo? We need him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Not it.
Will said it was.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I buy that. I don't know why Will would point me out. I didn't even see Will that day.
Look it.
Yeah.
We know what it is. Just come clean. We're your buddies. You owe us that much.
Listen, Mr. Side, I understand you're lashing out at things that I've said
right
about you or whatever, and I get that, but you should just man up and admit what you did.
Yeah, I'm not part of this, man. I don't want anything to do with this. You guys gonna have to search a little deeper, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Will keeps saying Will said he had eyes everywhere. I don't know who his eyes are.
Maybe it was the guy that was
JT.
Maybe it was the guy that was over there and then left to go to the
His
pit.
description of what he gave us fits you to the T.
Oh yeah, what is this description?
Don't worry about it.
Person.
I mean, if you had the wrap-up show, you'd have to listen, but you don't have it anymore. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, man. I was out doing stuff tonight. I'll listen tomorrow.
Well, Dark.
I'll listen tomorrow. I'll see if I fit the description.
The tables have turned, Dark, and the game has started for you.
Dark.
And you might regret ever doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys are grasping for straws.
Nope. We already got the straw. It's right here.
Yeah. And I'm spinning it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
All right.
I met the Lord of the Berms in Dallas.
Lord.
Oh, you met Shan.
I met him, and he was very friendly and not angry at all about the silence.
Silencio.
So.
No, yeah, he got honored.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I didn't get to see that because I was in a TV truck, but.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I guess Adam was just on. And fantasy sucks balls, by the way. It's the worst.
Thank you.
Four guys.
Four
is how many I got.
We're speaking positivity only.
Four.
Dark.
Yeah, well, I'm
Dark's
not counting Dylan Ferrandis. I had Dylan Ferrandis. I'm not counting him. I had
Dark's in a dark place.
Talk about how awesome the four you had were.
What's that?
Talk about how awesome the four riders you had were.
They were pretty good. I mean,
Yeah,
I got
see?
136 with four.
There you go.
What's fucked is when Dark's at the house, or when he's not at the house. All I do is do stuff around the house. I go Dark, and I'm in my office, and I'll just be by myself, and I'll be typing. I go Dark.
Yeah. You have Steve doing it now too. So yeah.
Yeah, I was doing it this weekend.
Yeah,
Dark.
It sounds so good.
There's so many fucking nicknames this weekend.
Yeah, you got a lot. You have a lot. And
now I'm just trying to go by Jamie, and everybody's got a fucking different nickname.
And now you have another one, Snitch Side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Lie
Great.
Side.
Mm-hmm. Dark.
Great.
Snitch
Great.
Side as speaking. Rat Ball Side.
Rat Ball Side. Oh my God.
Have a good night, Mr. Jamie. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
See ya, Dark.
Dark. All right, Sean. All right, let's get started. We got a lot of shit.
What
to
are we
do.
getting started? I
got a
thought
lot
we
of-
already did.
Well, we got voicemails.
We're fucking 3 hours into the show. 4 hours.
We got Keefer After Dark. Do you want to hang around for that?
I'll chill. Yeah.
I would love to have Greg, but I feel like I don't think he would. He might get in trouble if he's with me on this. So we're gonna keep him out of that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'm watching out for you, by the way.
Why did you show me Brio?
That's the Italian place.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not doing that.
Why?
That's too basic.
What?
Brio's basic.
It is?
Yeah, it's not a Tampa restaurant. It's not a Tampa chain. It's nothing.
I know it's not a Tampa chain. It's just
Lars wanted local Tampa.
It's Tampa, Florida.
Well, there's one in Tampa, Florida, but Brio's all over the place. There's a Brio 15 minutes away.
Oh.
He says it's Tampa. Yeah, that's where they are. Doesn't mean that's where they're from or anything. Doesn't mean it's local. Do you think McDonald's is local to Tampa because there's one in there too?
No, I didn't know that. Sorry.
Jesus.
I didn't know Brio was a chain. Never heard of Brio.
Mike's on too. Mike, what's up?
Mike.
Derek. Mike.
Hey, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, guys. I remember from a couple of years ago, I think there was a show Keefer was on, and he was talking about, I think PulpMX fan favorite, El Hombre, used to stay at his house or came and stayed there, did something like that. Am I remembering that right, Keefer?
Yeah. Yep. So he used to train with Seiji. That was Shorty's trainer and stuff. So Seiji would bring him up, and Heather would make us dinner, and Aiden was real small. He'd hang out with the family and, just have dinner and just bullshit.
So is he is he, how old is he? Is he pro at this point, or is he younger than that?
Yes, he's getting ready to turn pro. I think he's on the Rockstar Husqvarna team.
Okay. So this is my
KTM,
question.
yeah.
Why can't you, what have you done to break
Nothing. I've done nothing.
the beef?
I've done zero.
Okay.
I've done 0 because Steve and I have mutual friends that are friends with him, and I just kind of know where we're at, and it's just at this point, it's just not going to happen. So I don't fuck with it.
Fair enough. Can you give us a JA story from hanging out with him then? Is there anything good?
I don't have anything good. Like, we had good conversations at the dinner table. He was polite. He said thank you. He would actually Aiden was super.
He knows who you are now to this day.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, he was when Aiden was small, he'd hang out and play with Aiden in the living room. So yeah, he was a nice kid. I have nothing bad to say. I just know at one point in time that he had some payment issues with Seiji, and Seiji was pissed, but I think they worked it out, and that's all I got. I don't got really anything.
All right, Mike.
Fair enough.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. By the way, so we got a lot to do tonight, but live swap.
Yeah.
Our original plan was Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay. You were going to come here the Monday of Dallas, and then I was going to go home to your place,
Yep.
and then you were going to go to Dallas, and then
Mhm.
I was going to come back after Monday after Dallas,
Mhm.
and we were going to go back to our old lives.
Correct.
This was all scheduled. It was all done.
Correct. Scheduled with us. Correct.
So
Don't leave anything out.
no, sir, I will not.
Okay.
So about a month and a half ago,
2 months.
2 months ago,
Yeah.
you say to me, first of all, you're laughing uncontrollably.
Because okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're laughing uncontrollably.
Oh.
And then you tell me that the week of life swap, you have 5 days of durability testing.
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 motos a day, 30-minute motos,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
And I'm like, well, he's kidding. Like, he's joking. Like, first of all, because that's nuts, right? But I know what durability is testing. I've been involved with it a little bit, but I know that's insane amount of more than what I would remember what durability testing was. So Pookie and I are like, well, he's joking. He's kidding because, he just wants to get this going and like have me have second thoughts about life swap.
Mm-hmm.
And smash cut to like 2 weeks ago.
No.
I call him. No.
Timeline's off.
2 weeks ago. A week ago?
It's been longer than 2 weeks, dude.
It has not been longer than 2 weeks that I called you. On our friendship, when I said on our friendship.
Oh, okay.
That was not 2 weeks ago.
All right.
Am I wrong?
No, when you said honor friendship, you're right.
So 2 weeks ago, I say, Kris, our friendship's hanging in the balance here. You have to tell me the truth. Do you have 5 days of durability testing the week of life swap? And he says, yes, I do. And so, like, I can't do that. Like, first of all, that's not an accurate portrayal of his life in a week.
Oh my God.
You're fucked.
How is that not accurate?
Because that's what 1 week a year you do that?
No.
Durability?
No.
You okay?
I do it a lot.
How many weeks a year do you do that? Don't lie.
I wouldn't say weeks, but at some point in time, 6 to 7 times per year. It
You
could
go
be.
for
It
a
could
week.
be. No, it could
Yeah.
be 3 days. It could be a week.
Right.
So
Yeah.
just
Okay.
depends.
So I don't ride that much. Clearly, I'm also I have an ambassador deal with Yamaha, which could affect things.
Oh my God.
So we can't do life swap. Like, he is giving me the week of a hell week.
Hell week.
Hell week. Like
This
a
is my
like a
life.
Navy SEAL.
Life swap.
So we have to abandon the plans for life swap that week. Like, I'm supposed to take Aiden riding. I'm supposed to work on bikes. I'm supposed to answer his email. I'm not supposed to ride 5 straight days, 3 to 4 30-minute motos a day. I mean, by day 3, I would need an IV.
No, day 2.
A doctor's visit for my chapped ass. Whatever, an ice bath.
Yeah.
It's
gonna be
like,
brutal.
yeah, like I mean, I just can't. I don't ride like Kris does. I don't mind riding all week, but not 5 days and not
What type of riding? Motocross?
Moto.
Or straight moto.
Yeah. And Kris is like, oh, no, you can just go your speed, which is fine. Like, I get that. Like, I don't need to, lower a lap time or anything. But
Still, that's
it's a lot.
It's a good load.
So I just want our listeners to know that I've abandoned life swap because Kris Keefer gave me a week that was unrealistic to meet.
You can get fucked.
Right.
So it's off now.
No, it's not off. Okay. So there's always 3 sides of the story, right? I'm going to give you my side, and then maybe you can be the judge. Yes, we did talk about life swap.
I thought you were joking this whole time.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll just
okay,
relax.
yeah.
So when I did tell you this at dinner, I said, I have something to tell you.
Yeah.
And although I was laughing, you knew I was laughing because I knew it was going to be hard on you.
I still thought you were joking.
No. And why would I not say, ha, 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 I'm joking later on?
Because you would think about this. And
No.
Because then after the dinner, went to a concert, right, that night?
Because here's what happened. We went to a concert that night. On the drive up is when I got the schedule, right? So I'm like, oh, shit, that's the weekend, so we got to tell him. So that's what I said. And then time has passed, right? So he thinks I'm joking. Time has rolled on. This is still happening. I'm like, we banter back and forth the text. Hey, don't worry, it's coming up. Yep. And then he comes with 2 weeks ago on our friendship. And I go, yeah. I'm not lying.
Pookie and I are like, he's kidding. Like, there's no way that he would possibly think that this is really what's going to happen.
Why are you calling me?
I don't know.
Whoa, that's weird.
That's really weird. Oh, maybe my phone Siri did it? Maybe I said call Keefer.
Oh,
yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah, I think Siri just thought I said call Keefer.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, man, you beaten off? So I have 5 days of some testing that requires to ride a long time, right? So I go, look, this is life swap. It isn't like pick a weekend where you think it's easy and do my life. Like, this is part of my life.
But, okay.
So I got to come in here and figure out all the fucking knobs over on that Yamaha board. I got to figure out how to load shit. I got to do it. And that's your life, right? But in my life, I have to ride.
But this is serious stuff. Like, the person that you're doing this for, like, this is serious.
It's not that serious. You just got to ride a dirt bike.
Yeah, but they need the time on the motorcycle. They need it.
Yes.
So I won't be able to do the job.
You can sit on the seat and ride.
I don't think I can, sir.
Okay, so here's the thing.
For this long.
So you say you can't, no big deal. We have an optional date, and me and Pookie have talked about this before on the show, which will work with her if it works with you. Glendale, April 18th. You go to Glendale.
Yeah.
On that Monday, so April 20th, I come up here and do the show. You leave April 20th and go to my house for that week. I will go to Atlanta on April 15th, okay? And then we will do the show on April 17th, and that commences the week.
Or if you're a little bitch.
I'll have to check with Pookie.
Okay, you can double check.
Right.
But that is, I have to go to Texas with Aiden, so March is kind of screwed. So I got amateur stuff coming up. We have Loretta qualifier. So this is the other option. It's not off the table. I still want to do it. I will give you what you want in a little easier week, but within that week, you're still riding 3 days.
No problem.
4 days.
No problem.
You have to do a show. You have to answer emails.
Yeah, that's
You have
all
to create
easy.
content for Keefer
5 days a week of 3 to 4 30-minute motos is a little much, and then I'm supposed to take care of the kid and take care of the wife?
Heather's, yep, she's pretty easy. Don't take care of much.
I gotta do all
She's
the-
actually going to make dinner for you. I mean, you'll be like, you on the couch, just get served. You talk shit. Like, that's what it's going to happen.
I won't do that. I won't make her do that. I will get up and serve myself.
No, you won't, because
unlike you.
after much riding you'll do, you can't get off the couch.
That's
You'll be
probably a good point.
So,
for life swap, if it was the other way, yeah.
So, I still feel like you are not giving enough respect of how much I do, but I respect what you do. I respect all that you do. You have a lot of fingers out there like I do. And I think you just think, oh, I get to ride, I go to Glen Helen for 2 hours, and I come home and type something up, and then, hey, what's up? It's a show. You got to, like, answer the emails in a nice manner.
Aiden and I are going to play PS5.
Right.
That's what we're going to do.
No, you can't, because that's not what I do. You said I got to be in group messages with JT and shit.
Yeah, I'm going to put you in. You're going to have to argue with JT in group messages.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you going to like that?
That'll be the worst part for me.
Yeah. All right. See, it's doing it again.
I don't know. That's weird.
Okay. So we got a date, tentatively, but not the date we thought of.
Yes. So,
Okay.
in other words, it wasn't my fault.
It was your fault.
You backed out of it. You chose not to do it because you said you can't do it.
This would be like Ron from DeCal Works, Ron Joint, the owner.
Yeah.
He says, hey, Steve, I'm flying in to discuss 2024 advertising with you.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do dinner. I'll be in Vegas for a show.
Yep.
And then let's meet for dinner. And it's during
Chris has to do it.
Yeah, and it's during Life Swap.
I could do that.
Yeah, but that's
I'll talk to Ron, and we'll have dinner, and we'll hang out and talk
but
about marketing.
Then you're negotiating my deal with
I'll
him?
negotiate your deal.
Okay, but that's like the same thing. Like, that's not going to work. I got to be here.
Why? Why can't you trust me and negotiate your deal?
For numerous reasons.
Oh, my God. Maybe Ron and I will hit it off.
I'm sure you would. He's a great guy.
Right. And maybe you might get more than you expected just because I did it and not you.
Okay. So instead, you have scheduled live swap for a time when you need to do that. Like physically, you need to do that.
Okay. Well, we have the second option. Hopefully that will work for you.
Okay.
And hopefully I don't have any kind of testing that pops up that week. Because in my life, things pop up that I have to be at. As well,
nothing better
Yeah, you
pop
like
up
that?
with my wife when you're here.
Nope. Everything's fine. Don't worry about what me and Pookie do. We're fine. Good luck when you go to my house.
Thank you for off-road. Thank you to offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save. ORW. It's on the butt patch of the club racing guys. J-Mart this weekend. Phil and Enzo on the other coast. How about Preston Kilroy? Fill-in ride for the club guys. Breaks both wrists.
What was the net?
I don't know, man.
They said he went over the berm into the concrete. That's what happened.
As I've said, they don't have enough nets. They never had enough nets.
Okay. How many do they have?
They got 2 or 1 if it's a big turn.
Okay.
I guess it's $400 maybe to buy another net. I'm not sure. I tried to buy one. I've said, hey, can I buy one and put PulpMX?
And they wouldn't do it.
And nobody returns my call. I'm like, I'll buy the other net because honestly, what? Just put them everywhere. What is the downside to putting them out there?
How about you just say, can I buy a net and don't have any logos on it?
I'll do that too. Yeah. So thank you to the folks at ORW, Club MX team. They are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team, plus they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. Offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Thanks to those guys as well. There's one 2 minutes from here, by the way, Sean.
Nice.
You live by me, don't you? You live close by, don't you?
Like 6 miles.
Yeah.
On the other side of the 15.
Yeah, I thought so. Big guy moved into a house now. He's got a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Big guy. Yep.
Did you buy?
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Did we get the Get ECU test going with you?
Dan is.
Are we working on that?
Dan is, yeah.
Okay, all right. Get ECUs used by, of course, Honda 250s and 450 guys. The 250 guys are using the ECUs. 450 guys are using the RPM dashboard and the data logger. So please check that out as well. We got voicemails. We always got voicemails. They're very exciting. I had 38 of them from last week because now we're playing them more.
Oh, shit. So they're on it.
So people are on them. So let's do some voicemails, shall we?
Hey, Steve, this is Darren. I'm calling to give kudos again to Phil Nicoletti for being the senior anchor man that he is here in the 250 class. I think you guys are being jerkies, a little jerky to him. I think Daniel's a little jealous that he's still out there racing, making it happen. And, keep going, Phil. This is exactly what I said last time. These 250 kids are taking themselves out. You are a solid rock here in one of the 3 races, and it was exciting to see, and the long game is the way to go here. You don't have broken arm, broken wrist, broken collarbones, and that's what that experience brings you. So hang in there, buddy. The old guys love you, and it's good times. Phil Nicoletti, go.
Hey, I was just listening to Rundown, and y'all were talking about some stuff, and hand cleaners, and I live in East Texas, and I know that's where, hey, so as far as the handy wipes go and keeping your hands clean,
this is
I would definitely use scrubs, and I'm from East Texas, where Darkside's from, so I'm sure he knows all about those.
What?
Yeah, that's our listeners, everybody. Yeah.
What's he talking about?
I don't know, man. He kept calling back and talking about wipes, too. That was the first of like 4 phone calls.
Wipes?
Yeah, because Daniel Blair was talking about Eagle Grit and wipes. And this gentleman, first of all, Dark is from West Texas, not East Texas.
Okay.
But, yeah, I don't know, man. These are our listeners.
Do you use wipes? Are you a wet wipes kind of guy when you go to the bathroom?
No.
Just toilet paper?
Yeah.
Are you wet wipes?
Dry.
Marks?
Dry.
Dry.
Okay.
You wet wipes?
Yeah, I'm wet wipes.
You flush?
You wet?
Yeah, flush.
No, he doesn't flush.
What? No, I'm just saying like it's bad for your system, isn't it?
Wet wipes?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I think if you use too many.
No, yeah, I'm not. I'm like initial wet wipe and then dry after that.
To reevaluate my movements.
This is Alex in North Carolina. I've been thinking a lot about the Triple Crowns, and it just feels like something's missing. There's no incentive really to win a gangbang. You just have to be consistent. And I feel like there needs to be some kind of incentive. So I think the answer is pretty easy. There needs to be a bonus point, one bonus point for each gangbang win, and maybe even an extra couple bonus points if you win all 3 gangbangs. So if you win all 3 gangbangs, that would be 5 extra bonus points. That would give you, what, a 31-point night? You know, and if you win like Chase did,
Get the
you know,
train
he
points.
gets 2 extra bonus points. I just feel like that would make it more exciting. There's more incentive to go out there and just get it done, you know, get the wins. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was in a gangbang.
That's not a bad idea.
No, yeah, give some incentive to these guys. I
Yeah.
mean, because we've seen dudes coast around when they know they have the overall in the third race. Gangbang.
And why are you a hater on the MXGP Saturday points?
Oh, I just think it's it's unnecessary. There's a race on Sunday.
Yeah, but I like the points. I think
Okay.
as a fan, I think it makes the
So-
Saturday more interesting.
Well, of course it does, but teams and riders, you're racing a third moto. You're basically racing a third moto. 10 points is a lot.
Yeah.
Like, now you're putting yourself in danger again. And the riders are going to be like, hey, I want money. I want money now. It's a real race, you know? Like,
Isn't
bonus
it-
me out.
Okay, so they don't consider it a real race for position.
I
just feel like a gate drop's a gate drop, right?
It's for gate pick.
Right.
Before, yeah.
I mean, you can get hurt in that race just as much as you can with one with points.
Yeah, but I felt like gate drop when there's 20 guys isn't – gate pick when there's 20 guys on the line is like whatever, right?
Is it 10, 9, 8 like that?
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think those things should be points. I think you're asking the riders for 10 points is serious business.
Mhm.
You're asking them to send it for 10 points.
Yep.
You're asking them to send it 2 more times on Saturday and really on Sunday. And it's really just for the fans that are there that you're making money up. Like, they're not paying anymore. They're not going to pay you anymore. But they want you to put their life on the line for points.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So
too.
I don't like that. Like, I don't
Okay.
think that that's fair.
So you're looking at more of a rider standpoint.
Yeah,
you're saying.
riders and teams.
Okay.
And teams, too. Teams will start taking it way seriously, you know.
You don't ever look at it as a fan standpoint?
Well, I want them to be compensated, and then I'm fine with it. And
Okay.
then everybody goes in with open eyes. But giving them 10 points is going to make them send it.
Yeah, I think maybe I still like the point system. Maybe less points, maybe 5 points. or something.
Yeah. Right.
Steve, just listen to your rant about the kids with the goofy names. So my wife's a school teacher, and I can assure you that you're never going to have to worry about any of these kids with these goofball names being anything successful, because their parents are losers, and most of them are too, to be honest. And also, quit shitting on East Texas. It's really nice over here. Dark Side just kind of lives in not a great spot, but
He lives
the
in
rest
West
of it's
Texas.
pretty nice.
He's in West
Have a good one.
Texas.
He sounds like a PulpMX fantasy
up?
player.
Yeah.
That's how excited he was.
Hey, listen, I already called and left a voicemail, but I kind of fucked it up, so I'm doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
I had an idea about arena cross. What if there was another arena cross that was not AMA sanctioned that just loved the fucking mayhem? Like what happened with Cade and Stank, you know, that was an every weekend thing, and they just played off that, you know, like strictly entertainment-based. Everybody, you know, Chiz comes out and Chiz is on the crowd. A-Ray comes out, you know, for his opening ceremonies with 2 girls on his arms. 7 Deuce Deuce does a little concert. You know, what if they played into the personas of the riders and just strictly the entertainment side of it instead of the racing? Do you think that would bridge the gap between the average Joe being able to sit down and watch an arena cross, you know, instead of having to watch an actual race and lose an interest? So just an idea. What do you guys think? Let me know.
This guy wants WWE in arena cross.
Yeah, so Greg said. Same thing.
Greg wants it too?
No, he just said it sounds like WWE.
Yeah. Like,
He wants takeouts and
like
violence.
so. Hey, Cade, we're gonna just line you up and just send you onto the concrete.
Yeah, T-bone time.
Real fun. Like,
no.
450 main, boom.
Yeah, like I don't. This isn't wrestling. This is a real sport.
Yeah,
it's a real sport with like.
I think those type of fans are out there, but they're not in it for the reasons that we're talking with Carmichael about the mental aspect of our sport. That guy is on a different level. He just wants to see carnage.
Yeah.
Those are the monster trucks of our sport kind of thing, right?
Steve, what's in the Pulp show from last week? The dude that called in and asked if Hayden Deegan was going to be the next Michael Essie. You had a great point when you're like, I got to defend the 800 for a little bit. Do people forget that Mike got second overall outdoors I think he was 2012. In the 450 class, like 99% of riders beginning their career would be like, if you told them, hey, you're going to get second overall in a 450 series, they
And
would
win
fucking
races.
take that. I don't know. I think Mike gets a lot of shit that he doesn't really deserve.
I agree. He had a great
Absolutely.
career. Yeah, Mike was a bad dude. And,
Yep.
Obviously he's done some dumb things.
Yeah. A lot of riders have.
Yeah, but, Mike had a great career. So when people say he's a bust, like Mike Alessi, I'm always like, hold on. Mike never won any pro championships, yes, but he won races everywhere but 450 Supercross. Got a couple podiums, or at least one on there. And then, won ton of nationals and millions of dollars.
Most hole shots out of anyone, right?
Yeah. I mean,
one of the best starters ever.
yeah, like he's not a bust.
No.
So.
Yeah, Steve, I just wanted to call up and just say I was listening to the last episode and you were talking about how you didn't like sports that rely too much on the engine rather than the athlete's skill set. And I just wanted to say that I just loved everything you had to say about that. It was just everything about it was exceptional. The part where you said that the bikes aren't the same this year, so Fabio Quartararo isn't as good. That was just unbelievable. I just couldn't believe how the words came out of your mouth. It was just poetic.
Wow.
I still can't get over it. It hit me in the heart. It really hit me in the soul. And then the next thing you started talking about, you're talking about how the F1 cars are the same. If you're in the F1 car that's the best car, then you're going to be the best driver no matter what. Oh, my God.
Thank you, sir.
I just couldn't believe how beautiful it was. Sometimes I hear your voice and I just think, Jesus Christ, is this guy actually, has he finished high school? Does he have... But then you come out with this and it was just unbelievable. I just can't believe it. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much. It was
Thanks,
just
mate.
Hell of a guy.
Oh, Steve. Hey, it's Eric calling from Pennsylvania. Hey, man, I just want to say I rarely listen live, so I don't ever get the chance to call in live. But now that you're doing these voicemails, why the fuck do all these people call in complaining and bitching about everything you say or do and then continue to listen to your show? Like, just don't fucking listen if you don't like it.
Right.
That's all I really had to say. I appreciate everything you do for the sport, for your show. I love all of it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
It's the Howard Stern syndrome.
Steve, it's Shofi. Hey, first off,
Yeah, Eric.
track workers been doing a good job of keeping the lap times higher so they're not doing 30 laps and tearing down the track. But what I really wanted to call about is the PulpMX fantasy. Why do you guys not have a head-to-head for the leagues that we create? I couldn't imagine playing fantasy football and just every week calculating the total for the entire year. There's nothing to brag about. Like, imagine if you had Adam Enticknap talking shit about beating you for just this week. It would make it so much better. So you guys need to create head-to-head matchups within the league.
You guys.
I'm sure that's not that hard. We got the talented coder over there in the back. So anyway, just wanted to tell you that. You guys need to make head-to-head. It would make it so much easier to get my friends, and even motocrossers don't like just doing it how you guys do it. But if you had a head-to-head, it would get a lot more people involved. I'll take 10%. Anyway, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
No.
God damn it, A-Ray.
Yep.
Steve, it's
That's
Ray
it.
from Nashville. Sitting inside a real Starbucks, but I just wanted to get something off my chest. Everybody talks shit about the broadcast and whatnot, but dude, DB and the GOAT in the booth are phenomenal. I love that combo. Let's keep it like that. Give Daniel the money he wants. Give it. He deserves it all. Give it to him. Keep him in the booth. We'll see you later.
Steve is a whiny, entitled, liberal pussy.
There we go. I mean, thank you for that, sir. That's my race tech rant
of
the night.
Okay, good. It's not me. Thank you.
No, I was going to do that, but I switched it.
Okay.
Pulp 23 is a code to save. Thanks to race tech, suspension, motors, all of that. Look, we got to stop in this country. We have to stop with like the political name calling of people you don't like. Like, I don't care if this guy doesn't like me, whatever. Great. He took the time to call the voicemails. He hates me so much. But like this weekend, after the race, I was joking around with some teams, and they threw out like Democrat joke about me. Like, oh, he's a Democrat or something, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, we got to stop this in this country. Like, if you don't like somebody, no problem. Like, who cares? We're all human. We all have different ideas and thoughts about different things. First of all, myself included, 99% of the people that are calling you a name based on your political leaning don't really know how the system of Senate and Congress and presidential checks and balances and who makes what laws work. 99% of people don't know that. They just know that the shitty news networks on both sides, more so on the right than the left, but more so on the right, that just tell you who the enemies are and tell you who the bad people are. It's like, I could vote Democrat, but we could have 99% of things that we agree on in terms of land use or right to bear arms or healthcare issues, and maybe just I feel like abortion is a huge thing for me, so I'm going to vote Democrat, and you think abortion is wrong, so you're going to vote Republican. But why would you call someone a name because what they vote? Like, if you want to call someone a name, fuck you, Marx, you asshole. That's the name. That's just what you call.
Right.
Like, to call someone a name based on where they vote or how they politically lean, and when you don't know how the system works, chances are you don't know how the system works, and chances are you don't know what this person voted or what that person believes in, but you heard them say one thing about something at some point, it's tearing our country apart. Like, think about that for you morons who do this. Like, when you're like, he's a liberal or own the libs or the right wing. I don't even know what's the right wing names. I don't even know. Whatever. I don't even know the name for a right wing person.
A slang name.
Yeah, slang name, like the Republican, whatever. And by the way, just go and look, like, whether it's the people on the right or the left, the politicians. I mean, some of these people are the biggest morons you've ever seen. Like, there's tons of videos of these people, like, ignoring facts, ignoring the basic facts, and just touting their political party, or these people, thinking crazy conspiracy theories or whatever. Like, these are the people that are on the right and the left that are telling you that the other side is evil when you can look at them and be like, well, you're an idiot. And again, like, I just think that it's such a low-brow thing to do, to call someone a name on how they vote or how they lean, because that's what makes this country great, is you can just vote for what you think. And again, maybe I am left on this, abortion, but I'm right on everything else, and I just vote that way. But, like, dude, you got to stop watching these fucking news networks and calling these people names. Like, if you think the guy's an asshole, great, but not because of they're not on far right or far left. Like, 90% of us are in the center of where we are, like, I feel like this a little bit, but I kind of lean this way. And that's not right to call them a name based on that. Like, it happens I get it in my DMs, and I get it at the races, and I got it from this guy, and I see things that I read for the right. Like, I do lean left, but I see things on the right about how dumb the right is and how stupid the right wing is, and this and that. And it's like it's stupid. And it's the news networks yelling and screaming at you that this is what this party wants, and anybody who votes that way is an idiot and a loser, and don't even be friends with them. Like, literally, it's tearing people apart, the friendships, families, and it's not right. It's stupid. Stop calling people that. Open your eyes, open your brain, look at your friends in the eye, your family in the eye, and realize that I don't care how they vote. They feel like this and this and this, and they love dirt bikes and they love sandwiches, and they're just my friend. Now I just had a spirited political debate with my buddy Thomas Victor in Houston. He is a right-leaning guy. Mm-hmm. I lean left, and we are good friends. And we had a great debate, and then we literally slapped each other on the back after and laughed about our respective sides.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Fuck you,
No,
and I'll
it's-
see you tomorrow.
It's not like that, right?
No.
And it needs to be like that. And our country is just getting ripped apart by the media for the most part. People who watch this shit every single day. And, you know, I just, it's just wrong. It's just like, however someone feels or votes, call them an asshole if you want.
It's the human aspect of it. That's what you are first, right? You're a human.
Well, here's the thing. Think about this. And I don't know how old Sean is, but we're old enough in this room, maybe not Mark's, or maybe not Tallon, to remember
Definitely not me.
20 years ago, political name calling never happened.
Yeah, it wasn't
It
around.
never happened. You never thought of your guy that you think's an asshole. You never threw lib in front of his name or Trumper or what. Like, you never did that. That did not happen. And why? Because we didn't have these fucking news networks dividing everybody, and then the Facebook pages. I mean, anything you believe in, Facebook will just send you more of. So if you're a right-wing guy or a left-wing guy, Facebook will just fill your feed full of shit to reinforce your side.
Yep.
So 20 years ago, if I didn't like Greg over there, I'd be like, fucking Greg, you know?
Right.
And I know Greg likes Trump. We've talked about it.
Right.
But now someone would be like, fucking Trump or Greg. Like, who cares how he votes?
Right.
Who cares what he believes in? If he's an asshole, he's an asshole. But you're not going to throw the political party in it. And you're not going to throw your feelings about somebody because of somebody's political beliefs.
Yeah, 'cause
just let
that's-
them be an asshole.
Well, the thing is, too, is like just because they are a liberal or Republican, you don't even know how they are in their real life.
You don't. No, you don't. And maybe, again, there is a fringe on every side, on both sides, that are fucking nut jobs.
Correct.
They're out there.
Yes.
We've seen them. So those people, fine, whatever. Like, they're indoctrinated and they're in deep, and you could never change their minds.
Yeah.
But 90% of us are in this middle squishy ground where we're like conservative on one things, left-leaning on other things, and it's like, why do we got to be enemies? Why does everybody got to be enemies? And why do you got to classify somebody on what they think? Like, I 100% believe that we have a problem with guns in this country, the mass shootings. I really do. And if you're right or left, I don't think you can say we have no problems.
Right.
Like, I think right or left, reasonable thinking person would be like, we do have a problem. Now, how you want to solve it, who knows? I'm not doing political debates, but God knows how you would solve it. But if you think there's a problem with the mass shootings in the schools, it doesn't make you a lib or a whiny Democrat or whatever. It's just somebody with an opinion. But they've told us that the right wing has told us that the left is evil. So if you think like that, you're left and you're evil. Like, it's so fucked. Mm-hmm. And vice versa for the right side, for abortion, let's say. Like, the right has made abortion illegal in most states. All states? Most states. And so the left is, saying like, oh, whatever, what if you get raped and all, these people don't care about getting raped. Like, again, like, it doesn't, because you have an opinion on something, just stop making your mind up from the fucking news networks. That's all. If you want to think someone's an asshole, great. Just don't drop that part of it.
People love sharing memes and just thinking they're stirring the pot, but they're just sharing to the same people who they're friends with.
And you're just ripping this country apart. China, Russia's loving it. They're loving this shit.
Yeah.
They're absolutely loving it. They're dropping in the fucking Facebook stuff. Everyone's believing everything. And we're all tearing each other apart. And again, think back to 25 years ago when you just said, fucking Greg's an asshole. That's it. You didn't say what he believed in.
Why?
I don't know why my phone keeps calling you. It's really weird.
You said call.
Yeah.
Are you calling Greg?
No.
Oh.
But like, you didn't call somebody by that name. You didn't do that. You just thought the guy was a jerk.
Right.
Not based on his voting or anything else. It's the news networks. It's the shit you're reading online and you're seeing, and I never go on Facebook. Never. Completely off of that. And I would be off. Instagram just shows me like basset hounds and dirt bikes. So I'm pretty safe.
My search engine got boobs and dirt bikes. That's what mine is.
Boobs?
Boobs.
Yeah. I don't know. Am I wrong, or what do you think? Am I off base here? Like so Mark's is showing me some YouTube comments.
Yeah.
Steve showing his ignorance. Steve voted for Biden and is calling people morons. Like, this is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about, people. You're just too stupid to see it.
I'm more of I'm more like Randy.
Yeah. But you understand it's
Yeah.
like this guy that called. He triggered that off of me because, like, he calls me a whiny, entitled, liberal pussy.
Yeah.
Just say whiny, entitled pussy.
But here's the thing, like, it's the cool thing now to do, right? It's just like.
Exactly.
It's the cool thing now. That's what everyone's doing. You either got to choose a side, so everyone kind of follows,
But
like,
dude, you're choosing sides and ripping apart.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but those people don't care. So how I always judge people is just by I got to know them and human beings.
Course.
I don't even ask what they are for what party they are because I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't give a fuck either. But why is it an insult? It's an insult now. Trumper, lib, like, why is it an insult? Like, I have some beliefs about abortion or land use or guns. It doesn't make me a bad person. Right. But the news is telling you that I'm a bad person. You know what I mean? The news is telling you I'm a bad person. And trust me, the pits are 95% full of right-wing people. They vote conservative. They really do.
Well,
and I don't run around and, I'm just like.
I think it goes back to, too, like, a lot of people think dirt bike people are pieces of shit because some dirt bike people have screwed it up for all of us people that follow the rules. And I guess I'm trying to look at this like when I come from the high des, like, oh, you ride dirt bikes. You're one of those assholes that go up and down the street and wheelie and do dumb shit, or you're doing in the street. And like, no, I'm not that guy. Like, I cruise away. I don't cause a problem.
Of course,
like,
right.
But a lot of people label you in a light that you're really not just because you're in a group like you, right? So it's not right, but that's what people do. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's just easy to do that.
But no one uses the dirt biker as an insult to your
understand
character.
it, but
Nobody
it's also not the cool term.
Nobody says that, Keefer, he's a dirt biker. Like, you know what I mean? It's not. But the political party, how you vote or what you have some opinions about. Again, I'm not talking about the fringe 5% on either side. Those guys are fucking lost. They're gone. Like, they're just nut jobs, right? They believe in all the conspiracy stuff and
Do you really care, though?
What do you mean?
Do you really care that someone calls you a liberal asshole?
No, I don't care because I'm in a public facing thing and I say a lot of things, and so you got to expect to get it back. But like, I just think it's terrible that people think that's an insult. Like, I just laugh. I'm just like, you're an idiot. If you think that's an insult, you're an idiot because, like, you can just not like me. That's fine. But we got to stop with this insult stuff. Like, it's tearing the country apart. Again, families and friends and all of this shit. And it's the news people telling you that everybody on the other side that you believe in are idiots and losers, and that's what's wrong with them. Like, the people on the left and the right have families and kids, and they're trying to do the right thing and govern this country and take everything in effect, and they're trying the best they can. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
What if you're not a Tim Ferry fan?
So they can fuck off. I don't know. That's just my rant. My rant is that because it happened at the race this weekend.
Oh, someone said that in front of you?
Yeah. It was like an insult. Like, ha ha. Like, I'm fine. Like, joke, but.
Like talking to you?
Yeah.
Or just yelling at you?
No. Just talking to me.
Okay.
And, like, I know you see it everywhere, right? You see the bumper stickers. You see the shit on the. And it's like, you're also, like, we're all so dumb. We're just falling for these newscasts that want to feed into your hate.
Yeah.
And if your person across the table from you believes that he should be able to carry a gun everywhere and you don't, that's fine. Cool, man. I don't really agree with that, but let's go dirt bike riding.
Right.
Like, instead it's like, that fucking Democrat, the fucking Trumper,
Yeah.
Yeah, it leads to a dead conversation. There's no growing from it.
No, and again, I've had those conversations with my buddy Thomas. It's great. We're friends. We laugh and we make side comments about,
I'm a boob guy. You're an ass guy.
So that's my race tech rant. Like, just stop watching the news. And if you think someone's an asshole because they took a leak on your yard, or they kicked your dog, then they're an asshole. Don't throw the political party in front of them. They're just an asshole. Think about 20 years ago. We were just all assholes or we were nice guys. And no one used the political term for, being an asshole. Race tech rant of the night.
That's better than what you're going to say about me. I like that better.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, my rant was going to be about the live swap.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something else.
Oh, what did you think it was?
I don't know. I just thought you had something else.
No, it was going to be about live swap.
Oh,
We
okay.
hashed it out. So, all right. That's my
Feel good? You feel cleansed? Little cleansing?
Am I?
Are you wussawing right now?
Do I have a point or no?
Look at.
No, just do I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all. I'm not trying to be like the smartest man in the room or anything,
Right.
but I shakes my head. I just like, what are we doing, dude?
Right.
Why are we calling people these names? And why are you judging someone on how they vote? You're judging someone's total character on how they vote. And I told RV the same thing.
Yeah.
RV, I gave him the whole speech in the pits one day, and like he didn't. I just looked at me glazed eyes. But I'm like, seriously, man. Like seriously, don't do that. Like I kind of gave him a quick 30-second synopsis speech.
Huh.
And he just.
And what did he respond?
Yeah, I think he just called me a name and walked away. But like, I don't think it's the right way to do. I don't think it's the right thing to do. It's
the day Biden got elected. There was a guy that called DeCal, and he was calling all the moto companies. Did you guys vote for Biden? If you did, I ain't ordering from you no more. I'm a smart businessman. I said, hell no.
Yeah.
Whether I did or not, it
Yeah,
doesn't
you already
matter,
kind of knew
but
where he was coming from.
I'm just going to go, if you would have said,
yeah, like that.
I'll sway whatever way. I don't care.
Yeah, that guy. It's a terrible time in the country right now. And again, the Russians and the Chinese are fucking laughing at us.
Yeah.
They're infiltrating the social networks.
It's crazy.
They are putting memes out on every side, and they are laughing at the way America is just tearing itself apart. Whether TikTok, whether it's Facebook.
TikTok.
Yeah.
TikTok's fun, though. I'm not going to lie.
Sean's like, I like TikTok.
Are you not on TikTok, are you?
No, I am not. Your kid is probably.
Aiden shows me dumb shit all the time. I'm like, you're getting literally dumber by watching some of this shit.
So that's my race deck round of the night. All right. Do we have any more voicemails or no?
Steve. Yeah, we got to talk about this Mr. Side guy.
No.
Dark.
Listen to the last Monday show. I don't know. He's kind of creepy and lots of that's what she said kind of comments. Always seems like he's trying to get something for free, too, as far as product goes. I don't know. I'm sure he's a good guy, but I don't know. That's all I got.
So I want to piggyback on this guy. So I get a lot of that type when people ask me about Darkseid, and I think Darkseid's a great dude. Like, I like him. But he does certain things that he hasn't been around our industry for a very long time. So some of these things, like, you're like, don't do that. You might just want to chill out.
Right.
On that.
I've told him a couple things, yeah.
So he's learning, and he'll be fine. Like, he's a good dude. Like, what we're talking about, we're judging someone by their character. Like, I know he has a good heart. He's a good dude. Like, Dark. Starring Dark.
Fucking Republican.
Dark.
Fucking
ponyless dark.
In a world of
in a world that all is dark.
He's born. He comes from San Francisco. He's a fucking lib.
He's a fucking
lib.
Fucking liberal, dark side, fucking West Texas, son of a bitch. Dark.
Comes from California, California.
Oh yeah.
All right. So thanks everybody. 702-586-7857. If you want to leave a message, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon.
Oh, yeah.
That's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. Great guys there. Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Great guys. Mm-hmm. Motorsport, Tallon.
Great guys.
Oh, employee. That's right.
Can we say
I
that?
just did an order for an employee of Motorsport today.
I don't know. I'm blabbing everything out that I can't say today, so I better just shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably did. OEM and aftermarket parts, great shipping. They have free shipping over anything over $79.
$75.
What else, Tallon?
Are you gesturing?
First free exchange on gear under $300.
Really?
Like, so if you get it and it doesn't fit, you can send it back.
Oh, nice.
What is it?
Swap it out or
swap gear
get a
exchange.
new size.
Yeah.
Like they cover the shipping and all that?
You know what would be cool?
That's nice.
If they had, like, you ever heard of Stitch Fix? Like, they send clothes to you via mail, and you can decide what you like, and you can get it or send it back. So my family's in this. So, like, instead of going clothes shopping, Aiden just gets a box once a month. And if he likes the shirts, he likes the pants, he keeps it, we pay for it. The stuff he doesn't like, we ship back. We don't have to pay for anything. They need to do that with some type of moto gear. Like, that company needs to come to life for moto gear. People want moto gear. Hey, we're sending you this once a month, a box of moto shit. If you like it, buy it. If you don't, ship it back. Why can't we do that?
I don't like that.
Okay.
Okay. These questions submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and Tallon picks the best ones.
From Clay East 511. After 4 races, does anybody have the panic button out? Who is checking the drawer for it? Hashtag prayers for Pro Circuit.
Well, we talked about Craig. None of us is pulling the panic button out. Panic button for you, Sean? Anybody? 4 races in?
Maybe I would say Cooper Webb because he's been strong, but we'll see what he does because this weekend. Where did he finish this weekend?
5th. Yeah.
Seems low for. That's weird to say that it seems low.
Okay.
He's
I'm
in
good.
third in points.
I'm good with no panic button right now.
I'm good with nothing.
Maybe panic button for Peyton and or maybe just some booze for Peyton.
Yeah.
Shout out to 2 guys though, John Short and Josh Cartwright. Those
Cartwright's
guys,
on it.
dude,
Cartwright's good. Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like crazy.
He just took off in that LCQ.
Yeah.
See you later.
Derek Kelly's another one on the 250 side. Great.
What happened to Grant Harlan?
He crashed in qualifying and weeded his bike up.
It was qualifying?
Yeah. Or in the heat. I think he crashed in the heat.
Last 2 weeks in a row he's crashed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, he's got 875 millimeter bars, so.
Fuck.
All right.
From Jamie's YZ. Steve, the LCQ is on fire, and you have to save someone. Are you saving Chiz, A-Ray, or Norin?
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm not saving A-Ray because the other 2 have kids.
Oh, you're going that deep. Okay.
Well, because, you want their dad to die.
Yeah.
Chiz has 3 kids now?
Yeah.
4?
3.
Good God, I don't even know.
3.
Freddie's got 1, so I'll save Chiz.
Fuck my ass.
I think Freddie has 2.
Freddie has 2?
I don't know.
Okay. Thanks to Austin, by the way, for the $49.99 on YouTube.
$50?
Yeah, $50.
For what? For the liberal bullshit?
Yeah, I think so. No, I'm just saying. He says, love the show, makes my Mondays.
Okay.
Right on.
Thanks, buddy.
What does that go? Is it back in?
Right to Marx's pocket.
Got it.
From Margarita Mathis. Who was the PC rider that would leave his bike running in the garage with a fan on it to rack up hours?
Sorby. That was Sorby's move.
That's awesome.
From Moto Aftermath, is Feld blackballing Savacci and putting him in the back corner of the pits because of the WSX affiliation?
No, but he said he asked for a better parking spot, and they were like, no. But
he's
not in a semi, so they're putting all the semis first, and then he's in like a fun mover thing. So
it's not a bad, like an A2 there in the way back, and it's not bad. It's quiet. It's mellow. He's not exactly promoting anything. He has a all white, like,
truck,
rig and like a easy up.
Yeah.
From Seth RS22, clutch when braking or downshifting or no clutch?
No clutch.
When braking, yeah, you got to use some clutch because you're going to stall your bike.
I heard down. Oh, yeah, braking, yes. I think it's downshifting now.
Downshifting sometimes, but no, not all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you right with the finger on the clutch at all times?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just weird to hear AP no finger on the clutch of the whoops.
Yeah. No, you can watch like
Chad's like anti that. Chad's like no,
or even Brayton. Like Brayton told me, like he's just feathering it.
You gotta recover, right?
Like through the whoops. I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah. Josh Jenkins 516. Since we know the concussion protocol is a joke, what's a chance Dylan will be racing this weekend?
Why do we know it's a joke? Do we know it's a joke?
I think with the McAdoo thing last year. And
well, I mean, look, these people want to play doctor on social media. Like you can say it's a joke, but you're not talking to the rider. You're not giving him cognitive tests. Like
it's up to the rider too. Some of these riders, when they take their test initially, they'll bomb it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean there is that, but there is there's a baseline to work with, whether it's bombed or not. There's a baseline of some sort, and the riders, the doctors, who are clearing these guys. And look, like Zach Bell racing after he that was insane to me. But I'm not in a position of the doctors. I'm not looking at the rider and talking to them. Nor do I have a medical degree, so I tend to lean to. Am I surprised at times? Yes. But I tend to lean towards the doctors that are there, and I don't call it a joke. So.
Yeah.
Kris Keefer, in your opinion, where's the best place to live for moto outside the typical Florida, California scene?
I mean, why would you even ask me that? You know what I'm going to say. The Des.
No, he said Florida, California.
Oh,
outside of that.
Outside of that.
Yeah. It ain't the Des anymore.
North Carolina.
No Sunrise,
Midwest
no Comp Edge.
No, because you can train right from your house. You got Des tracks all over the place, and you're in the middle of everything, so the drive is not that far if you want to go to the tracks, and you're away from it. That's what I like, is I feel like
there's a lot of great tracks in Texas.
You're away. Yeah?
Yeah.
But I think you get more weather in Texas, so North Carolina for me.
Okay.
From J Feister82, Keefer, for comfort, Pro Taper Fusion, or the new ACF bar?
Ooh. Fusion, well, I don't know why I didn't want to go Evo. Evo has the most comfort. So I will go ACF. ACF is a little bit stiffer feeling than than Evo, but a little less than Fusion.
From Travis Longname, who was the overall most successful rider who has never ridden on a factory team?
I don't know. I would have to think
Dude,
about
that's
that
something
one.
you gotta-
Yeah. I don't know.
Successful rider that hasn't been on a factory team.
That's a great question.
Well, there were guys in the 80s who never got on a factory team that had really good careers, like Jim Hawley. Oh, Jim was on a factory team one year. Never mind.
What about Larry Brooks?
Yep. Larry's never on a factory.
He was good.
Yep. Yep.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
Yep, maybe Brooks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. That's not a bad question.
From Dill Dossie, Keefer, how is that ETS fuel?
Yeah, we used. There's two types. There's MX-18 and there's MX-21. The MX-21 stinks up my whole property, and that's the stuff you smell on the KTM bikes. So I don't keep that around just because of the smell, but it works really good. But Heather is really pissed off at me when I bring that home because it leaks into our house. So the MX-18 runs like a Pro 6 VP, and yeah, I think it's good. It's a good option.
From Johnny Crash, I don't know if it was the last show, but I remember Steve mentioning weirdly spelt names. So why is Kris spelt K-R-I-S?
That I don't know. I never really asked my parents that, but people think I'm a chick. So what's good about that is Heather can call for a lot of my like credit card things or anything that has Kris on it that I don't really want to talk to anybody about. She just acts like I'm Kris.
I don't think you're not. I don't you're not on my list of.
Well, my full
names.
name is Christopher.
Yeah, and then also like it's like Steven, like PH or VE.
Yeah.
Like that's just a slightly different way to spell it. It's not like obscene ways of spelling it. Like.
What about Aiden? His way, A-D-E-N.
Yeah, don't like it.
Okay.
Nope, stop that.
How do you spell Aiden?
A-I-D-E-N.
Why? I think that's more confusing. It's just Aiden. A-D-E-N. It's just short and sweet.
Okay. All right.
Let's get to it.
What's your middle initial?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's S. It's not K.
Not a
Everyone
K.
calm down.
Okay.
I get that a lot.
124 Noah, does Mookie get resigned? Probably
resigned?
meant re-signed.
yeah, I think Mookie gets re-signed. Yeah, I do.
Greg Wilcox, why is the Star 450 and 250 team name said differently?
Because one is still sort of Yamaha controlled, the 450 guys are, and then Star is completely independent. So Yamaha has some say how the 450 team is called.
From Sugar Shane,
because I think it's Yamaha Monster Star. What is it? What's the? It's different, I know, but.
Monster Energy Star Yamaha.
And then what's the 250 team or 120 450 team?
I don't know. I thought it was the same.
I thought
no.
Monster Energy Star Yamaha Factory. No, I don't know now.
Yeah, there's difference.
Sugar Shane 79. Keefer, has the testing god ever strapped up a 280 in the high des?
Has the what?
The testing god.
Yeah, of course. 280s all day.
Did it sound like Anstey's?
No. A 280 would sound way deeper than Anstey's bike, although I wasn't there at the stadium. I mean, I could just tell that wasn't a big bore. Like, that's not a big bore.
I think that's what he was trying to get at. There's nothing behind that rumor.
Yeah, I don't even know if that really happened, if someone can confirm that, if someone actually did protest or someone just started the rumor that there was a 280 or a big bore. Because
there's nothing there. There's
no way that team would, let's just put this out there. If that team, let's say, okay, let's cheat. Let's put Anstey on a big bore. There's no way they would put Anstey on one because he has an actual legit chance of podium and they tear him down. So, like, there's no way. Like,
nothing happened. It was just, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, the Yamaha Star thing is the same on the entry list here.
Right.
But they used to call them different. They used to be different. Maybe they changed for this year.
I don't think it's been the same for a bit.
By the way, ride-engineering.com, PulpFan20 is the code to save Keefer. 23.5 offsets for the new KTM Husqvarna.
Oh, yeah.
You like? You likey.
That's the move. That's different chassis. You need a little bit more stability. So instead of going to a 24 like X-Trig did, he wanted something a little bit different with a different number.
Splitting the middle.
Yep, 23.5. So calms the chassis down a little bit. For me, it actually improves cornering because it gets me into the corner better. So he did a really good job on those clamps. I think that's one of the best things that he's made in a little bit. So if you guys are looking for a little bit more stability out of your KTM, that's a great buy.
20% off with PulpFan20 is the code to save. One of the best things Ride Engineering has done, right? From the words of Kris Keefer.
Yeah.
From Roger Gould for Marks. I don't know if you had time to look into this one, but
Back.
after 4 rounds, what's the percentage of players in Pulp Fantasy to have gotten 8 in the main all 4 weeks?
All of them are pissed.
All 4 weeks, it actually works out to be about 4% of players.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
I would have had it higher. Not a lot, but I would have had it higher than 4.
4% is pretty. It works out to be about 1,000 people.
And they've got to be.
I have something to say to those 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
A lot of 4s. 4 people picked all 3 of the guys in the LCQ. 4%.
Oronzo Italian.
4 races.
Yeah. Hey. So what? Okay. So 4 people picked Freddie, A-Ray, and Chiz in the Pulp Fantasy.
Oh God.
Can you imagine those 4 people?
Look it again. I was in my living room
Stars.
screaming, and I had nothing to do with any of that. And I can only imagine if you pick those guys and just having a meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say their names. They deserve it. H4M3X, DJ Miller 574, Hot Wheels 772, and Moto Sprout. God bless you
Moto
all.
Sprout.
Moto Sprout was
God
pissed.
bless you all.
Yeah. May God be with you.
Moto Sprout had a steamy pile of dog shit right in his living room.
Before the main event.
All right.
From Whitcomb 333, who makes a main first, A-Ray or Carnow?
A-Ray's made
Very
it.
made.
Come on, Tallon. You
I
can't.
just read the question.
Yeah, but that's
Carnow
not even-
admits that he's struggling.
He's not the same, man.
Yeah.
Is it just all the OnlyFans money just raining in, and he's just
Got a
like,
boat. I got a boat,
He's got
dude.
a boat. Yeah. He's, check out my boat, dude.
Check out my boat, dude.
You know, is it just that money raining in, and like, what's he doing?
And he's just raining box.
I don't know. He's just struggling, right?
Awesome.
Checkers.
Check out my boat, dude.
Checkers from Race Tech says he's been about the same as last year. I disagree.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I disagree too.
Yeah.
I feel like
we love Carnow, but
yeah, I just think he's a little off from where he was.
Right. Maybe he needs decal works.
Maybe.
That'd be awesome.
He was wearing some OnlyFans slides. We did a whole privateer thing at A2, and he had some OnlyFans slides that were pretty sweet.
Okay.
Smorsky 281, Keefer, for people that will never get the chance, can you explain the difference between riding stock suspension versus A-kit and even factory suspension?
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh.
We don't got enough time.
Wow.
I mean.
You know Tomac's using my rear spring right now.
No, I did not know.
He is. He's
Really?
got my rear spring on.
I feel like that's false, but okay. I feel like that's false.
I feel like my source is pretty good on this.
If you look at Tomac's rear spring, it's that chrome blue look. Yours wasn't.
Mine was chrome blue.
Was it?
Yes.
I know you had that one.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, go ahead. Take it over then if you want to take it over.
Oh, it's like fucking pillows, dude. It's like pillows around the track.
Really?
It's like a boat against the
Have you
gentle
ridden
waves.
since you've...
Yes.
Okay.
I went to when I rode to Mesquite that day when I got a flat. I had regular stuff.
So you didn't ride enough to really judge?
Yeah. No, not really.
So stock suspension, this stuff has come a long way. It's great. Well, let me back up. If I'm just debating a Yamaha right now, because that's the best stock stuff there is at this moment. The KYB stock stuff has a good hold up, but yet as it breaks in, it gets softer and the chassis can move around. Now let's bump it up to an A-kit where you have more firmness, right? So you have more hold up, but what we call in the testing world, we have a performance side and then we have a comfort side. So as you raise performance, sometimes, most of the time in A-kit world, the comfort comes down, performance goes up. Performance is slamming into bumps, over jumping jumps, coming up short. You have really good feel in those areas, but when it's a light bump situation, square edge, that comfort is down and you got more rigidity in through your hands. Now you got factory stuff. What's weird, because it is weird, as performance goes up, comfort always gets raised up with performance. So now you're keeping that nice, strong hold up feel, what we call track toughness. And then you also gain the light bump absorption comfort that's also coming up with factory stuff. So it's coming up equally versus A-kit where you're getting one high and one low. So that is the main difference. People think that if you buy A-kit, it's just, or factory suspension, that you're not going to feel the bumps. I disagree. A bump is a fucking bump. You're going to feel it. It's just a matter of how you feel it.
When I was working dark side the World Vets with my stuff, I still felt the bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this. If you say, okay, I'm going to drop a rock from 3 feet off the ground and drop it, and that thud, maybe that's your factory suspension feel, like that thud, and then you raise that rock up to 6 foot and drop it, and that thud, that is like a kit. So that touch, that feel is just less. It's not as drastic with factory stuff.
Ooh, that touch.
And can't you smell that? Oh, can't you feel that touch?
Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, talking about the impound and when bikes go to, impound after races, who works on them? Do AMA have a mechanic that pulls them down, or do the mechanics do it supervised?
No, the mechanics do it, but they're supervised. Yeah, the AMA guy is over top of them, watching them. Not really like over top of them, but they're standing right by there, yeah.
Is that how often does that happen? Does it happen each week, or is it only for the protest?
No, it's different all the time. Like, I would say every 3 to 4 weeks, from what I know, they look at something like a swing arm, or sometimes they'll do transmission stuff. They'll check cylinder heads, but not too often. Mostly it's weigh them, drain them and weigh them, or measuring something or another. It's not very often are they torn down.
Yeah, and then when the bikes go through tech to get sound put through them, what's to say mechanics just can't change, the exhaust pipes at night time or in the morning before? Do they get sound tested after races as well? Or?
Well, yeah, they mark them, right? So they mark your unit and with a marker or the number or a sticker. And if you change it, then they do random sound checks after practice. I don't know if you've ever seen them pull over guys, and they do little checks after practice. So they'll do random checks and make sure that you're still running the same muffler system that you'd had before.
Ah, interesting. Awesome. Cool.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
Bye.
Is that Moto Limited, Nick?
Yeah. Okay. Not anymore. He's not
limited?
Not limiting himself anymore.
Okay.
Jackie Reese, 27. Do you think Feld will use AC's $1,000 to rent an extra porta potty next weekend?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Adam got fined.
That's a bullshit thing. Where are you going to go?
You have to wait. There's porta potties down there, but it was full.
Oh. There's porta potties on the ground?
Yeah.
On the field?
Yeah, right behind in the staging area. There's porta potties in the tunnel. So if there's a lineup, there's usually is because these riders got to pee.
Here's my thing.
You have to wait.
Like, if you're the official, whoever's doing these fines for pissing, can you just judge as a normal human being, like, hey, was he trying to hide his cock, or was he just whipping it out and pissing?
No.
Can't we just be normal and be like, dude?
Yeah, we can be normal. Don't piss in the fucking stadium.
Hey, man, you beating off?
Don't piss on the stadium wall. We can be normal. Do you piss on stadium walls?
Well, you're not asking the wrong person. I'm in the high desk, so I go outside all the time.
That's fine, but when you're indoors at an event, do you go piss in the stadium floors?
No, I guess I don't think about that.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much.
You're right.
There's porta potties there. The riders know the rules. If you can't,
but if he's hiding his dick,
you're pissing on a stadium wall.
I don't know where he's pissing. Is he pissing?
Well, he's pissing on the ground.
He said he's pissing behind the thing.
Yeah, he's pissing on the ground.
So the ground, the dirt.
No, there's no dirt. He's pissing on concrete.
Oh, okay.
If he's pissing on dirt, then he's definitely pissing in front of 70,000 people, which is also a bad idea.
Okay.
Think about a track pad, right? It doesn't go all the way.
Don't yell at
So
me.
they're running to the tunnel.
Okay.
There's porta potties in the tunnel in the staging area. They're usually full. And if they're full, you got to wait. And if you can't wait, you can't piss. You can't piss on a stadium floor.
Okay.
If you pissed right now in my studio.
Could I piss on your end of the balcony and just pee?
No.
Okay.
No, I'd be pissed.
What if he pees off
You
the
piss while you
balcony into
pissing?
the pool?
No.
Would it be so cool to get on top of your roof and pee from your roof to see how long it would take to come down?
Probably get a nosebleed.
That'd be so rad.
On this normal 2-story size house? I don't know.
We're not far from the airplane. One
You
of the planes
don't
might
have
hit
you don't have a 2-story house. You're rich enough to have a wide 1-story.
I'm not rich enough to have any of that.
Your house is big, sir.
Dark.
Have you been to Keefer's house?
Me?
Is anybody? Yeah.
No, I have
I
not.
stayed there after.
Oh
A1.
yeah, how was it?
It was nice. Thanks for.
I wasn't
the
even
stay.
fucking
Last
home, and he
minute.
stayed at my house. Wasn't even home.
You were home. You just weren't awake.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you were gone.
I was like sleeping, and then I bailed, and he was in my house. I didn't even know he was in my house.
Yeah.
I rode the Alto around. It was nice.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I didn't. I should have.
He didn't even care. Look at that.
I mean, it's going to be at my house forever.
So
anyway.
I like Adam. I like AC. I get it. But the riders know the rules.
I was assumed
and-
he was behind the crap house, and he pissed just to hide his wiener and peed and then in the dirt and then went back out. That's what I thought.
No.
I didn't know he was pissing on a concrete.
Yeah, he would have been pissing on a stadium wall or a stadium concrete. Someone would have to clean it up or someone, like.
Okay.
We're not. Are you just going to shit everywhere? Just,
defecating versus pee is two different
Good
things.
point. But I'm just saying, don't,
Right. Okay.
So next time you go to.
Sorry.
The next time you go to a Rams game with Aiden, just piss in the SoFi. See what happens.
I mean, I have done that in the parking lot. I've peed in the parking lot with the door open and just pissed in the parking lot. Is that bad?
Not as bad as what Adam did, but I've done that too.
Okay.
Yep. But.
Okay.
All right, last one. Trev Dog 197. Keefer, I just moved to SoCal. Any recommendations when it comes to doing your own motos while the faster guys haul ass past and potentially get pissed for me fucking up in front of them?
Look, Keefer can't answer this because he's fast. I can answer this.
But he has experience as a faster guy.
I can give you yours and I'll give you mine.
Okay, so yeah, I've been passed by all of these dudes at Glen Helen. It is a little intimidating, and it kind of sucks. Just hold your line, ride your core. If you can hear them or see them coming, different spots, hold your line and just concentrate on that, and they'll get around you. They're good enough.
But some of them are assholes, and they will rev at you, and you're just minding your own business.
Yeah.
Because I've been a part of that, and then I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
And Aiden has done this to dudes on weekends on a Saturday at Glen Helen, and I'm on his ass about it. So this is more of a pandemic that's going around. People are just revving the shit out of their engines to get you out of the way. And there's two types of revs. There's a, hey, I'm behind you, whoop, whoop, like a couple blips. Like, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm behind you, so stay where you're at. I'm going around you. And then there's the, I'm an asshole, F you, get out of my way because I'm privileged.
Probably a liberal.
And that's what pisses people off. Like
I don't move. Fuck you. Like,
right.
I'm like, get out. Like, if you're so fast,
go around.
Go around me, man.
If you're yelling at me because you're on your heater,
yeah,
I don't give a shit.
No, I don't either. Yeah.
Like sorry, bro. Like
because
we're all doing this the same thing.
Some of those turns at State Fair and at Glen Helen are inside ruts.
Yep.
And I'm already committed. It's not like I'm moving to the inside to block you. I'm already in the rut or I'm going in there. And sorry, man. Like, you just have to wait. Like, I don't care.
As a pro, you know what you're getting yourself into when you go to SoCal tracks. You maybe got 1 to 2 lines to go around in a corner. Like, sorry, you're going to have to hurt your heater lap for a half a second to get around the guy, okay? Yeah. So chill the F out. So that my advice to you is just stay in your line. Don't cross jump. And if you hear someone coming, stay to the side of the jumps. If you got a jump coming, stay to the right or the left. They'll find your way around. Do your own thing in the corner, but just stick to your line. The worst thing you do is look behind you and then panic and then drift over. Yeah. Okay? And I see a lot of guys, if they're trying to exit the left side of the track and they're on the right side of the track, they just start going over.
Yeah.
You got to look behind you. There's some etiquette you got to do. You're going to kill somebody. So I don't think you'll see a lot of pros doing heaters on a weekend, but you're at Glen Helen on a Tuesday or Thursday.
Oh yeah,
you will hear some revs.
The best is when like the guys pass you, and Dino did this to me once. Like I didn't even hear him or see him coming, and just whoop.
Yeah,
you're just like you're like fuck me, man. Like I was riding semi hard or whatever, and I mean you can hear the bikes coming, and I just
And sometimes people mistake like I'll get behind them, I go woo woo, and I'll just be like lightly, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
And they think you're yelling. I'm not yelling.
Yeah.
Just giving you, hey, I'm over here, so just stay where you're at.
Yeah. I've had guys yell at me like in fun as they go by me.
Yeah.
They know who I am.
The bad part is riding a Yamaha. It scares the shit out of people because it's so throaty and loud in the intake.
Bike of the year.
Because they can hear you. What's cool about racing a Yamaha on local scene is like, it sounds like the Yamaha is up your ass, but you're actually like 5 seconds back because that's how loud it is. So the guy will hear you coming for 5 seconds away. Darkside never heard that though from Steve. That's what's sad.
No, he never did. All right, that's it.
No, that's horrible. Oh, I like that one.
All right, that's a wrap on tonight. Let's skip After Dark. It's late.
Heather's pissing me off because she'd get her hair done and she's not sending me a picture of her hair.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Fuck.
No.
Good talk. DeCal Works, Sean Murdock. Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's been
I've got some emails from our listeners that have dealt with you, and they're stoked. So I send those to Ron. So hopefully those are in the performance review package you get.
Are we not doing these?
Thank
we're done.
you.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with
But yeah, so call DeCal Works or whatever you need. Quick turnaround and good designs, and still can't do anything like Red Bull or Monster, right? You can't do that.
Not yet.
Yeah, working on that.
Well, I'm sure if it does happen, we'll be the first.
Yeah. But almost anything you can dream up, these guys can design it for you. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. DeCalMX.com. All right. AP, RC, Zombie, Deuce, Will. Best interview tonight.
AP was fun. I liked AP.
All right, Marks?
Yep. I was going to go AP, I think.
Marks. Doesn't sound as good. Wolf.
I like RC.
All right.
Velvet.
RC was good.
Velvet.
RC was good.
RC was really good.
All right. I think I like AP just because he was laughing at A-Ray.
Yeah, he's fun, and he asked us a question.
Right. There we go. So thanks, everybody, for listening. Thanks for our sponsors. Don't forget LCQ Challenge tickets. Live shows at Indy. Live shows at Denver. The app should be out any day now. So please check that out as well.
Is there a serious date coming on this thing? Like a serious?
Nope.
Is this going to be like Live Swap?
I have a beta version of it. There's a real thing.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
Comes out Hawaiian time.
Yes, I know what that means.
You know
I don't know
you know
whatever
what
that
beta means?
Italian restaurant I didn't know, but yes, I
What
do.
the now?
Beta is a
Yes.
test. It's like a pre-production, right?
Yes.
Or a prototype, I
Yeah,
should say.
very good.
We get there when we get there.
Get the one. Was that Italian? Is that the Italian?
That's Hawaiian time.
Oh.
Thanks to all of our sponsors on PulpMXShow.com. You can check out the codes to save as well, whether it's WUSA, whether it's Get Data, Atlas Neck Brace, FMF, Works Connection, OGIO, ORW, Renegade Racing Fuels, so on and so forth. Maxima. Oh, I didn't do the Maxima and Pro Filter reads. Pulp 20, the code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter. Apologize to Dogger, Danny, Trevor. Pulp 20 is the code to save. MaximaUSA.com, ProFilter.com as well. Filters and oil, great companies. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Really appreciate you people listening. Marks, thank you.
My pleasure.
Guy in the corner, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Sean, thanks for coming in. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Maybe come back. Why don't you?
It's been an
At
honor.
some point. Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a few weeks. We'll got to figure
We'll
that
see
out.
you Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Wednesday. You're staying the night here.
Yep.
And then going riding Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
Greg, Aiden, Sean. Anybody else?
I'm sure there's other people down there.
Dark.
No dark.
So, yes, thanks again for listening. Thanks to our guests. Thanks for people for supporting us. And, that's about all I got to say. Trevor Reese in studio next week from Pro Filter and Maxima. So looking forward to Trev as well. I'm Steve Mathis. Thank you, Swisscore, Moser, Pookie, Roto. See you next week.
Hey, man, you beating off?
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.